Hello, everybody. I really like this music. It's like weirdly calming. I don't know. I dig it. I dig it, man. Give me one moment. Sorry about that. Hello, everybody. I'm excited to continue the Mermaid's Curse today. Just a heads up, because I know today is going to be a hefty day, I'm going to try to give it my all. Hi, good morning. I think we're just going to jump right into the game today, because there's a lot of game to play, and I only played for like 3 hours yesterday. So, and 2 hours of that was freaking diving. Yay for diving. So yeah, we're gonna jump right into it. Welcome to the stream, Kiko. If you guys don't mind, because where did we leave off? Hold on. So we still have the beginning. That I still have an option apparently. I don't even know where. But I will figure that out later. And then we have the continuation of Yumiko Shiki's storyline. These guys are basically acting as like the detectives or the investigators of this game. And then we have this. I should have started the stream with this music. No, what am I doing? Okay, anyway, that put us in a good mood. All right, so we can get started right away. So we are going to continue with investigating the skeletons and the dead bodies. Taiishima investigation. So a mermaid corpse has been discovered on the beach near Ijika town. While Yumiko and her partner are investigating its whereabouts, they run into an important local figure. This guy, apparently he's important.
Hold it!
I got a bounce already, work calls. Aww. Do your thing, Alan. Do it. Mix, thank you so much for the gifted sub on the channel. Thank you so much for supporting. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, date is still unknown. August of 198X at the Yamashina estate. Yamashina. Mr. Yamashina, thank you for agreeing to meet with us on such short notice. I understand you're a busy man.
Not like I have much choice when it's some bigwig from the prefectural police badgering me to do so.
Oh, he doesn't seem happy about that.
So you're Shiki from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department Security Division, was it? And here I thought you were just some housemaid. You sure you're from the police that you and that get up?
I am primarily a housewife by trade, but that's hardly important right now. You're also known as Unk.
I have brain rot.
You're also known as Unk. Unkakudono, I believe. After hearing so many rumors, it's an honor to make your acquaintance. From here on out, I am actually going to call him Unk.
Rumors, eh?
Yoshiatsu Yamashina. Unk. He seems like a, bad person. Occupation tycoon, age 70. He just seems like a bad person because he immediately sounds like he has something to hide considering his reaction to them being there. A wealthy tycoon who owns multiple companies. Oh, yeah. Usually wealthy people do fear the police. Because you're not wealthy usually for, you know, by ethical means. Usually. Who owns multiple companies and swaths of land, particularly in the Sioux and Issei areas. Born in the Taisho period, unmarried. His family first came into business in the Edo period, traveling from town to town, selling talismans, miscanthus reed hoops, and other items to ward off evil spirits. During the Meiji period, this business expanded into a trading company, and the Yamashina family became prominent contributors to the development of the region. Born to the heir of the Yamashina family business and the daughter of a noble family, Yoshiatsu grew up in an affluent environment. Yeah, dang, he grew up rich and spoiled! Bitch! where he received a thorough education tailored to gifted children. Following the end of the war, Yoshiatsu inherited the company assets in his 30s, but was quick to sell off all the shares he owned, using the proceeds to buy and sell real estate and stocks, a practice that made him extremely wealthy. Wow. After amassing his fortune, he showed a keen interest in investing in ambitious young people, actively mentoring those he took a particular liking to. This approach led to an emergence of many successful businessmen, which included Shinobu Wakamura of Kamashima. Those who have received Yamashina's support view him with both gratitude and a sense of awe bordering on reverence, referring to him as Unk, a title that evokes a figure elevated above the clouds. Like a god? Ew! Ew! Calling someone that. Yamashina has always shown a strong attachment to wealth, even going so far as to partake in illicit activities such as illegal donations, tax evasion, insider trading, and media control, all in an effort to garner even more status and money. Oh, boy. In the shadow of the many success stories enabled by his support, many more of his beneficiaries have fallen into bankruptcy or been arrested, fueling endless unsavory rumors about him to this day. Yamashina himself, however, seems to be unconcerned by these rumors, considering anything that does not directly harm him to be beneath his notice. Even as a lifelong bachelor, he has surrounded himself with many followers, both publicly and privately. He has never lacked for anything to satisfy his personal needs. A few years ago, he began to seriously consider the issue of a successor, driven by his determination that his beloved fortune should never fall into the hands of someone untrustworthy. Perhaps for this reason, he began to develop a keen fascination with immortality around the same time, and is said to be secretly investing vast amounts of money into researching on this topic. That is a bad man. I hear you've been doing some under-the-table research into immortality.
And so what if I am?
Well, now, I wouldn't have expected you to be such a dreamer, but it does make you just a bit more relatable.
You can laugh all you want, but what's it got to do with the police anyway?
It seems on this particular occasion it has quite a bit to do with the police, unfortunately.
You don't say.
This guy seems like a bitch. Can I kill him? Can I kill him?
People happy less than 3.
People happy less than 3. Mursa, thank you so much for the 8-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you. I hope you're doing well. Enjoy the emotes. These splendid gardens all fall within the grounds of Mr. Yamashina's Ise City estate. Part of me wonders why he needs so much space when he doesn't have a family, but I suppose he has an image to maintain. This is Yoshiatsu Yamashina. He's a tycoon with multiple properties and companies to his name, mostly based here in Ise-shina. He's long been rumored of being involved in various shady dealings. Special Investigations has an eye on him for a while now, but they haven't managed to find any concrete evidence so far. It seems that he has a knack for pinning the blame on his subordinates before finding a way to slip away. Needless to say, he and the police are quite familiar with each other by this point. Though I don't doubt he has local police chiefs and politicians under his thumb behind the scenes. There's no need for me to get involved in all of that. I'll be satisfied as long as I can get the information we need from him. Apparently he wears that crested hakama every day. Not exactly casual wear for most people. Wearing something like that in this summer heat, that's commitment to keeping up appearances. He wears this every day. The same thing, every day. Isn't that a little weird? After looking into the corpse of the mermaid found earlier this morning, it seems highly likely that it was taken into the custody of Mr. Yamashina here. He's quite the big shot around here, with plenty of weight to throw around, both politically and financially. All the local police know of him, and of his moniker, Unk. We had to get one of the higher-ups to act as an intermediary to even get a meeting with him. Personally, I'm happy as long as we can get the mermaid corpse back from him. Although I certainly won't complain if he can tell us anything about the curse as well. I hear he's quite the curmudgeon, so we'll have to watch our step when dealing with him. We'll have to watch our step? What do you mean by that? Is he gonna kill me? I'll get straight to the point. I believe you took a mermaid corpse into your possession this morning?
What?
That corpse is linked to an ongoing case. We came here to ask you to release it into police custody.
No idea what you're talking about.
Of course, you will get something in return. We have some information I'm sure you'll find quite profitable in exchange.
Damn, girl! Like I said, I have no idea what you're on about. If that's all you came here for, then scram.
Oh, pity. I really thought you'd be interested in what we had to share. Assuming you really are interested in immortality.
Get him, girl! Get him, girl!
I suppose we barely know each other. It's only natural that you'd be wary of our intentions. What do you say to a little chat to get to know each other better, Mr. Unk? Ooh. Lord Arceus, thank you so much for the 51-month resub. I really appreciate it. I hope you keep enjoying the emotes. I hear you've been putting quite a bit of effort into training up the younger generation recently. What's your take on today's youth?
Useless, the lot of them. Bunch of pushovers that have all let all this new generation tripe get to their heads. We're the ones who built this country back up after the war, but they're out there strutting around like they own the place. Far too big for their britches.
My, what a scathing review. Dude, look at Sato's face. Soto? Oh my god, I forgot your name. Soto? Sato. No, Sato is the other girl. Soto, yeah. Would our resident member of the new generation like to comment?
Please don't call me that.
I hear you've been searching for a successor, though. Given your strong opinions on the matter, I take it that you're struggling? Though I can see why that could lead to a desire for immortality. After all, there's no need to cede your legacy to someone else if you can remain at the reins yourself,
That might have been true when I started my research.
I take it that isn't the case now?
I'm no spring chicken. The thought of living for hundreds of years like this ain't exactly appealing anymore. Don't see much point in immortality if I'm already long past my prime.
Well, that certainly is different from the rumors. My apologies for jumping to conclusions. I have my wholehearted agreement that immortality doesn't necessarily bring happiness, though.
Let me clear up one more thing while we're at it. I've already decided on my successor. Turns out the perfect candidate was right under my nose the entire time. I haven't told them yet, but they're a sharp one. They'll do a fine job.
Is that so? Oh, I'm glad to hear it. I suppose that would mean that you no longer have any need for immortality, then.
Who said I wasn't still interested? It simply has nothing to do with my successor. I still intend on continuing my research for medical advancement, you understand? Think of it as doing my bit for society. You lot are always quick to assume the worst of whatever I do. How about you change your mind? You mind your own business for a change.
Well, there's not much that we can say to that. We'll try to be more discerning from now on.
I've already chosen my successor. No need to harp on it about it more. Already written up on my will and passed it off to my lawyer. You'll be sure to let your friends at the police know too.
Damn. Okay.
By the way, you're obviously not just run-of-the-mill cop. Who are you?
Why? I believe I mentioned it whenever I introduced myself. I'm just a simple housewife.
A likely tale. That fellow next to you also got a strange air about him. He's no ordinary person, is he?
My, how observant of you. I suppose you could say that, yes.
Doesn't take a genius to see it. One of them phony psychic types, are you? Phony? Hit a nerve, did I? There are far too many of your kind around lately. Cozying up to those in power by feeding them a bunch of nonsense. Liars and cheaters, all of you.
You seem to have quite the chip on your shoulder about this, Mr. Yamashina.
Don't know if it's because of this occult craze going around, but I've seen far too many folk get taken in by that tripe.
Ooh, Soto does not like that. Dang. I got a new kitten and he's yet to learn to stay off my keyboard. Oh, I wanted a kitten so bad. I hope you enjoy your little kitten. Also, hi, Esta. Spiritual phenomena, the supernatural, aliens, cryptids. Wait, this seems like the exact same from the last game. Urban legends of Kuchisake Onna and Hanako-san, television, yeah. And, okay.
That Wakamura over there on Kamashina is one of them. Talk about a waste of potential. Potential? Can't say I care much about who you are anymore. You going around with some phony psychic tells me all I need to know. How dare you?
Sato, calm down. We can think what he wants. He can think what he wants. There is one more thing I should warn you about. Eating the flesh of that mermaid you found won't grant you immortality. I love Yumeko so far. Holy shit. What a girl boss.
And what would you know about that?
Well, you know, one hears all sorts of things in this day and age. I don't know where it came from, but there seems to be a legend that eating mermaid flesh will grant one immortality. All I wanted to say was that it's just that, a legend. It has no basis in reality at all.
How can you be so sure?
Just think about it. If that legend were true, wouldn't it be strange that no confirmed immortals have ever been found?
Yeah, who's to say they aren't just living in hiding?
The legacy of Yao Bakuni is passed down in over 100 places across Japan, yet not a single verifiable immortal has ever been found to show for it.
You mean to say all those legends were fake? Please. If even just one of those tales is true, there's always the chance that an immortal hiding away somewhere.
You really are quite the dreamer, aren't you?
I figured you were trying to bluff me out of that mermaid corpse for some reason or other, but now I'm sure that that thing's hiding some sort of secret, something you don't want me to find out.
Ooh. Ooh. So, you admit you have the mermaid corpse? Oh, don't worry, we assumed as much from the start. If I'm not mistaken, that mermaid was in a sort of mummified state, no? I doubt you'll be eating it as it is. Surely there's no harm in handing it over?
So you can hog it for yourself? You won't fool me that easily.
You don't think that a rare specimen like that ought to be placed in the care of proper research institute?
I'm saying I'll get a specialist research institute to study it, problem solved.
I suppose so.
I'll make sure that mermaid gets studied properly, don't you worry about that.
By the way, you're quite well connected around these parts, if I'm not mistaken. This doesn't have anything to do with what came here to talk about. But I was wondering if you happen to recognize the person in this sketch. It seems that he lived in the Tashima area around 6 years ago.
Nope, never seen him.
I assume you've heard the news about the old human bones found on the seabed? This is a sketch of one of the victims from that case. You sure you have no idea who it could be?
First I've heard of it, actually. Got no interest in things that have nothing to do with me.
I mean, I actually do believe him there. Who might this Wakamura be?
Wakamura? He's one of my proteges. He's the one currently in charge over at Kamashima. Used to have high hopes for that one, but that changed when he came under the thrall of some phony sorcerer in Tokyo.
A phony sorcerer in Tokyo?
You heard, right? Since then, there's been no end to his nonsense. Buying properties on the mountains, changing company names, all because of something this sorcerer whispered in his ear. He even told me the layout of my house was unlucky, and he tried to get me to renovate the place. Just recently, he was going on about some curse causing a big storm, that sort of rubbish.
A storm caused by a curse?
Even said the storm 5 years ago was caused by the same curse. He's been trying to wheedle me into helping him find some way to stop it. But I'm done with him and his ramblings. Man's clearly a lost cause. He'll be coming over here tomorrow morning, but I'm thinking it's time to have someone else take the reins over at Kamashima.
Even though you believe in immortality, you refuse to associate with anything to do with the occult.
And you do? I figured someone claiming to be a cop would have more sense than that. How are you meant to solve crimes if criminals can just pull out curses left and right?
You won't find me disagreeing there. So, what exactly has this Wakamura been saying about this curse?
Hell if I remember. Why don't you go to Kamashima and ask the man yourself?
Maybe we will. Thank you for the information. Is there anything you can tell us about the phony sorcerer this Wakamura is so devoted to?
Wakamura went about how there's some big shot who appeared on television. I never heard of him. As I said, just ask him yourself.
Of course, we'll be sure to do so. about this, then? If you agree to give up the mermaid, we'll tell you what we know in return. For someone who doesn't seem to believe in the occult, you seem awfully fixated on this mermaid and immortality, which suggests to me you found something you consider quite conclusive.
What do you want about?
Well, I happen to know a bit more about mermaids than most people.
Ma'am, are you sure?
It's fine. I had the opportunity to do some research into them a while back, you see.
You don't say.
Well, mermaids do indeed have the ability to grant a human immortality.
I knew it.
More precisely, individuals granted immortality in this way are known as 800-year immortals.
So they have a lifespan of 800 years?
That's right. As the name suggests, they have 800 years of remaining life. During this time, they won't age a day, and even if they die, they'll resurrect immediately.
Sounds like a real blessing.
I'm afraid it's anything but. One who defies the very laws of nature like that is no longer human. They're an anomalous being that should not be allowed to exist. As such, our position requires that any such individual we find are dealt with as swiftly as possible. Okay, I'm still thinking that Mare was potentially a mermaid. If they get resurrected, right? Indeed, this immortality was originally a curse mermaids placed upon humans. Immortality is neither a blessing nor salvation for the living. It's a curse that robs them of the ability to die. None of those who have become 800-year mortals have found happiness. Not one. It renders living among other humans impossible and makes them an outcast from society. Of course, there are a few years at first when life will be tolerable, but after that, every meeting ends up in parting. You outlive whomever you love or are loved by. Even if you find acceptance, it will only be for a time. You will always be shunned eventually. You'll experience this over and over for 800 years, and 800 years unable to die, with loneliness as your constant companion. Hi, Nino! This is why many see no other recourse than a life of monastic seclusion, just as Yao Bikuni did.
I suppose that makes sense. Still, there's always be those who seek immortality, always have and always will be.
You think so? I, for one, struggle to see the appeal. In any case, there are also certain conditions that must be met for this curse of immortality to be effective. Eating mermaid's flesh alone isn't enough to make you an 800-year immortal. I only now just noticed if I should be concerned. I can't tell if this is a shadow or her neck actually has bruising on it. That does seem a little bit abnormal. Why did I not notice that before?
Oh, and what exactly are these conditions?
I'm sorry to disappoint, but I'm not aware of the specifics there myself. A person who has gained an 800-year lifespan after being cursed by a mermaid. Someone who ingests part of the body of a mermaid that meets certain conditions will be cursed and become a being known as an 800-year mortal. Once cursed, the individual's own body is lost, and a provisional body is reconstructed using the parts of the mermaid ingested as a medium. Their soul is then transferred to this provisional body, which they are able to control as if it were their own, with their consciousness presiding over both their soul and body from the head. As such, they could already be considered to be more spirit in nature than human. If the individual is fatally wounded or contracts an illness that results in their death, their body will instantly be restored to its default state, allowing them to revive. In the event that they lose any body parts, their heart will treat the largest remaining part of them as their main body and regenerate any lost parts from there, with the removed parts subsequently vanishing. This even occurs in the event that the lost body part is the head. However, these individuals heal from non-fatal wounds at only a slightly faster rate than their bodies would be capable of naturally. As these people feel physical sensations and pain to the same extent as they would have in their original body, it is extremely difficult to tell whether an individual is an 800-year-old immortal or not unless they die, even for the individual themselves. The lifespan of this provisional body is 800 years from the time of its creation. Due to the individual's original body being already lost, not even the mermaid responsible for the original curse is able to dispel it. The individual will only see the end of their long life once 800 years have passed. Holy fucking shit. Okay, this is, crazy. Huh. Ah!
Apparently it's my sub anniversary despite only starting my sub yesterday. I'd how the works but hope you enjoy Paranormasight too and have a good day in general. JPH it's peak.
Thank you so much, Kate, for the 2 months. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I hope you keep enjoying the emotes too. So, here we go. I was looking for a difference of 800 years. Game takes place in 1980. So, 800 years ago would be 1180. Here. In 1180, Kiyomori's daughter Nariko married into the imperial family, and her son ascended to the throne as emperor, enabling the Heike to consolidate their monopoly on political authority. In the midst of the resulting years of warfare, Kiyomori died of illness in March of 1181. Did he die? Okay, this seems really important now, the Heike. Because now we can make the assumption that there is a mermaid that is at least 800 years old right now in this story. Okay, these years match up though. So, in the midst of resulting years of warfare, Kiyomori died of illness of 1181. Despite losing one of their key members, the Taira clan continued to struggle against their opponents, but to no avail. In 1185, they were finally defeated in the battle, and many of its members, including Kiyomori's grandson, Emperor Antoku, who was still a child at the time, were lost beneath the waves of Dan no Ura, burdened with unfulfilled ambitions. Could that be our mermaid? Kiyomori's grandson, Emperor Antoku. He was a child in this story. He would be 800 years old, right? So okay. That could be a potential. I'm just kind of ruling things out and also keeping some people in mind. For all we know, this is what could have started it all. So Emperor Antoku was still a child and lost beneath the waves. So this was in 1185. So that would imply that he would be at least, you know, he was still a child. So if he was born in 1180, that would be 5 years old. And the 800 years later would line up a little bit better in terms of years here. So, this is interesting. This could be where our first mermaid was discovered or something. Or, maybe it could be earlier, sorry. But, okay. I just want to keep that in mind. I can say this much at least. The mummy you have in your possession is no mermaid.
Bullshit! Ain't no way that anything other than a mermaid.
What I mean to say is that mummy is a different being from the mermaids who wield this curse. Not all half-fish, half-human beings are mermaids, you see. In fact, calling them all by the same name is what leads to mishaps like this one.
Say what? You mean to tell me that's not a mermaid? That real mermaids are a completely separate thing?
That's right, which is why I can say with confidence that eating its flesh won't make you immortal.
Seems like you weren't bluffing after all. What is that thing then? There's gotta be some reason you're after it.
I imagine that even if you had it dissected and examined, all results would point to it being just a mass of fibers. In other words, nothing more than a man-made fake. There's a very good reason for that, you see. That mummy is merely the corpse of an average human twisted beyond recognition by the curse of the forsaken fish. Another curse wielded by mermaids, as it happens, that would be the remains of someone who died under it. It also happens to be the same curse responsible for the mermaids found every few hundred years or so across the country. You see now why we'd rather you handed the mermaid over to us? The poor soul deserves a proper burial, same as anyone else. Surely, even you're not so hard-hearted as to deny them that.
Curses this, curses that. It's all a bunch of hokum, if you ask me. That said, the report I got from the Research Institute earlier said exactly the same thing.
What? Oh my, I take it you already had the mermaid dissected.
They said it was likely a fake, but asked if I wanted them to keep going anyway. I told them to keep at it, but...
It should be clear now that you have nothing to gain from researching that corpse, least of all information on immortality. Won't you consider handing it over? Of course, we could always take you in on charges of abandonment and desecration of a corpse.
All right, have it your way.
I'm so glad that you've come around. Thank you for your cooperation.
I'll give you the damn mermaid, but in exchange I want you to tell me one thing. You say there are real mermaids out there. Where are these real mermaids hiding?
I suppose you could call it the eternal world. Yes, mermaids are not creatures of this world, you see. Their original home is Ryugu, the domain of the sea god.
How do you get there?
I'm sorry to say that Ryugu's doors are only open to the dead. Going there is impossible for a living human.
You could claim anything with a fairy tale like that. It all sounds like hokum.
The entrance to Ryugu is said to lie somewhere in the Issei Sea. There have been numerous sightings of mermaids crossing over to this world in the area's long history, which is why Issei Bay has its share of mermaid legends too.
Now that you mention it, I have heard of one of those stories. Some old tale about mermaids being found on some long-lost island called Taiishima or the like.
What? Wait a moment, where did you hear that story?
Caught your interest, have I? Looks like this story has some merit to it after all.
I was simply surprised, that's all. It's not a name I've come across in any historical records. An island said to have previously been located to the south of Kamashima. As it has long since vanished, it is sometimes referred to as Taiishima or Lost Island. No official records remain, and it remains shrouded in mystery, with knowledge of it preserved only in tales passed down between residents of the Ise-shima area. Legends say that the island was besieged by someone 400 years prior, and the curse of the murdered islanders caused the entire island to sink. What? Okay.
It's just something I heard from one of the youngins I have out there looking for mermaids.
Sounds like you've got a capable young hand. I don't suppose it would be possible to meet with this individual?
Not happening. Unless you're willing to spill the beans on everything you know about mermaids, every last bit of info. Maybe I'll consider it then. It's clear you're no ordinary housewife after all. Not interested? Then this meeting is over. I'll hand the corpse over to the police as promised. But don't think I've given up on mermaids or immortality. If they really exist, I'll find them and make them mine!
Well then. I see that that went well. Yeah. Hey there, YouTube. Sorry for calling you out here when you're busy. I figured it'd be best to give you the rundown of our findings as soon as possible. It's no problem. Go ahead. This is one of Issei City's residential districts. Right now, the ground is so hot, the air around it seems to be shimmering. Despite the heat, Soto looks as unruffled as ever. I do hope that he isn't pretending to be alright. What if Yumeko has this vision and the vision is mermaid vision? What if she's a mermaid? Right? And what if this vision is this vision into the other world, Ryugu or whatever?
What's up, Chad and Crystal? Krista arrived. Krista, hi.
Thank you for the 54 months in Arctic. I appreciate it.
Let's hear what Detective Ide has to say.
Also, the other reason that I want to accuse Yumeko of being a mermaid is because why the fuck does she know so much? Bitch knows so much about mermaids that I'm like, bitch has to be a mermaid herself. She knows way too much.
Okay, why does the city look like Inaba? Krista done.
This city looks like Inaba? Yo. Wait, you're kind of right, though. I didn't think about that. This is Inaba. Thank you, Anne, for the 12-month resub. I appreciate it. That's just the police box I was waiting at. Something you were wondering about? Oh, no, I just happened to find myself looking at it, that's all. Would you rather talk inside? Though there's no air conditioner, so it's probably cooler out here. Talking out here should be fine. And what do we have here? Ah, it's a poster advertising Kamashima. Something about it catching your eye? I was just thinking, surely it would be better to put it somewhere tourists would actually see it? Good point. Maybe they had some posters left over. It's a nice place. Great tourist spot, too. I'd recommend it. A message came in from Detective Ide just as we were about to head to Kamashima, so we stopped by to hear what he had to say. Impressively quick work on his part, to be sure. I just hope he has some good information for us. So, did you manage to meet up with Mr. Yamashina? Yes, thank you again for your help there. It just seems that he's willing to hand over the body without any fuss. Still, why would some big-shot tycoon go to all that trouble to withhold a body? If everything I've heard is true, you could probably take him in on charges of desecrating a corpse, you know. Or was there something special about that corpse? How observant of you, Detective. I can, of course, explain if you'd like to know more. Is it related to that secret department of yours? I think I'm better off not knowing. Oh, really? I don't mind bringing you into the fold.
Ma'am, please stop trying to rope him into helping us.
In a way, I kind of feel bad for Soto. Bro just lives here. He's getting, like, dragged along. I've never met the guy, but I hear he's quite the cranky old geezer. How did your meeting go? I bet he was pretty wary of you being with the police, but he didn't try to pick a fight or anything, did he? Oh, well, I'm not sure you could say it went smoothly, but... Okay, I'm definitely concerned about the bruising on her neck. Very concerned. That's not a shadow. That is definitely bruising. That's a little concerning. I don't think we upset him, at least. Probably. You, don't sound very sure about that. That's exactly what I wanted to talk to you about. I got all hands on deck to go asking around about that sketch you gave me. We finally found someone who recognizes the victim. The person who recognizes him was a housewife in his 20s who lived in Kumano 7 years ago. Apparently, the sketch looks like a 19-year-old she knew who left the village to go to the city. 7 years ago? He was 19, no? From the sounds of it, the guy had no relatives to speak of, left the village with nothing but the clothes on his back. She doesn't know what happened to him after that. That would make him a young man with no relatives who left his hometown behind 7 years ago. Did we get a name for our mystery man? Sure did. His name was Kipe Ikoma. Ikoma. I feel like I've heard that somewhere. I looked him up in the residence registry, and it does look like he moved from Kumano to Ise City 7 years ago. But it seems he doesn't live at the place that he was at his address anymore. That's unfortunate. I checked in with the apartment's landlord, and it would seem that about 6 years ago, the landlord had his contract terminated after he failed to pay both his rent and return to his apartment for several months straight. The landlord didn't put out a search request or anything, so that's where the trail ends, I'm afraid. If he went missing 6 years ago, I suppose it wouldn't surprise me if those were his remains. We'll keep looking into Ikoma and see if he was involved in anything that might have led to his murder. Of course, there's always the possibility we've got the wrong guy, so we'll keep asking around just in case. Please do. Huh. Testimonies indicate that the individual in the sketch resembles a youth by the name of Kipe Ikoma. He has no known relatives. The victims are believed to have been killed by a curse wielded by someone connected to the Heiki. Yeah, the Heiki is, now the thing I'm looking at the most. Okay. Taira no Taramori. And Taira no Kiyomori. And then Kiyomori's daughter, the son, Emperor Antoku. Okay. The woman we spoke to said that sketch was really accurate. No doubt in her mind it was Ikoma. That accurate?
I'm sure we got the right person.
Still, how did you even make that sketch? There were nothing left of the victim but bones. Well, let's just say it's classified for now. Guess that means I shouldn't pry any further. I also looked into that lady you were asking about, Somakawa. Did you find anything? Seems she hasn't registered as a resident even though she moved here 5 years ago. Nothing came up for Somakawa in the civil registry either. So I'm afraid I don't have anything on who she is or where she came from. Sorry to disappoint. Is that quite common? Happens. It's not unheard of for folks from the countryside to come here for work and just drift on, but no one really knowing who they are. Apparently it was really common during the post-war growth period. It seems we have quite the mystery woman on our hands. Though there is something I've been wondering about. You have some idea who she might be? Have you heard of the Kamashima Southern Sea disaster? It was a big maritime disaster that struck 5 years back. One of the victims of that disaster was an Ama diver, a housewife from Kamashima by the name of Mare Minakuchi. Seems her maiden name was Somakawa. Our mystery woman shares a surname with a maritime disaster victim. I'm impressed you managed to dig that up. I was already looking into the Kamashima disaster because of the skeletal remains, so it was a happy coincidence if anything. So you thought that they may be related too. I'm glad it wasn't just me. It seems like the bodies of those disaster victims were never found in the end, which got me thinking. Are you saying? I was thinking Mari Minakuchi could have survived the disaster. And you think she then moved to Ijika and started going by her old name of Somikawa? That's right, what do you think? Seems like a long shot, but maybe. But if that's the case, why would she have stayed in Ijika for 5 whole years without thinking to contact her family? Maybe she lost her memories. Right, if only she had her old memories to rely on, it wouldn't be that odd if she went back to using her old name.
Surely her appearance would still be the same, though. It is difficult to imagine no one recognizing her for 5 whole years.
It's possible she just never ran into anyone she knew. That kind of thing's more likely than you think. Speaking of appearances, I found a picture of Mare from a report on the disaster. I haven't met this Somikawa myself, so could you take a look for me and let me know what you think? This is interesting. What do you think, Soto?
If she aged 5 years and grown badly gaunt, I can certainly see how this woman might come to resemble Miss Somikawa.
You agree it's a pretty solid theory? Certainly worth looking into, yes. But if she really is Mare, there's something else that concerns me. This is just what I've heard, but it seems like the islanders over on Kamashima think this Mare was the cause of the disaster. No idea, but it seems like it's pretty much taken for granted by most of the folks over there. Even just mentioning her name is sort of a taboo. So I was thinking it wouldn't be that odd if she felt that she couldn't go back home because of that. Seems as good a reason as why she wouldn't want to come forward anyway. She really is related to that storm 5 years ago. She's a point of interest regardless of her connection to the skeletal remains. Perhaps it's worth looking into that first. Can I leave talking to Miss Somikawa to you two then? So this is no new information to me, at least. Wondering about my suit, are you? It's just a cheap old thing. Sorry I don't have anything more presentable. So people believe this Mare called forth the curse of the raging waves 5 years ago. I didn't expect the curse to come up here, of all places. Wait. I remember. The sole survivor of Taiishima. His name was Somikawa? What? That was 400 years ago. That was 400 years ago. A wooden box. That's all I have to report. As for our next move, could we ask you to keep looking into the Kipe Ikoma for us? We'll see if we can find Somikawa again and hear what she has to say. Unfortunately, it looks like our trip to Kamashima will have to wait until tomorrow. You had business on Kamashima too? That was actually our original reason for coming here. But now we've gotten caught up in all this other troublesome business, so it looks like dealing with that will have to come first. And here I was hoping to get this over with as soon as possible so I could get back home to my husband. You sure are devoted to your husband. Oh, very much. Though I do worry as he never eats properly when I'm not around. In any case, please do get in touch if you find anything else of note. Even if it's not just something out of the ordinary happening, anything could be of help. Sure will do, though you're kind of making me worried something might actually happen now. I'd certainly prefer it if it didn't. Anyway, we're counting on you, Detective. Toba City Coast. So we're getting more and more reason to believe that Somikawa is a line of mermaids.
Bad news, ma'am. It seems that we were a step too late.
What do you mean?
Someone came and took that Somikawa woman out to sea just a few minutes ago. According to the witness, a foreign man came to the port with Miss Somikawa in tow. Then they boarded a motorboat that was moored there and headed out into the bay. It didn't appear there to be by force, so we can probably assume they knew each other.
A foreign man? Not sure what's going on, but we should probably get on a boat and follow. Soda, what's wrong?
The spiritual force, it's overwhelming.
My body won't move. What's going on? What the fuck? What the fuck? What? That girl over there, is she doing this? What?
You can withstand this curse? You really are quite strong, mister. Sorry, but I can't let you go any further. I'll have to ask you to leave. Ah! Voithiticus Numa, guardian spirit, grant me the wisdom of the Numinos? Oh, hi, guiding spirit, light my path ahead. Seems they saved us the effort of searching for them.
So it seems. Let's see if this girl can tell us what we want to know. Oh. Did Sato just fuck her up? What the fuck? What?
Who are you? I could ask you the same. What do you want with Miss Somikawa? So you know who Miss Somikawa is, do you? Maybe. What's it to you? Ma'am, this girl's spirit sense is extremely potent, but she lacks experience. She seems hesitant to employ curses against people. If I have an opening, I can use my curse of binding to restrain her. Usually it's too risky to use on ordinary people, but that shouldn't apply here.
I certainly wouldn't mind getting some information out of her, so this is good and as good an opportunity as any. I'll see if I can get her to lower her guard. When she wavers, I'll signal for you to use the curse of binding. Sound like a plan?
Sounds like a plan. On your signal.
Use Soto's curse of binding to restrain your opponent when they let their guard down. But press the use curse button to signal to use it to him to use it. You only have 3 chances? Oh god. Okay, appease. There's no need to be so uptight. How about we stop all of this and just talk a bit?
Not happening. You're just going to use a curse the moment I drop my focus.
Can we assume the foreign man who took Miss Somikawa is a friend of yours?
So what if he is? Why are you trying to follow them?
What do you want with Miss Somikawa?
I could ask the same of you. You just want a relic for yourselves, don't you?
You know about the relic? If you know about the relic, I'm afraid we can't let you get away.
I'm the one holding you here.
We'd rather not have a heavy-handed about this earlier. Let's calm down and find some other way to resolve this.
That won't work on me. I'm at the rebellious age, you see.
Threaten. If you resist anymore, we'll have you taken in for obstruction of police duties.
You're with the police?
Despite appearances, yes, defying us could net you quite the heavy punishment.
You must be from Paranormal Affairs.
Then I definitely can't do what you say. Why does this little girl know so much? Oh my god! You have quite some nerve standing up to us despite knowing where we're from. Don't think that you'll get off lightly.
Threatening me won't get you anywhere. You can't arrest me unless it's an emergency.
Even knowing where we're from Paranormal Affairs, you kept a straight face and hid your ties. I can tell you're both bold and smart.
Thanks, I guess. Will you give it up now?
You're also with Paranormal Affairs?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
This is the trouble with secret departments. Not even their own members recognize each other. What a bother. So we're both from Paranormal Affairs. Let's talk. Perhaps there's some way we can help.
I told you, I don't know what you're talking about. It's none of your business anyway.
You need the relic yourself, so you're unwilling to cooperate with us. Am I correct?
If that's what you think, can you give up already?
This isn't gonna work. I just have no options. Oh my god, no! I understand where you're coming from. We won't interfere anymore. Sato, you can stop now.
Ma'am? Really? Thanks. You grown-ups and your dirty tricks!
You did well to be cautious of us, but I'm afraid this is how grown-ups get things done. Now, will you tell us what you're up to here?
I suppose I've slowed you down enough. You'll never catch up to the boat now. Guide my path. With thy merciful hand uphold me. What? She broke the binding? Bye.
Why is this little girl more powerful than Sato? What the fuck? Looks like she's giving us the slip. I doubt we'll be able to catch her now. I'm going to have a word with Paranormal Affairs about that girl. I put in a call to Paranormal Affairs about our errant young lady just now.
I assume she's indeed affiliated with them?
It seems her name is Cersei Lunarlight. She's an exorcist from England who's come here on exchange, part of her spiritual training, as I understand.
The Lunarlight family?
Are they well known?
I've heard of them. They're a distinguished family of exorcists, quite an old one. It would certainly explain the strength of her spirit sense.
In any case, it seems that she's in the care of Paranormal Affairs while she's in Japan. I do wish they'd tell us these things in advance.
What is she doing here in Mie Prefecture?
Seems even Paranormal Affairs isn't sure what she's up to. They've been looking for her. From the sounds of things, she's been skipping her training assignments to travel around Japan, visiting all sorts of spiritual spots instead.
Doesn't seem like they're keeping an eye on her at all.
Unfortunately not. They asked me to tell her to return to Tokyo at once when we next see her.
I see. More work for us, then.
The things we find ourselves caught up in. She seems to know more about Somikawa, too. I got a bad feeling about all of this.
Shall we try looking for her? I imagine she's still in the area.
No, not now. If all that is true, I doubt she'll be looking to cause too much trouble. I'm sure that we'll run into each other again eventually. I think that's enough trouble for one day. Let's call it a day. We'll head for Kamashima first thing tomorrow. Yikes. Oh no! So I have to go back here. I guess I can try the other option. So this is the only one that's unchecked, and I'll skip to the first. So I'll just try to go back immediately, even though it's already checked off, but I don't actually think I did this. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is where we met up with Sato. Oof. Oh, Chie. Chie. How's your back doing? Not going to get any better lounging around at home, that's for sure. More importantly, no one's meant to be taking their boats out right now because of the storm that's on the way. Don't tell me you didn't hear. Yeah, but if it was more of a warning than a rule, the weather looked fine, so I figured it was okay. You should know better than that, Azami. You youngins never listen, do you? Veteran Ama diver. Oh, no. Chie Toyama. The de facto leader of the Ama divers on Kamashima, she is a highly influential figure on the island. She married into the family on Kamashima shortly after the end of the Second World War at the age of 20, and has been working as an Ama diver for close to 40 years. Rarely missing the opening day of each diving session, she has displayed a natural talent for diving ever since her days as an apprentice, coming to be known as Chie the Mermaid, for the deft ease in which she moves through the water. In her heyday, she earned more money than her husband, enough to send all 3 of her sons to university, an achievement that she takes great pride in and also earned her considerable authority in her household. Now a grandmother to 7, a back injury has led to her being less active than she used to be. But she is still considered one of the most experienced divers on the island. Her graceful swimming shows no signs of decline, continuing to inspire others even now. Her diver rank is 67? That's it? That is it? Bitch, I got to rank 17 in like an hour. And this bitch spent 40 years only getting to 67? I could do that in a week. A week! Fucking pussy. And going out with a Minakuchi boy of all people. Actually, Azami only took out his boat because I asked him to help out with my work.
Wait a second, don't tell me you went out on a dive.
Why? Why do you ask? Am I not allowed to be an aima diver?
Absolutely not! I won't allow it!
Yuz is a member of the association, same as everyone else. As long as he follows the rules, it should be fine, right? Sure, it's rare for guys to become aima divers, but it's not like it's forbidden.
That ain't what I'm talking about. I'm saying he shouldn't be allowed in the sea. It's obscene is what it is. Everyone agreed to put up with him being on island for Suyu's sake. But now he gets in his head to go diving of all things. Have you no sense, boy?
Seems like I'll have to have a few words with Suyu. You're not knowing your place is going to cause everyone trouble.
Listen up, Minakuchi boy. You'd better keep your head down and stay put on dry land where you belong. No more diving.
Hey now, you don't think they're just going a bit too far? No need to lay into Yuza.
Azami, you really don't think anything of all this? After what his mother did?
Nope, not at all. Yuza hasn't done anything wrong. He was a victim of the disaster, maybe more than anyone else.
Aww, my friend is standing up for me.
Recently, there's been strange rumbling coming from the sea, the same rumbling as 5 years ago. Everyone's scared of what might be coming. They're bracing themselves for another big disaster. Oh, is that what you meant by the storm? The weather forecast said today things were going to stay calm for a bit, though.
To hell with the weather forecast. It didn't save us 5 years ago.
Anyhow, you see why you've got to stay in the god of the sea's good graces. No doing anything to upset them. Yikes. Don't let it get you down, Yuzu. Chie isn't a bad person at heart, but the old folks here are all pretty firm in their beliefs, I guess. It's only natural. I was kind of expecting it, to be honest. I don't think she'd get that mad. Guess they have a bigger chip on their shoulder about all this than I thought. Seems like they really think your mom was to blame for the disaster. I guess wanting to get to the bottom of things there was one of my reasons for becoming an aima diver. Everyone's been avoiding the topic until now, but that can't go on forever. Hey, you two! Oh, it's Kikuko. Yeah, you two over there! Can I get some help with these boxes here? I need to get them to the warehouse. Kikuko Tsutsui. What the I really wish my phone would fucking stop listening to me. Fucking Google just decided like it was gonna listen to me. And it's whenever I said Kikui Suo or whatever her name was, Google thought I said sexy Suo. Fuck off. Tsutsui. So it thought I said sexy Sui. And it was trying to find... Okay, anyway. A woman born and raised on Kamashima. Unmarried, she is known for her friendly, sociable nature and almost sisterly tendency to look after others, both of which make her a familiar face to many on the island. Ever since her school days, Kikuko harbored a strong desire to leave Kamashima and make a life for herself elsewhere. While most of her classmates began working as aima divers following graduation from middle school, she decided to enroll in a boarding school as a first step towards fulfilling this goal. Going on a graduation from a junior college in Aichi Prefecture and then finding a job in general administration at a company in Ise City. However, because her assigned work consisted only of unfulfilling menial tasks like pouring tea and answering calls, she left after only 1 year. I don't blame her! She changed jobs repeatedly over the following years, but found no further luck in subsequent workplaces. Eventually, recognizing that success as an aima diver is determined solely by the extent of one's physical prowess and ingenuity, she came to find the idea of such work appealing and moved back to Kamashima 4 years ago. Despite her late start as an aima diver compared to her peers, she leveraged her high athletic ability and talent which even saw her a star in the national athletic meet during her school days, and her innate knack for an analytical thinking and research to consistently turn out good results, and she has since earned the respect of even the veteran AMA divers of the island. Her diver rank is 41? Dude, Chie must really fucking suck. She's 28 years old and almost is gonna pass Chie up. Kikuko has had scant luck with men, even having been introduced to several potent potential partners, only to be turned down by all of them. Her parents, anxious for her future, worry that a large birthmark on her face is to blame. But Kikuko herself remains unfazed, citing her lack of interest in marriage as the primary cause, something which has caused them no end of concern. Although she endeavored to hide her birthmark with makeup while at school and during her time as an office worker, she has since embraced it, proudly proclaiming it to be her symbol. Yeah, I didn't really, well, of course I noticed the birthmark on her face, but I didn't think anything of it, though. Thanks, I knew I could rely on you youngins to help me out. Youngins? You're 28! How kind. Pretty sure you're the only ones who'd say that, though. I was told out of nowhere to make sure anything valuable was stowed away, just in case a storm hits. What a pain. You're getting ready for the storm? Yep, pretty silly when the weather's this good, huh? It's not like I can say no, though. Speaking of plans, I overheard Chie giving you an earful just now. Are you seriously planning on becoming an Ava diver, Yuza? Well, that was the plan, but it's looking like I might be forced into retirement before I even begin. Why now? Didn't you come back here to look after Suyu? Yes, but I still have to do work, and I've always been interested in Ava diving. Gran was also pretty down about no longer being able to dive, so I thought it might cheer her up a bit. So you want to follow in Suyu's footsteps? Still, you must have noticed that everyone back here was on edge just at the thought of you coming back here. Even they hear you went diving. If they ever hear that you went diving, they'll likely be a bit of an uproar. Are they really that set against Yuza going into the sea? I've never heard anyone say anything like that. Well, they don't say it where you can't hear it. Everyone loves you here, and they know that you're close with Yuza. They probably feel that they can't be that tough on him with you around. Oh, never mind. Forget I said anything. I can't deny that there's been this creepy rumblings coming from the sea recently, though it's no wonder everyone's unnerved. It's some sort of disaster does end up happening again, and Yuza gets caught doing something he wasn't meant to. That'll probably be the end for him. That's what I don't get. Do people seriously believe that Yuza's mom caused that storm? Everyone suffered because of it, including Yuza's family. It's so stupid. Honestly, I think it's stupid too. But the truth is, there are a bunch of people who believe it. So making a fuss about it isn't gonna get you anywhere, right? Besides, even if this storm doesn't come in at the end, a different kind of storm may already be brewing. A different kind of storm? Well, you shouldn't have any trouble if you keep your head down. Just be good and do what you're told, and no one will get on your case, yeah? Give me a break. Why's he gotta keep his head down here? He was born and raised on Kamashima just like everyone else. Hey, getting mad at me won't change anything. If it upsets you that much, why don't you leave? Leaving a place like this behind might be for the best, don't you think? I can't just ask my gran to move somewhere else at her age. Then you'll just have to put up with it. If you want to blame anyone, blame your mom. Did his mom even do anything 5 years ago? No one wants to tell us anything. No idea. I only came back here after the disaster, so I don't know what happened at the time. Mr. Wakamura always seems like he knows more than he lets on, though. Now that I think about it, why don't you just ask Suyu what she knows? Suyu? I've already asked Gran about it countless times. She says that she doesn't know anything. And you don't think that's a bit suspicious? If anyone knows something, it'd be her, right? You might be right. She is pretty hard to read. I wouldn't be able to tell if she was hiding something anyway. Anyway, I do feel bad for you, but you've got to grin and bear it, okay? For everyone's sake. I'm not sure I like this attitude. Thanks for the help, you two. Try to stay out of trouble, okay? Something a little weird. Kikuko really seemed like she didn't know anything, huh? But folks are way more on edge than I thought. I've gotten the sense I'm not exactly welcome here ever since I came back. I didn't think that trying to make a living here would lead to that much backlash. I didn't realize everyone disliked my mom quite that much or that they were so suspicious of her. Seems like the timing wasn't great either. Everyone's wound up about these ill omens that are happening right now. Still, I'm sure now that my mom must have had some sort of secret, and I'm almost certain that it had to do with what we're looking into. If everyone hears that I went diving today, it might prompt people to start talking about what happened 5 years ago. If there's any time to ask about your mom, it's now. I think we should see what Old Man Wakamura and Tsuyu have to say about all this. Assuming Gran agrees to talk about it. Yay! Oh. Oh! That's a little interesting. The timeline got pushed, so this is the accurate time in which things are happening simultaneously. Ooh. So this would be the assumption that his mom is not dead yet. At this point. But then, it's here, the Futamigura investigation. Interesting. That also makes me sketch on all of the timelines in this game. So all of these, because we don't know exactly when these events happened. And time can determine a lot of things. Okay, so I can't trust the timelines here. The residents of Kamashima are extremely against Yuza becoming an Ava diver. Yuza believes that the hidden secret behind this is his deceased mother, Mare. Is the reason for this so that it is also the key for finding the mermaid. So he begins a full-scale search. I think we should see what Old Man Wakamura and Tsuyu have to say about all this. Assuming Gran agrees to talk about it. Oh boy! The cursor interacts with the thing. Anyway. I'm stupid. Okay, August 7th. Seems like there's a bit of commotion over there. Maybe they know something about the rumors. Want me to go ask? That'd be great, thanks. Hey, what's up? Did something happen? Oh, if it isn't Azami! I don't know if you've heard, but... 15 minutes later. Once they get started, they never stop talking. Nothing about your mom, I'm afraid. They did have some interesting things to say. Do you want the normal news or the worrying news? Start with the worrying. There are reports that 2 Ama divers have gone missing. Apparently both cases were around Ijika town on the mainland. Were they diving accidents or something? It still seems under investigation. The sea hasn't been that rough lately, but I guess it's a dangerous job, so you never know what might happen. 2 Ama divers going missing one after the other is pretty unusual, so it does make you wonder. It wasn't that long ago that there was all this talk of human bones being found in the sea near Toba, you know? I remember that, yeah. Isn't that also near Ijika? Maybe that's why Chie was going on about bad omens. It definitely is worrying news. How about the normal news? We've got a bunch of tourists visiting right now, as usual, but what's really gotten people talking is there are 2 foreigners among them today. Issei Grand Shrine has seen a lot of foreign visitors, but it's unusual for them to come to the outlying islands like this. It seems that they've been going around asking a bunch of questions, and get this. They said that they're coming here looking for mermaids. Right when we were looking into them, too. For some reason, they were asking about your mom. But my mom would... why would foreign visitors be asking about my mom? It seems like people think that they're pretty shady. I was told not to go near them and everything. I definitely want to hear what they have to say. I wonder where they are now. Probably still on Kamashima at least, though the question is, where? I guess if we see 2 Westerners around, we'll know who they are. Apparently they're an older man and a young girl. An old man and a young girl? The old man that took Mare out on a boat ride? And the young girl that beat us up basically in a psychic battle. Huh. Interesting. Oh yeah, this Chad. Shotaro. Hey, you two. Just the man I wanted to see. Who greets someone like this? Chat, I'm convinced that Shotaro is evil. Hey, what's up, chat? Like, this is not how you... Like, you... Palm facing the person, like you're waving at them. Hi, this is, like, psychotic. Why would you do that? You wouldn't happen to have seen Sato around, would you? Sato? No, haven't seen her today. She was supposed to meet with me earlier, but she never showed. She didn't show. Did something happen? I'm sure it was just because of my old man's ridiculous request earlier. Honestly, I don't know what he was thinking. He really has been acting off lately. I can't believe he'd had something to say something like that. It's nothing for you two to worry about. By the way, Yuza, I hear you become an Ava diver? But I was told to stop, so I'm currently on extended, if not permanent, leave. Don't let it get to you. I, for one, think you should go for it. I imagine everyone's been using your mother as an excuse, saying that she brought bad luck to the island or some such. Wow, that's exactly it! Do you know why everyone keeps saying Yuza's mom was a bad omen, Shotaro? Oh, yeah, what was it? Something about her being the Raging Waves curse bearer? The Raging Waves curse bearer. Exactly, well, what you think it means. The curse bearer has the power to call forth that calamity of the sea. My old man was going on about it earlier, but it's probably just superstitious nonsense. Don't pay it any mind. But I should really get going. Let me know if you see Sato, okay? Shotaro's evil. Shotaro is the evil reincarnation. Shotaro is the Emperor Antaku, Kiyomori's grandson from 800 years ago. He's the mermaid. I'm pretty curious about what Shotaro said. Yeah, the Raging Waves curse bear. Did people really see my mom that way? Maybe we should ask Mr. Wakamura what he knows. I think at some point, I think I have accused everyone of being a mermaid at this point. Maybe that's the big plot twist of the game. Everybody you meet in this game is actually a mermaid, except like one normal-ass person. Maybe there's actually only one normal person. And everybody is a mermaid. Everybody. Newsflash! Japan no longer has any humans, and everybody in Japan, the whole population is mermaids, and they don't even know it. That's what's going on. Huh? Ah! Tsukasa and Sato, what's going on? Well, I'm sorry. I can't explain things right now. Tsukasa, come on. We're drawing too much attention. Why is she crying? What was all that about? Something was definitely up with them. Who is the normal-ass guy, though, is the question? Azami. Azami is the normal-ass guy. They practically ran off when they saw us. Tsukasa was crying. What the hell could have happened? I'm worried too, but Sato said that she can't explain right now. I'm sure that means that they'll tell us later. We shouldn't grill them if they're not ready to talk about it. Still, I get the feeling we probably shouldn't tell Shotaro that we saw Sato here. let's keep this to ourselves until we learn a bit more. Wakamura, or I go talk to my granny. I'm gonna go to my granny.
Welcome back, Yuza. And Azami's here.
Thanks for having me.
You two went out diving today, didn't you? How did it go? You get a decent haul?
Gran, I was all set to enjoy the next stage of my life as an AIMA diver, but have found myself on forced leave the very day of my grand debut.
Goodness, did something happen? Oh my, Chie and the others said that. If I were you, I wouldn't pay them any mind. You're not breaking any rules, are you?
You sure it's okay?
No point fretting over pointless details is what I always say.
Yuza's paternal grandmother and a former AIMA. Ah, I like that they specify paternal grandmother. Interesting. And a former AIMA diver, born in the Taisho period. She has a relaxed and broad-minded nature, but her tendency not to concern herself with the finer details often makes those around her uneasy. Although, now retired due to health issues, she was one of the best AIMA divers, especially in her younger days, during which she had a fierce rivalry with Chie Toyama, also known as Chie the Mermaid. Later years saw them reconcile, and they can often be seen talking and laughing together at the diver site while grilling their catches. She lost her husband in the war when her son, Tosuke Minakuchi, was 3 years old. Aww. That is very interesting information to put in the profile. It seems a little too specific to be irrelevant, you know what I mean? She lost her husband in the war when her son, Tosuke, was 3 years old.
I must have underestimated just how deep tensions ran. I never imagined they'd still be that hostile towards her. I thought things would have calmed down by now for sure. I'm sorry, Yuza.
Not being allowed to dive isn't the end of the world. But are you sure there isn't a reason no one wants to talk about Mom?
No reason I can think of.
I'd like to get to the bottom of things there if possible. It's gonna affect my life here if I don't. And I'd like to clear my mom's name. If you don't mind me saying, it does seem pretty weird that people would be this upset just by Yuza coming back. You sure they're not some particular reason that they don't like the thought of him going out diving?
No reason I can think of.
The exact same answer as before. She's determined to pretend she doesn't know. Gran, I know that you've always been reluctant to talk about Mom. But I'm not a child anymore. Isn't it about time you told me the truth? You really can't think of any reason why everyone had such a problem with Mom.
I'll be honest with you, Mare wasn't actually human.
We were right?
Don't tell me you believed that. Can't you boys take a joke?
Really?
I was obviously kidding. Did all that seawater pickle your common sense? Of course I was. I thought I'd mess around a bit and see if I could get a rise out of you, but you sure turned the tables on me. Turning a prank around on me like that, I have nothing more to teach you, young Yuza.
Here, I fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. No good. She's set on giving us a slip. We're not getting to get anything more out of her like this. We need more information, huh?
How did your dive out in the bay go?
It went perfectly. You may know me only as your grandson,
but in truth, I'm a living legend. Kamashima's patron saint of diving. That does sound impressive. I was gonna leave it at that, but you're serious. You've improved by leaps and bounds since I last saw you.
Why? If I was to put it in numbers, you'd be rank 17. She just knows that by looking at me?
She just knows this by looking at me? Your grand's been around the AIMA diving block, you know. There's nothing more I can teach you. You'll make a fine diver, Ayuza.
I've been forbidden from diving for now, but so it seems that my life as a Nema diver will have to wait.
No need to fret. I'm sure that'll sort itself out in time.
I don't know about that. Your grandma's the same as ever, huh?
You've heard me say this before, but Mare found it difficult to fit in here on the island. This environment she grew up in was quite different, you see. She struggled to adapt to life in a small community, no other reason I can think of for the beef the others had with her. Whatever the case, I'm happy you've chosen to follow in my footsteps, Yuza. Good thing I thought to keep Mare's outfit. I don't know how I feel about being able to fit in my mom's clothes at this age. You never did get any taller after middle school, did you? Damn, has my constant diet of fresh food meant nothing?
It's nothing you need to worry about, Yuza. Doesn't make you any less charming. Do you have any diving advice for me?
Advice? If you're looking to get a higher score in a single dive, you should focus on gathering everything you can, even the small fry. Getting 10 or 15 will earn you a bonus to your final score. If you manage to nab a big catch, switching your focus to bringing in as many small catches as possible should net you a good result.
Damn. Damn, thanks, Granny. You wouldn't happen to have any other diving tips?
Bold as brass, but I'm glad you're keen to learn. Sometimes you come across areas when diving that are simply brimming with sea creatures. I call them bountiful zones. On the other hand, areas with lots of starfish are usually picked clean, with no sea creatures to speak of. I call those places barren zones. The more starfish, the less sea creatures. Got it. A whopper of a catch could still be hiding in a barren zone, of course. Always keep an eye on your surroundings.
What the heck? Sorry I had to leave early today to go diving, Gran. Was everything okay? How are you feeling?
I didn't have much pep in my step today, but it's fine because Sato came over this morning. She really is a saint, always helping me out with the help cooking and the cleaning like that.
Again? Gran, I know you're fond of her, but you really shouldn't rely on her too much. I didn't know Sato was coming over to help out. Yeah, she and Gran became friends recently. Before I knew it, she was coming over every so often. I don't trust Sato. Call me crazy, but like... She seems innocent, but... I don't trust her. Why would she suddenly have an interest in my grandma? Like, actually, why? Nah, that's weird. That's weird.
Sato's such a nice young lady. She even chats with me all the time about the latest TV drama developments. She's a bit naive in some ways, but she's a quick learner. Remembers everything I tell her almost instantly. I said she could relax here a while, but she left early today.
Make sure to thank her properly sometime, alright? No one's allowed to just be nice? With it being so sudden, yeah. Like, we've been living here for a long time. I've been living with my grandma for a long time. I've known Sato for seemingly a bit of time. And now, all of a sudden, she's nice to my grandma? For what reason? I'm always happy to help, you know. There's no need to depend on others so much.
If someone has to help me get things done, I'd rather it was a lovely young girl, you know. She does a much better job at cooking and cleaning than you do, Yuza.
See, I do my best to be a good grandson, and this is the thanks I get? We're gonna go out for a bit, Gran.
You two take care.
Oh, Kikuko's back. Want to try talking to her again? What now? I've had my fill of shady rumors for the day, okay? If you want to talk, let's talk about something fun instead.
Well, how about this?
Foreign visitors. Have you seen the 2 foreign tourists that we're supposed to be visiting today?
Foreign tourists here today?
No way! What did they look like? Did they have blonde hair? Were they cool? We don't know much about them. I guess that means you haven't seen them either. But yeah, she was right. The little girl has blonde hair. How did she know that? Hey now, you two had better not be thinking of following them around to golf. You don't want them to think that we're all unsophisticated louts out here, do you? Weren't you just asking whether they were cool or not? I don't know what you're talking about. But if you see them, you'll come and tell me, right? Right? About those boxes we helped you with just now, was that the delivery everyone was expecting? The latest Kamashima merch, hot off the press. What do we have this time? You want to know? I'll bet Azami's keen to find out. He's always wearing that t-shirt. Sure am. Gotta show the world how much I love Kamashima. Tourists seem to love that shirt, too. You wearing it all the time should make for great advertising. Anyway, the latest addition to our souvenir lineup is this. A hand mirror? Bingo! A specially made hand mirror with a Kameshimaru design on the back. It looks great. Why did you go with another hand mirror? Mirrors are a pretty prominent symbol of protection for sailors. Comes from the hope that the sea will be as smooth as glass, I guess. There are even regions where mirrors are used as offerings to the sea god. Oh, cool. With all these people living on the island and surrounded by sea, I can see why mirrors are seen as symbols of good fortune. And it's small enough to fit in your pocket, too. Both cute and practical. You really thought of everything, huh? I've actually been handing these out to AIMA divers around the island since yesterday. I told them it was a charm and that should hang on to it for good luck. So everyone has one. That's kind of nice. Another way to bring us all together. You're an AIMA diver now, too, though, right, Yuzo? Why don't you take one? Right. I don't know if it's okay to count you as a diver, given what happened earlier. Like it really matters. We got plenty, so you should take one too. I got a hand mirror. I guess that means Azami's getting one as well. Here you go. I'm always down for more Kameshimaru merch. Sure thing. Keep it safe and sound in your pocket, and maybe it'll keep you safe too. Everyone else was really happy to get theirs. Even your grandma seems to like it, Yuza. Said she'd be sure to use it from now on. There's something I've been wondering about for a while. Were you the one who came up with the idea for Kameshimaru? Nope, I can't take credit for that one. I forgot you didn't know, Yuza. At one point, the local youth organization was trying to come up with souvenir ideas for tourists. Tsukasa stepped up and suggested creating a mascot character. She even drew the design. Mascot characters are all the rage nowadays, you know? There are even mascots for the World Expo and the Japan Games. I only heard about it after the fact. I didn't know she was good at drawing. It's not just cute, little turtle. The unique look on its face makes a big impression. The old guys here didn't seem too sure about it at first, though. But thanks to Azami's fervent endorsement, it ended up making the cut. I just didn't want Tsukasa's design to go to waste, you know? You put a lot of effort into it. I think it's a great mascot, too, for what it's worth. The design selected for the project was envisioned by Tsukasa. It can be seen on a wide variety of merchandise, including keychains, flags, and hand towels. A surprising number of tourists have found themselves charmed by the turtle's peculiar, sleepy expression. Enough that some merchandise is often in short supply. Damn! Wait, do you guys think that Tsukasa is getting paid in royalties for that? She's an artist. She's probably not getting paid for shit. She single-handedly is carrying all of, like, the merch on her back, essentially, with that godlike design. And I bet you she's not getting paid for any of that. Did you go diving today as well? You mean that whole thing about how we're supposed to stay out of the sea? No one I know is paying attention to that. I took a boat out to the bay from the northern shore, but didn't end up with much to show. Did anyone go with you? No, I went by myself. Just taking notes for later. You're really serious about becoming an Ava diver, huh? Be a real shame if you couldn't become one with that enthusiasm. I'd like to help, but the timing's really not the best right now. Enough information, any information you can give is help enough. I'll help out when things have died down, okay? What do you mean when things have died down? By the way, Yuza, how much practice did you manage to get in? A lot. Enough to be able to do most things comfortably, I think. I can tell you've improved a lot just from the way you carry yourself. You must have a real talent for diving if you were able to improve that much in just one day. It's impressive you could tell all that by looking at him. I thought of a way I can show my support. If you manage to get a high score of 2,000 points in one diving session, I'll give you a special prize. Didn't I already do that? I thought I got 2,000 in one dive. Wait, what was your highest score today? Oh! 2652! You really did it? I sure did. That's amazing, Yuza! You've earned yourself a prize, a rare bird sticker. Oh yeah! I got a bird! You lucky dog, I didn't think you'd get a mockingbird sticker so soon. Looks like a rare one. Fuck yeah! I'll tell you all the good diving spots I know. Do you have any tips that might help with diving? That's basically asking me to give away company secrets for free. I didn't mean anything, just the basics would be helpful. How about this? Sometimes your foot can get caught in rocks while you're swimming, so you should always stay aware of your surroundings. So being too focused on your catch can get you in trouble, that makes sense. If you swim hard enough, you should be able to free yourself, so don't panic too much if it happens, okay? I can get stuck? The sea is a dangerous place, and there's no way to tell where dangers lurk in the depths. Be careful to avoid suspicious-looking places. If your foot gets stuck between rocks and you can't get out, keep swimming. What? That's terrifying. That's fucking terrifying. What? And that's all I got for now. If you want more tips, try asking Suyu. I sure hope I run into those foreigners before they leave. She's not even trying to hide what she really thinks anymore. Have you heard about the two Ama divers from the mainland who went missing? Of course I have. They evidently disappeared one right after the other. I guess it's a reminder of just how dangerous the sea can be. Hearing news like this is always pretty sobering. Do you think they were just accidents? Some of the other divers think it's a sign that something bad's gonna happen. You should probably keep quiet about this, Yuza. If you start bringing it up, people will get suspicious. Personally, though, I think they were probably just unfortunate accidents. Okay, Kikuko, I don't think I believe you. I don't. I hope they both found safe and sound. Kikuko is very suspicious. I just don't trust her. I'm going back through my places. Is she acting fishy? You know what I haven't done in a while? Do I even have this button anymore? Yeah, I do. Only one place to go. The Wakamura residence. Old man Wakamura, you mind if we ask you something real quick? Just one thing after another today. What now? Azami and the Minakuchi boy? I heard from Chie you two went out in the bay to do some diving earlier. I've got a bone to pick with you, and there's no time like the present. Oh, so boy, you serious about wanting to become an AIMA diver? I thought at first you'd come up here to get my permission to dive. But now I hear you've been running around looking into mare. What's the meaning of this? We have been asking around. I guess there was no hiding it. You sure this is okay? It's probably best to be honest. It's just like you said, we've been trying to find out more about my mom. My point is, no more sticking your nose where it don't belong, got it? And most of all, no becoming an AIMA diver. If I give up on becoming an AIMA diver and fall in line, will you tell me about my mom? All this sniffing around you're doing sure ain't falling in line, that's for sure. I am literally inquiring about my mother, my mom, and that's stepping out of line? My mom is more my business than you! What the fuck? You should be asking Suyu about all this business. She gotta know more than I do. So Suyu really does know more than she's letting on. Gran says she doesn't know anything about my mom, though. She even said that to you. I don't know that much myself. Suyu's always been tight-lipped around about Mare, where she came from, what her deal was. You've been saying Yuza's mom was to blame for that massive storm, even though you don't know? Suyu ain't said nothing to deny it. Speaks for itself, don't it? If you don't like what you're hearing, you should go ask Suyu about it. Mr. Wakamura, what is the Raging Waves curse bearer? Where did you hear that? It's gotta be Shotaro. Boy never could keep his mouth shut. We heard it was some sort of curse that whips the waves into a frenzy. Does something like that really exist? I can't stop laughing. He looks like a thumb. He kind of does. Anyway. That's no laugh. You can't just laugh at what people look like, Chad. That's rude. The Southern Sea disaster 5 years ago was caused by that very same curse. The curse of the Raging Waves? Your mother was the one who brought it down on us. That storm was no natural disaster. It was entirely preventable. If we'd only stopped her from going to the bay that day, Kamashima wouldn't have had to suffer. My mom would have never done something like that. Just because you don't remember doesn't mean that she wasn't up to something out there. As to whether it was intentional, who can say, but it doesn't make a difference. I don't get how you can say Miss Mari was a curse bearer or whatever if you didn't know anything about her. Do you have any proof? I've got the words of a trustworthy sorcerer backing me up. That's all the proof I need. A sorcerer? You're basing all of this on what some woo-woo wizard said? Give me a break. You can believe what you like. Don't change the fact that curses and spirits are as real as anything else. I don't have time to butt heads with you two, but I know what I'm saying is the honest truth. Looks like there's no point trying to hide it, change his mind. Old man's just as stubborn as a mule. So you really think there's a storm coming, and that storm is caused by a curse? Of course I do. Some fellas who said that they were with the police dropped by to warn me about it yesterday. Why would the police be warning you about a curse? I reckon they were just phonies trying to take advantage of the curse for their own benefit. Even you two must have noticed that rumbling coming from over the sea over the last few days, right? That's proof the curse of the Raging Waves is getting stronger. That's why you've been telling everyone to stop taking their boats out and prepare for the storm? Sure is. Naturally, I can't come out and say it because of the curse. There's no telling when or where it'll rear its head. It's too dangerous to go on in the water in these circumstances. Even so, we'll have to take our boats out again eventually. We can't just keep off the sea forever. You're damn tootin', which is why I gotta find a way to stop the curse as soon as possible. Why would a curse be affecting the sea around here, though?
Seems like you two still don't believe me. Fine, let's see if this will change your minds. A long time back, there used to be another island to the south, Taiishima. They say it was devastated by an earthquake and tsunami nearly 400 years ago. The truth of the matter is that raiders overran the island and slaughtered every last one of the people who lived there. The murdered islanders' resentments gave rise, to the curse of the raging waves. And the resulting storm and tsunami sank the island to the bottom of the sea, raiders and all. That curse is still rolling about in the seas near here to this very day. Just one little push and that storm can come barreling down on Kamashima next. Something that would awaken the islanders' anger, such as someone with ties to those raiders, a descendant of theirs, drawing near to where Tashima was. Somikawa. My mom was a descendant? As her son, you share her blood. How could that? Only natural everyone would see you as a bad omen. I really didn't want you back on this island, you know. You should be grateful I didn't have you shipped back to the island on the next ferry. Mainland. You're telling me that's how everyone sees Yuza and his folks all this time? It's fine, Azami. Let's hear the rest of what he has to say. Are you saying the reason the curse of the raging waves reawakened is because I came back to Kamashima? There was signs even before you came back, so the direct cause was probably something else. That still doesn't change the fact that you're a bad omen. How are you even planning to stop the curse? That ain't none of your concern. You just sit tight at home and stay out of my way. Basically, translation, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I just am listening to this bullshit sorcerer. I don't fucking know. I don't want to hear more about you going out to sea. Are we clear? And that's all I'm gonna say. You should be clear. You should be clear just how much of a danger you are to the island. Now get yourselves home. Seems like that's all we're gonna get out of him. Maybe we could ask Suyu about what we just heard. She might be able to tell us more. I think we're gonna have to kill this guy. I would love to kill him. A little murder never killed anyone. Was there something else that you needed, Yuza? By the way, Gran, we just went to talk to Mr. Wakamura and there's something that we wanted to ask you about. What was that? My hearing's been a bit off. Please don't say that. A lot of Ama divers have ear problems, so it's really not a laughing matter. Someone has no sense of humor. Did you know that everyone thought Mom was the Raging Waves curse bearer? I'm impressed you managed to say that without stuttering. So you have heard of it before. Oh, me and my big mouth. He said Mom was descended from the ones who first called forth the curse or something like that. And that's why everyone is so concerned with what I get up to. Is it true? If you know that much, I suppose I can tell you two the truth. If I just rest up a bit, I'll be up and around again in no time. I want the two of you to come to the southern bay later once the sun goes down. You can't tell us about it now? It'd be easier to show you what I mean. We'll be at the bay at sundown. If you're not feeling up to it, don't push yourself, okay? Damn, we're getting like the big secrets from Granny. I'll tell you everything later. You'll want to prepare yourself for this one. Wait, what does she mean by prepare yourself? Do I have to put on a diaper? We're going out for a bit, again for a bit, Gran. Got it, you take care, okay? I'll go put on my diaper. Great, this bitch. Ah, Chie. You two again? Still wandering around poking in your noses in a business you shouldn't be? How about you stop messing around and just give up? Nothing you can do can make me change my mind. I'm saying this for your sake as much as anyone else's, Munikuchi boy. Try to understand my position. For my sake. You managed to survive that disaster 5 years ago. Some would call it a miracle, even. It wouldn't do to see that miracle go to waste, would it? Maybe I flew off the handle a bit earlier, ended up coming off a bit stronger than I meant to. I can't tell you anything about your mother, but you believe me when I say it's best that you let sleeping dogs lie.
Is this about how Yuza's mom caused that curse?
So you already know. Heard it all from Shinobu, I'll wager.
Do you believe in the curse, Mrs. Chie?
Of course I do. At the very least, I know it's not some old wives' tale. I'm not saying you have to believe it too, though. Don't get me wrong, I don't want to talk bad about the woman or anything, but there was obviously something up with Mare 5 years back. She always seemed anxious and on edge, and then the disaster struck. It might be I'm just reading too much into it, but I can't shake these doubts of mine either. I said it before and I'll say it again. No diving. My stance there hasn't changed a bit, you hear me?
Where'd you go diving today? Yuza wanted a particular spot, so we went about 5 kilometers south.
Really?
I did?
What were you thinking, diving in the Southern Sea? You've got even less sense than I thought. You know full well that everyone avoids that area because of the disaster 5 years ago.
Azami and I both lost family in that disaster. We wanted to take the chance to pay our respects.
I can't say I don't get how you feel, but that strange rumbling I told you about is coming from the south. Just do me a favor and stay away from the sea.
All right.
Ain't gonna get nothing from me there.
She doesn't want to give me gathering tips because she wants to be the highest ranked diver. I almost forgot to ask, have the 2 foreign tourists come here at all?
Sure did, saw them just now, actually. Do you know where they went? They were headed toward the lighthouse, from what I could tell.
The lighthouse?
A lighthouse on the eastern side of Kamashima, the narrow passage between Cape Arago and Kamashima has long been known to be difficult to navigate, particularly at night. So much so that it has been featured alongside the whirlpools of Awa and the Ondo no Seto Strait and sailors' songs about the most feared waterways. Following its construction in the Meiji era, spurred by reports of warships striking reefs in the area, the lighthouse has continued to stand watch over the waters of the island, ensuring safe passage to all that travel. Don't go following them around just because we don't get much of any foreign folks around these parts, you hear?
I'm gonna do exactly that.
Chie, we heard that 2 Ama divers from the mainland went missing in some sort of accident. You heard right. Do you think that's a bad omen? I do. I'm well aware just how dangerous the sea can be, but 2 divers getting caught up in accidents and going missing one after another, that tells me there's something off with the sea. We all done here? You 2 should leave dealing with island matters to Shinobu from now on. Keep your heads down and stay out of trouble, you hear?
Yeah. Well, that was something. She isn't a bad person at heart, but she sure is stubborn. So now I can go to the lighthouse. I like this music, by the way. Looks like we found them. And don't tell me that that guy's hot. Nope, he's not. You rang? Do my eyes deceive me? Could these young islanders have come all the way here just to talk to us? Oh, welcome to Kamashima Lighthouse. There's not much here, but please make yourselves at home. Thanks for having us? Why is he the one welcoming us?
It's because most people here that have been avoiding him. He's excited that someone finally wants to talk.
Anyway, we were wondering if you could spare a moment to talk?
Wait, before you do, shall we play a game? I want to guess why you've come to talk to us. May I? It's probably safe to assume that you know that we've been making the rounds here asking questions. Indeed, it was most likely hearing such news that's incited you to climb all the way up here to meet us, which means... I've got it! We've almost certainly done something to offend the good people of this island, committed some matter of ill-mannered faux pas. You must have come to tell us that the lighthouse is off limits to everyone except authorized personnel.
Actually, no. The vibes I'm getting right now. I don't even need to say it out loud.
The bitter taste of failure! Oh, and thus does my stint and as an aspiring detective end an ignominy.
Yeah. I'd say that whole show was kind of a social faux pas, at least.
Oh, don't worry. He's always like this. He'll bounce back in no time.
I see. You must be pretty resilient. Since you didn't guess right, do you mind if I continue?
Oh, asking my permission, are we? Well then, by all means, permission granted. Yes, my name is Arnav Barnum. You can call me Avi as a sign of our newfound friendship, and also because I like it better.
He sounds so stupid. He sounds just like Sherlock Holmes. I hate it.
Okay then, Avi? Ah, such a pleasing pleasing ring to it. Ah, what can I do for you, young man?
Would this girl be your daughter?
Not quite. Miss Cersei Lunalight here is a distant relative of mine.
Yes, Miss Cersei Lunalight would be nice. Nice to meet you.
I'm Yuza Minakuchi, a resident of Kamashima, and this is Azami Kumoi. Nice to meet you.
Yuza and Azami. Ah, the pleasure's all mine. Wait. Minakuchi. Ah, so we piqued your interest, have we? I'm a fantasy writer by trade, with a reach spanning the Atlantic, from bonny England to vast America.
Not that any of his books sell at all.
That's right, for some reason no one buys my novels. Quite the mystery, no? Ah, alas, a fantasy writer has no need for mysteries. What's that? I earn more as an occult writer, so that might as well be my main job now. Humbug, I say! Stick a sock in it and mind your own beeswax. In any case, I'm just your average free spirit. Footloose, fancy-free and all that.
What's that?
What's that? You're wondering if my bohemian nature is the reason that I remain unattached and unwed? Humbug, I say! Stick a sock in it and mind your own beeswax.
You seem to be enjoying yourself.
I am indeed. Why not give it a try yourself? 1, 2, 3, humbug!
Actually, I'm good, thanks.
Impressive as it is, I can see doing this pose 3 times would have been a bit too much.
He's so stupid. This guy sure is hard to keep up with.
At any rate, I recently found myself with a pressing need to visit your fair country for research. Fortunately, young Cersei here just happened to be studying in Japan and kindly agreed to accompany me as my guide. Indeed, she's quite the enthusiast when it comes to Japanese folklore and occult phenomena, and such a pleasure to converse with as well.
Tashima is a deeply spiritual region full of sacred places I'd always wanted to visit. We traveled around the mainland before coming here, but this place stands above and beyond. My nose almost started bleeding from the exhilaration.
Oh no. You can play as him? You must have been really excited. Is this really that special compared to other places?
Of course. It wasn't called the land whither repair the waves from the eternal world for nothing, you know.
The land whither what?
What's this? You've never heard it called that. It's said that Yamato Hime no Mikoto, the empress of ancient Japan, was searching for a suitable place to enshrine Amaterasu 2,000 years ago. She received a divine revelation that the waves around Ise province came from the eternal world, which led her to establish the Ise Grand Shrine. This eternal world is a separate realm from the world in which we live. Some describe it as a perpetual paradise.
You're gonna have to slow down there a bit. So what does this mean? We learned about it in our local history classes, remember? Yeah, I think I remember. Basically, Issei's such a sacred place, even the ancient gods took a liking to it, right?
Exactly. It is such an enchanting vibe. Just being here is enough to have my nose gushing all day long.
Ah, but the residents wouldn't be feeling too hot if our noses keep bleeding all the time. One thing's for sure, though, you seem to really like Tashima. As a local, I'm super happy to hear that. Arniv Barnum. Nickname Avi. Fantasy author and occult journalist whose books are published in both America and England, but they apparently don't sell well. Unmarried. He has apparently come to Japan in search of mermaids. Oh boy. Cersei Lunarlight. A young girl from England, currently on exchange in Japan. She seems to harbor an ardent interest in Japanese folklore and stories. Unmarried. Will you be staying on Kamashima? If you need somewhere to stay, I know a few places.
Oh, we've actually already booked a guest house back on the mainland. We've been taking the last ferry back after this.
I guess, you don't have much time left then, huh? So what brings you to Kamashima today? I'm glad you asked, young user. We were hoping to pick your brains on that topic. There wouldn't happen to be any legends concerning mermaids passed down on this island, would there? You really are looking for mermaids? Oh, indeed we are. You know what mermaids are, yes? I referred, of course, to the mythical half-human, half-fish creature. Sure, we know that much, at least. Ah, then I may be able to provide a modicum of additional information on the subject. Well, you may be aware that the typical Western mermaid is envisioned as having the lower half of a fish and the top half of a human woman. It's thought that this interpretation has its origins in another sea monster, the sirens of Greek mythology. Their claim to fame is surfacing near reefs and bewitching sailors with their beautiful voices. Andersen's fairy tale, The Little Mermaid, is a famous example of this type of mermaid. Indeed, it causes this image to enter common knowledge. Yeah, that's what comes to mind when I think of mermaids too, a typical mermaid, right? But the mermaid that appears in ancient Japanese folklore is quite different. This mermaid has only the head of a human, with the rest of its body being a fish. It appears it was seen more as an evil spirit or a yokai in nature. The legend that eating its flesh will grant immortality also implies that it was seen as more fish than human. Sure, that makes sense. People would definitely think twice about eating something that looked human, right? This isn't to say there's a difference in Eastern and Western interpretations of mermaids, mind you. One could rather assume that there are several different types of creature that can be encompassed by the term mermaid. After all, there are also reports of more humanoid or demi-human mermaids being sighted in Japan in later years. Personally, I think lumping the two under the same appellation is a mistake. After all, they're two different creatures that just happen to share the same trait of being half fish, half human. It leads to misunderstanding when conflicting stories get passed down, and then the whole concept gets treated as a cult maliki. I think I see what you mean. Listening to you talk about them, it sounds like you believe mermaids really exist, Avi. Ah, but of course I do. After all, I didn't come to research mermaids, I came to look for mermaids. Bum, bum, bum! He's an idiot. He's an idiot. Ah, yes, this is all very compelling. Isn't it? I think this is the first time someone agreed with me on this matter. Oh. And that brings me to my next question. You wouldn't happen to have any local info on mermaids, would you? Unfortunately, I've never heard of any folklore about mermaids here. I see. That would align with the answers that we've received to our other inquiries thus far. And it would seem our investigation has branded us as certified weirdos. Most everyone now turns us a blind eye as well as a deaf ear. It probably is not just because of that. Isn't there supposed to be a huge occult craze going on in Japan right now?
I assumed everyone would be jumping at the chance to discuss cryptids.
Pretty sure that's just a small group of enthusiasts getting worked up. A very, very vocal minority, yeah? If you're that interested in the occult, what brought you all the way to Kamashima? Do you have a reason to believe mermaids could be found?
An excellent question, I do indeed. More precisely, I had reason to believe that there could be found around Taiishima, an island that no longer exists. Indeed, I obtained this information through personal research, so I imagine it's not common knowledge. But some say there were 3 mermaids, Sobe, Nagame, and Hayase, living in the seas around Taiishima 400 or so years ago.
3 of them. And you know their names? We didn't even know Taishima existed until today.
It seems a deliberate decision was made not to leave any records of Taishima's existence, which would obviously lead one to believe something is being concealed. On that note, did you know that records remain of several other sightings of mermaids in Ise Bay? What, really?
That's right. Legends about mermaids exist throughout Japan, and this region is no exception. In particular, there are reports of mermaids having been discovered in Sioux City and Ise City, both of which border Ise Bay. I've jotted down some notes on these legends, so please take a look if you're interested.
I am interested. According to the Kakon Chomonju, a collection of notable tales old and new, an anthology of spoken stories compiled in the 13th century, 3 mermaids were discovered caught in the fisherman's net in Betsuho in Ise province, modern-day Nakubeppo. Okay. The Mermaid of Futamigara. Yes. There are a total of 6 mermaid sightings mentioned in the Kagenki, the ancient Kagenki, the ancient annals of Huryuji Temple, covering the latter half of the Kamakura period to the Nanbokucho period. One of these entries describes a mermaid sighting in Futami Ise province, modern-day Futami town in Ise City. In the second year of the Enbun era, the mermaid was subsequently named Enmeiju, a name composed of characters affiliated with long life. Although the exact time period is unclear, legends tell of a girl named Osato from Kusawa, an Ano town of Age District, who became immortal after eating the flesh of a mermaid and went on to become Yaobikuni, a nun who lived for 800 years. Okay. While this information is not recorded in any literature, according to Avi's research, 3 mermaids, Sobe, Nagame, and Hayase, purportedly lived on Taishima, an island said to have sunk about 400 years ago. Thanks, this is all very interesting. So which type of mermaid are you looking for, Avi?
It seems a lot of the mermaid sightings around Ise Bay were fish mermaids. But the mermaids sighted around Taishima were apparently the human mermaid sort. So it stands to reason that any mermaids around here would be human mermaids as well.
By human mermaids, you mean the sort that are closer to human than fish?
Ah, the ones closer to fish, meanwhile, are known as fish mermaids. Oh, that's what I call them anyway.
I don't know whether that makes it easier to understand or more complicated. Mermaids whose flesh would make you immortal if you eat it would have to be fish mermaids.
Another fine question. It is indeed difficult to imagine people eating the flesh of human mermaids, but I personally believe that human mermaids also have the power to bestow immortality on people.
Oh, I wonder.
How about another refresher on myth and legend? Are either of you familiar with a place called Ryugu?
Ryugu Palace that appears in the tale of Urashima Taro?
Just so! Oh, it could be well considered the inspiration for the undersea palace in that familiar fairy tale.
Whoa, I was right. Oh boy, here we go, more note-taking. The tale of Urashima Taro. Long, long ago, in a galaxy far, far away, a youth by the name of Urashima Taro lived in a village by the sea. One day, upon rescuing a sea turtle that was being bullied on the beach, Taro was amazed when the turtle thanked him by inviting him to Ryugu Palace, the legendary undersea palace of the Dragon King, as a token of gratitude for his kindness. Ryugu Palace was a wondrous place with a beauty unlike anything found on the surface world. The princess of Ryugu Palace, Otehime, received him with great hospitality. Taro spent his days treated to elegant dances performed by sea breams and flounders and satisfied by extravagant feasts, spending his days as if in a dream. After spending some time enjoying this luxurious lifestyle, Taro began to miss his village. He asked Otohime for permission to return home, and although sad to see him go, the princess granted his request. As a parting gift, she handed him a mysterious box, a tamatebako, but warned him never to open it. Thinking this strange, but agreeing to Otohime's request nonetheless, Taro accepted the tamatebako and set out back towards his village out on Turtleback. Upon reaching his village, Taro realized everything was different. The house he had lived in was gone, and there was no sign of his parents or anyone that he had known. What he had believed to be shown a short sojourn in Ryugu Palace had in fact been several hundred years on the surface, and the village and people he had once known were no more. Overcome with despair, Taro turned to the tamatebako he had been gifted in a final grasp of hope. As he opened the box, a thick white smoke engulfed him, and in that instant, the hundreds of years that have passed caught up with him, turning him into an old man. So they were being so nice to him. Oh, she knew about like the time was gonna be weird, and so she like tried to protect him. Oh.
The Ryu dragon surely refers to the god of the sea. It's not common for deities associated with water to be serpentine in nature. This would then make Ryugu the palace where the god of the sea resides, the palace of the Dragon King. I had no idea Ryugu Palace was based on something else. Ryugu is known for being home to the priestess who attended the god of the sea. These women are collectively referred to as Otohime.
Princess Otohime appeared in the tale of Urashima Taro, didn't she? She was described as the ruler of Ryugu Palace in the fairy tale, so she was actually a priestess?
A slight embellishment to make for a more interesting story, I assume. Hardly uncommon. Though, there's also another interesting theory about the Otohime of Ryugu. It's said that they were half fish, half human women in appearance. In other words, they were mermaids! But what's this I hear you say? That's all well and good, but where is this Ryugu Palace anyway? Ah, you want to know? You're dying to know, aren't you? Ah, very well then, take it away, Cersei.
Right, as a matter of fact. Ryugu is said to be the exact same place as the Eternal World I mentioned earlier.
The sea around Ise, which is said to consist of waves from the Eternal World, is in fact the location of Ryugu. And Ryugu is home to the Otohime mermaids.
That's right. What's more, as priestesses who live in a land said to be an eternal paradise, it wouldn't be that odd if they had some sort of power to grant immortality to humans. Even in the tale of Urashima Taro, Princess Otohime displayed an ability to influence the physical age of other people using the tamatebako. If the story has its basis in the ability of mermaids to influence human lifespans, that power of hers makes a lot more sense, don't you think?
So that's why you think human mermaids are able to grant immortality even without eating their flesh.
Oh, you see, intriguing, is it not?
But how would you even get to Ryugu?
What creature was responsible for bringing Urashima Taro to Ryugu in the eponymous tale? A turtle, Kame! And what is the name of the island we're currently standing upon? And there you have the reason for our visit.
So you believe that there might be some clue as to how to get Ryugu hidden on Kamashima? Could Kamashima really have been some sort of link to Ryugu? Tales of Ryugu, the abode of the god of the sea, exists in every area of Japan. Posited by some theories to be the eternal world of legend, it is said to be a perpetual paradise connected to this world via the seabed that bestows everlasting youth and unnatural longevity to those who live there. Some tales also equate Ryugu with the underworld, the place where the dead journey after death. The tale of Urashima Taro, about a youth who was invited to the seafloor palace of Ryugu as thanks for rescuing a turtle, led to Ryugu's name being widely known throughout the country. In the story, a princess called Otohime serves as ruler of Ryugu Palace, but Otohime originally referred to priestesses serving the god of the sea who presided over Ryugu.
By the way, you said your name was Yusa Minakuchi? Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Mare Minakuchi?
Mari Minakuchi was my mom. She passed away in an accident 5 years ago.
I apologize for the indiscretion. My condolences.
5 years ago? You wouldn't happen to have inherited anything from your mother, would you? No, but what do you mean? Why do you know about my mom? Could she have some sort of connection to mermaids?
Ah, this is more related to my personal research, so I can't say for sure.
Tell me, I'm also looking for mermaids. If you know anything, I have to know.
Now you've certainly grown lively all of a sudden. Let's calm down a bit.
Regrettably, the only lead I have is a rumor that suggests that some connection between mermaids and Mare.
From where?
You want to know?
Well, I suppose you would, wouldn't you? Very well, I'll tell you. I heard it from a descendant of the islanders who used to call Taiishima home.
Someone survived the disaster that sunk Taishima and their descendants are still around?
Long story short, yes.
Isn't it fascinating?
This particular individual was also the one who told me about the 3 mermaids who were said to have lived on Taishima. By the by, if you're also seeking mermaids, you must have some information of your own. Surely this one-sided exchange of knowledge wounds your good conscience. Allow me to remedy that by accepting any information that you have.
What a way of asking someone to spill the beans. Very, manipulative. This is our best lead yet. Let's share what information we can.
So you were saved by a mermaid during the disaster 5 years ago, and you believe the mermaid in question might have been your mother.
I know it sounds pretty far-fetched. I know some of it probably comes from me wanting her to still be alive.
On the contrary, I find it very interesting. Very interesting indeed. There's a rumor about one of the 3 mermaids who used to live around Taiishima. They say she took on human form several decades ago and has lived among humans ever since.
That would fit perfectly with our theory.
Color me surprised as well. This is my surprised face, by the way. Would it be very interesting if that was the case?
Sorry, Avi, I think I'm at my limit.
That bad, is it? My apologies. As much as I wish we could talk more, it would appear that we're out of time. I'm afraid we must bid you goodbye for today.
Now that you mentioned it, if you're looking to make the last ferry, you'll probably want to be heading back soon. This is the most promising lead we found. If you could stay just a bit longer.
I'd love to continue our chat, but that little lady's been feeling a bit under the weather ever since arriving here.
I'm sorry to hear that. You're not going to go and get another nosebleed. If you're feeling that bad, maybe you should stay for the night.
Oh, thank you. I'm just about holding the nosebleed in. But I really should get off the island as soon as possible. Ever since arriving here, I've had this feeling that some terrible calamity is approaching.
As I forgot to mention, young Cersei is a bit sensitive to things in that sphere, if you catch my drift. As reluctant as I am to part ways, we must go. Many thanks for the information you shared, and never fear, we'll be back tomorrow.
I'm sorry, excuse me.
You rang? If you happen to find any more leads on mermaids today, could you let me know as soon as possible, please?
I didn't expect you to be all that interested. Very well. If I hear anything else, I'll be sure to let you know. If you could give me your contact information, perhaps?
Oh, I have his number. I have his number? That sure was a stroke of good luck. I never thought that they'd have so much info. We learned a lot, but it seems like getting even any more from today will be a bit tough. I really need that information by tomorrow. Yikes. Curse of the Raging Waves. Have you ever heard of the Curse of the Raging Waves?
Never heard of it. Why? What is it?
We went to talk to Mr. Wakamura.
So you mean the disaster 5 years ago was caused by some curse, and that same curse is going to cause the same thing to happen again? What the hell's he on about? Trying to pass things off as some occult tripe. Don't tell me you two believe that rubbish.
It did seem pretty believable.
Oh, please. He's obviously feeding you a load of nonsense.
I don't know if you two are aware, but there are rumors that old man's been really into this shady sorcerer recently. Some sort of miracle worker over in Tokyo or something. Apparently he'll do anything they say. That's probably why he's going on about curses and stuff. Shotaro did say that he's been behaving oddly. It's just a hoax? You shouldn't pay any mind to that hogwash. Besides, doesn't it bother you that he's trying to pin the disaster on some sort of crazy curse? Yeah, I'm totally bothered by that. The sun's starting to set. Why don't we go over what we learned? We learned that my mom was considered cursed. They said that she was descended from the person who originally called forth the Curse of Raging Waves or something like that. Mr. Wakamura is currently trying to find a way to stop the curse that they think is going to happen. Not everyone on the island believes it, though. Kikuko and Shotaro didn't seem to believe it at all. We also managed to speak with those two foreigners who were looking for mermaids. There are also the rumor about mermaids living near Taiishima, a nearby island that was destroyed, and that one of them assumed human form. I never thought that we'd find something to support the idea that my mom might have been a mermaid. Whatever else one may have learned. The mermaid that I encountered 5 years ago very well may have been one of the 3 living near Tashima. We also got some hints about where those mermaids might have come from. Yeah, there's a good chance that they originally came from an otherworldly place called Ryugu. If they're in a place like that, I don't see how we could ever get to them, though. Was that girl, what that girl said about a calamity approaching, bothering me a bit, too. There's no way she would know about a curse, right? Do you think that that means she thinks the curse is real? Oh, I just realized something. If the curse is in danger of breaking out again, wouldn't that mean it's a curse bearer is still around today? Damn, you're right. But your mom, well, she's not with us anymore. Mr. Wakamura seemed to think that I wasn't the direct cause of the curse reappearing. He's probably been coming down on you even harder if he thought you were. The person responsible would be someone who wasn't here 5 years ago, but is here now. Well, assuming the curse is real anyway. I really do wonder if my mom had some sort of link with mermaids. I hope whatever Gran has to tell us sheds some light on things. What's wrong? There's a bunch of noise. I think I heard screaming. Let's go! Huh. Why? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? What happened? What's wrong? Tsukasa, what's going on? I don't... We were just... But then Sato just... Yusa, look over there! She's cut open in the chest with a blade. Sato, there's blood everywhere. What's happened? She's not moving. Don't tell me she's dead. Sato just suddenly, we were just, but then she got cut down. We gotta get her to a clinic. What's happening? Sato, her wound. Sato, are you okay? Ah! Ah! What the fuck? Why did they make this glitch? A girl named Osato from Kusawa in Ano Town of Age District. So, Sato is Yao Bikuni? Is what they're implying. That was so messed up. So my theory that everybody is a mermaid secretly is coming true, basically, is what I just learned. Oh. I can't do Arnav's yet. It showed up, but I can't actually do it. The flute is sending me. I'm pretty sure it's a recorder. And recorders are so fucking funny. Sorry, I'm having emergency chocolate. Okay. So, I'm not sure how the characters react to seeing their friend just get revived like that, but what do you even do about that? Like, if I saw my friend getting cut in the chest and then seemingly look like they're dead, and then just come back to life and recover like that, what would you do? What would you do? I don't even know how I would start a conversation with my friend. I don't even, what would I say? I would be so speechless that I can't even think of what to say. That was sick, bro. You would not be saying that was sick. I think I would immediately take my friend to, like, the emergency room or something. How can we monetize this? Oh my god, our generation is so fucking cooked. It's all about the subscribers. Wait, so the thing with Sato happened, and Yuza and Azami still decide to go hang out with Suya? I mean, yes, they had a date planned. But how do you just walk away from what the fuck just happened? How do you do that? Okay, this is several hours later. Okay, cool. Sorry to keep you waiting, Yuza. It's nearly time to meet up with Suyu. Yeah, let's head that way. The whole island was in an uproar after that. We didn't even get to ask Sato what happened. Apparently, she shut herself up in her room at the Wakamuras and hasn't come out since. What the hell was that? How'd she even get hurt like that in the first place? Some of the islanders were kicking up a real fuss saying that Sato isn't human, that she's something evil that should be chased off. Everyone settled down after Mr. Wakamura stepped in and promised to handle it. Everyone on the island's probably heard about it by now, though. It'll be all anyone can talk about for a while. Did you go back home afterwards? No, I stayed away to do some digging. Gran wasn't at home anyway. She hasn't recovered enough to be able to move around that much, though, so I'm pretty worried. You think our promise to meet with her at the bay is still on? Let's go and see. Oh good, she's here. Gran, is your leg okay? Gran, it's me! Why is this getting creepy? Don't do that.
Oh, you two came after all.
The waves were so loud I couldn't hear you. What are you doing over there?
This is where it's hidden. What Mare, your mother, left us. So, Yuza, have you heard of an island called Taiishima?
What are you two doing over there? It's not me! It's not me! Oh my god! This is a... Everything is going to shit! She's got the wrong idea! Gran, she's got no pulse! I gotta clean in half. She never stood a chance. Go get someone! You stay here with Suya! Gran, why did Gran die? Help! Someone get the clinic doctor! What? Old Lady Nakamura! I hear screaming from down there too! Oh my god, everyone's fucking dying! Oh my god! Oh my god! Someone help! 2 more people collapsed! Oh my god! There are too many victims! We aren't gonna have enough people to help! There are more over there! What the hell is happening? Is that Kikuko over there? Someone tell me what's going on. What's with these gashes appearing out of nowhere? There's no way this is normal. Those affected by the phenomenon died instantly. Wait, no, my theory! That means that all the people died aren't mermaids. Fuck! Who died? So, Shotaro's not a mermaid? Chie's not a mermaid? Fuck! My grandma's not a mermaid! The strange calamity that had suddenly descended on Kamashima plunged the island into a panic. With no knowledge of the cause or reason, there was nothing that could be done to prevent it, and the massacre continued unabated for a time. Oh no. I lost my recording. When did I lose my recording? Wait, this is not a time for this to happen! Why am I out of disk space? What the fuck is going on? That shouldn't be happening. What? Why am I in a disk space? Sorry, chat. I need to be recording. The stream is also cursed. Damn straight, apparently. Panic? That's all gone. I wonder if I could delete all the Digimon stuff. I might need to DM Alan to see if I could delete all the Digimon stuff. Okay, I'll keep going for now. I wonder if my recordings for these streams are too high of a bitrate, and that's what's going on. Damn. Yeah, the recording stopped, so that means, I blame... There's something fishy going on, chat. My stream is cursed. Okay, anyway, I'll continue for now. I guess we're just gonna have to pull this VOD instead of the recording. Okay. The survivors were seized with fear. Some ran to escape. Some simply broke down. Some flew into a wild rage. A frenzied chaos swept over the island. A short while later... At least we were able to meet up with Tsukasa. What the hell's going on? The whole island's in an uproar. Everyone's so panicked we couldn't find anyone who could talk straight. Who could blame them? No one knows who'll be affected next. It's probably best to hide here until things settle down. You okay, Tsukasa? Does Tsukasa look okay? I have no idea whether my mom's safe or not. And I wasn't able to find Sato. I'm so worried about her. Old man Wakamura said that he'd handle things, so I hope that she'd manage to make it back home. Do you think that Sato's wound healing up has anything like that has anything to do with what just happened? We've held off prying into Sato's past up until now, but maybe that won't fly anymore. Come to think, didn't this whole curse of the raging waves mess start when Sato came to Kamashima? Don't say that! This isn't Sato's fault! She's just a normal girl! I won't let anyone say anything bad about her, not even you! Damn, girl. Okay, calm down. I didn't mean anything by it. I wasn't thinking straight. I never thought something like this was really possible. Do you have any idea what could have caused this? A little while ago when we were at old man Wakamura's place, some guy phoned and threatened to kill all of the women on Kamashima with a curse. Oh. What did they want? I don't really know. He said something about no mercy, just punishment for anyone who defies him. It was really creepy. What the hell? All those women had to die just because some guy didn't get what he wanted? Well, that is how, unfortunately, the world kind of does work when you actually, you know, pay attention. It's kind of sad. But Tsukasa, so is she gonna die? Or is she not a she? Old man Wakamura said that he'd do something to stop the raging waves curse, but things just got worse. Azami, calm down. It's no use getting mad at me. Sorry, Tsukasa. I guess I just got a bit heated. Even so, that means that those gashes were deliberately caused by someone using a curse. So they're the one responsible for all of this. Even if the massacre was caused by something supernatural, someone made it happen. Something's been bugging me about this whole thing. It didn't seem like the victims were being targeted at random. They were all women for a start, so I was trying to think of some kind of common point that would tie them together. Could they have been targeted because they were AIMA divers? Weren't all the victims we saw on the way here AIMA divers? I guess most of the women on Kamashima have at least some AIMA diving experience. But they went after Sato first. That wouldn't fit. Sato isn't an AIMA diver. I was pretty worried Yusa and I might be targeted as well, but I guess we can breathe a bit easier now. We still don't know what the conditions are. None of us are out of the woods yet. Wait, the victims were only women. The killer. Could the killer have been using this to find their targets? That would mean the culprit. What's up, Yusa? Yusa, your head! I'll survive. Use as a mermaid. Use as a mermaid. And the file said that even if you cut its head off, it'll still grow back. Oh my god. Oh my god. Well done in your efforts thus far. It seems that the mysterious attack that befell Kamashima has resulted in Yuza quite literally losing his head. There's nothing more we can do, so let us bring this chapter to a close. For now, we will return to the story chart where we may proceed with a different route. I wish you the best of luck on your journey. I don't believe you. I'm not dead. I'm a fucking mermaid. I'm not dead! Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, okay. Oh, boy. I'm sorry. I am stressing out about my recordings. I don't know what is going on. I guess it is weird that my Paranormasight streams are very large sizes. Oh my god, my stream yesterday, it was a 3.5 hour long stream and it's 35 gigs. That's definitely not right. I think I'm recording at too high of a bitrate. Fuck. Yeah, that's abnormal. Okay. Oh, wait, I could delete the Pokemon ZA VODs. Oh, cool. Okay. Whoa. This is some spicy shit. Yeah! Yeah, it is! Everyone just fucking died. And I know Yuza's a mermaid. He's not actually dead, y'all. This is really strange. Sorry, me actually looking at this is really, really weird. Oh boy. Okay. Okay, okay. I think my Elden Ring VODs are also kind of a problem too. Okay. Oh. This whole game is Scooby-Doo. We have Fred, Daphne, Velma, and Shaggy. All we need is Scooby-Doo. Scooby-Doo, is the turtle. The turtle is gonna be real. Just wait, you know? I swear. Okay, I'm gonna do this. I really hope this doesn't kill my computer. I'm gonna try to do something. And I really hope I don't regret it. Oh boy. Okay, I'm gonna save, Avi for later. It looks like... Chat, just let me know if my stream at any point in time, like, is lagging, anything like that, because I'm gonna try recording again, and it might go bonkers. Might. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna try. Okay. I'm gonna go with Sato before we do the Avi stuff. A mysterious girl with an unknown background who arrived on Kamashima several months ago returns to the home of Wakamura, where she is staying after having been out all morning. Mr. Wakamura, good morning.
Where you been?
I've been helping out at Tsuyu's place.
And that thing you got there? Did Tsuyu give you that?
Oh, this hand mirror. I just ran into Kikuko down the road. She gave it to me.
Fine, no matter. You got a moment? I got something important.
Mr. Wakamura, the head of the family, and his son Shotaro are the only two actually living in this house right now.
Oh yeah, Shotaro also died. So the whole, like, only women got targeted thing is... Unless Shotaro also is a woman, but, like, I don't think that's legit.
And me, I suppose. I just am freeloading here. The family's main home has already moved over to the mainland, so everyone else lives over there. This house is only used when they are staying on the island. Mr. Wakamura only comes a few days a week, and Shotaro usually lives alone in Tokyo, so honestly, I've been here alone more often than not. It's a flag featuring the island's mascot, Kamashima. These were made as original souvenirs for tourists. Seems that triangle pennant flags like this are a classic souvenir at tourist spots all over the country. This one was apparently put up by Kikuko, who just wouldn't take no for an answer. This is where Mr. Wakamura grew up. Apparently, it's been kept much as it was, no major renovations. For someone in such a high position, the police... sorry. The place really isn't all that fancy. It's not so different from any other homes on the island. People like that about him. It makes him feel more approachable. A telephone with a handmade cover. I can't imagine Mr. Wakamura or Shotaro made it, so someone else on the island must have. It's cute. It kind of looks like it's wearing clothes. It's the entrance to the house. People stop by every day whenever Mr. Wakamura's home. If someone needs help or wants some advice, they often come here to see the Wakamuras. The kitchen! The Wakamuras have a lot of social obligations, so they usually eat out. That means this kitchen doesn't see much use these days. I'm probably the one who uses it the most. Even then, I don't cook anything fancy. I mostly just fillet fish. We get fresh seafood often, so I'm getting better at filleting but by the day. It tastes so good.
She's eating her own kind. Is Sato a cannibal? Is that cannibalism?
Despite the house often being empty, the household shrine is always kept neat and tidy. This is Shinobu Wakamura. He was kind enough to take me in whenever I was found here. He holds a bunch of posts both on and off the island, and from what I hear, has a lot of influence. At first glance, he can look a bit intimidating, and I've also heard him shouting at subordinates over the phone, so, well, I guess he can actually be rather intimidating too. But with me, he's never been harsh. He's always very generous and patient.
Sato, it's been, what, about 3 months since you arrived? You've gotten used to life here by now, I expect. I don't suppose you remember anything yet?
No, nothing yet.
Still aren't sure who you are, then? Let's think back a bit, about 3 months ago, the night of the earthquake. I happened to pass by that day, where I found you washed up on the shore. I still can't remember how that came to be. Scared me good, I'll tell you that. I grabbed a blanket and carried you back here right away. But even after you woke up, you didn't remember anything but your name. You didn't even have any belongings. It was like you had run from somewhere with nothing at all, not even clothes. I'm sorry you had to find me like that. Not to mention that you didn't seem to know a thing about everyday life. Maybe you grew up way out in the hills or were overly sheltered. But you couldn't even put clothes on properly. You didn't even know how to turn the lights on. It was as if you didn't know a damn thing.
Yes, but since I've watched loads of TV, I've learned so much. That's why she watches so much TV. Honestly, I'm kind of impressed at how fast I managed to pick everything up.
Either way, I figured you were a special case, that there had to be some special circumstances, so I decided to say that you were a relative of mine and keep you here until you remembered something. You still haven't remembered a thing.
I'm sorry for all the trouble.
I was really hoping you'd remembered something by now, but I'm running out of time. Sorry, Sato, there's something I need you to do.
I can hardly do anything right.
Yes, you. Let's stop dancing around it. I had a reason for taking you in. Sato, you aren't human, are you?
Huh? Where did that come from? What's that supposed to mean?
Whether you truly can't remember or just playing dumb, enough is enough. I haven't told a soul on the island, not even Shotaro.
Told them what?
Here. Sorry, I'll pin this on the YouTube side if it helps.
That night when I found you washed up in the bay, you were already dead. Dead?! I've seen my share of drowned bodies before. You had no pulse. You weren't breathing. You were, without a doubt, nothing but a corpse. Nothing could have saved you. I figured that was that, turned around to call the police. But then right before my eyes, your body mended itself and you started breathing again. The rest is as I told you before. When I said you scared me good, that was because you suddenly came back to life. I only took you in because I realized that there was no way you could be a regular human.
I don't know what to say. Are you saying I can come back to life if I die?
Do you really not know what you are?
Maybe it's like that in the movie. The one with the zombies. Maybe I'm one of those.
You don't look rotten enough to be a zombie, and honestly, you can call it whatever you want.
I did wonder why you took me in and treated me so well. I guess if you knew if I died and came back, then the reason you were being so kind was...
I wanted to know your secret. If I could figure out how you came back, it'd be worth a fortune.
Right. So you don't actually love me. Makes sense.
Doesn't mean I wanted to be rough with you. The plan was to let you settle in, and once you remembered, we'd talk.
And that was very gentlemanly of you. Thank you.
I did wonder whether there was one-off thing or something, or you could do it again and again. I even thought about taking a blade to you to test it. But if it really was a one-off thing, that would have been too risky. I'm actually surprised at the amount of typos in both the first and the second game. These games are pretty short. Why aren't they, like, going through the text? So I decided to wait and see.
Right, maybe not quite as gentlemanly as I thought.
Anyway, things have changed now. There's no time to be kind anymore. I'm out of options. This is an emergency. I don't want this to get ugly. I just want you to hear me out, okay? Ever since I was a youngin', I've had support from a certain benefactor. Getting this far in one lifetime, all of my money and connections and success, it was all thanks to his backing and advice.
Why bring this up now?
Be quiet and listen. Those who owe him call him Unk. A title given to those elevated above the clouds. That's how highly we regard him.
Sounds pretty important.
Sure is. He's from an old noble family, a real big shot with land and businesses all across the prefecture. I met with him yesterday and I ended up telling him about you. I figured nobody would believe me even if I told them about a girl who could resurrect herself from the dead. I just mentioned it in passing, expecting it to laugh it off and move on. But to my surprise, Unk was really interested, asking all kinds of things. I don't like where this is going. I haven't even said anything bad yet. Maybe, but it sounds like you're about to say he wants you to hand me over to him, or something like that. Sorry, wrong person talking. Well, you're not wrong. Unk demanded I give you to him. He wouldn't take no for an answer, even putting a deal on the table that was hard to refuse.
You still told him, though?
I know you're strong enough to tell him no.
Oh boy, your silence is scaring me. What's that face supposed to mean?
It would seem that Unk has quietly been researching immortality for years. He's pretty serious about it, says even the smallest rumors are worth looking into. When all the Rite of Resurrection nonsense was going on in Tokyo, he used the opportunity to gather information.
I've never even heard of that. Was it that big a thing?
If I'd known he'd be so interested, I would never have brought you up.
So you're saying you couldn't refuse him?
Let's just say I'm a bit of a situation with no easy way out. It would be better if there was a way to not have to take this deal, so I pleaded with him to give me more time. Which brings me to what I need to ask you, Sato. If you stop hiding things and tell me everything you know, I won't make this harder than it has to be. Tell me, have you heard people on the island talk about the curse of the raging waves?
That doesn't sound like a very nice curse.
She really knows nothing.
So the disaster 5 years ago, that was all because of this curse? It was created from the lingering resentment of all the people who died on Taiishima 400 years ago? If that's true, it must be a very powerful curse.
No doubts about that. That's where you come in. I believe you're the one calling the curse down upon us. You're the Raging Waves curse bearer.
Come on, you can't be serious.
The timing fits perfectly. Some things started taking a turn for the worse right after you arrived. And more than anything, I know you're not human. Just admit it. You're the one bringing this goddamn curse to the island.
Absolutely not. I don't know anything about it. I swear you've got the wrong person.
I was willing to wait until I understood how you came back to life, but now I'm out of time. Whether you don't know or you're just playing dumb, I don't care anymore. I just need you to get rid of the goddamn curse. If you do, I'll never mention any of this again. You can even keep living here, watching as much as TV as you like. I'll cover for you as long as you need.
I can't. I don't even know about the curse, let alone how to get rid of it. I'd love to take you up on the offer, but I just don't know how.
Even the one who brought this curse upon us doesn't know how to lay it to rest. I suppose I have no choice but to hand you over to take Unk's deal and hand you over. You see, Unk's claims he already knows how to break the curse.
Why would he know that?
I've warned him about the curse many times. I suppose he must have dug into it. Ah! You will have to be an offering to Unk, one necessary to save Kamashima.
You mean like a sacrifice in this day and age? Surely there's a way to save Kamashima that doesn't involve killing anyone. We can find a more humane route.
You really think he's gonna hand over that information while he's got leverage? Use your head! If you can't help, then refusing his method of lifting the curse isn't on the table anymore. That means that there has to be a price. That's just how deals work in the business world.
I don't care about the business world.
You think you have a choice?
Yes, I don't want to give up my body to someone researching immortality. He could kill me.
Ah, but that's the thing. There's no need for you to worry about that. You won't stay dead. You'll live through whatever happens, won't you?
I have a promise to keep, no matter what.
What promise could you possibly have to keep?
I can't say. Not right now.
You're just saying whatever to save yourself. You realize you're choosing to stand against protecting everyone on the island from a disaster? Do you really want that on your conscience? Not to mention that you're the cause of this mess to begin with. It's time to take responsibility.
You're blaming the wrong person.
You live here and eat at our expense for months, and then refuse one request?
I don't know what else to say.
The handover is tomorrow night, the 8th. A transport boat would slip out of the port. Until then, do as you like. And don't bother trying to escape the island. I've told the ferry not to let you on board. There's nowhere on this island my eyes don't reach.
Okay. He wants to use me as a sacrifice? I'm in no position to refuse, but there's no way. What do I do? What can I do?
If I'd done this 5 years ago, maybe I could have stopped it. I won't make the same mistake.
This hat is really cute.
Okay, well, I guess we're moving now.
I'm going out for a bit.
Talk to whoever you want. It won't change a thing. No one here will defy my decision. I'm starting to think that they should just let the island sink. I agree. I think they should let the island sink and everyone should die on it. Everyone on it is an asshole anyway. Except for like 2 people.
I came all the way out here, but what the hell am I supposed to do? I still have to keep the promise I made to Tsukasa yesterday.
Finally caught up. Do you have a minute?
Shotaro? I had something I wanted to ask you. This wide beach lies on the southeastern side of the island. It's blanketed by the sound of waves. The sea's so calm today, just like yesterday. Hard to believe a curse could do anything to break this solace. I believe that big rock on the coast is called Senjoiwa. It means something like thousandfold rock, and it's a bit of a local landmark.
It's a rock.
Shotaro came back from Tokyo about 2 weeks ago to visit his family. I was already staying at the Wakamura residence, so that's when we first met. Ever since then, he's been checking in on me a lot, like he's been really concerned about me. He's not a bad person. I can see why so many people like him. For some reason, it feels like we come from completely different worlds, like we see things in a completely different light. To be honest, I feel like this kind of distance between us is people.
Well, maybe because you're not a person.
Was he just waiting for me?
Wait, what, sorry? Waiting for me to be alone. Alright, what does he want to talk about first? Oh, right, I just wanted to let you know. Sorry I overheard your conversation with my old man earlier.
How much did you hear?
Oh. Pretty much the whole thing. That house really has paper-thin walls. I heard about the curse, the sacrifice, and you coming back to life. Oh. Yeah, you pretty much heard everything. Caught me completely off guard. I can't believe my old man's going on about all that. It's all so ridiculous. Who actually buys into that kind of superstition? Don't worry, I won't let him do this. I'm on your side. There's no place for something as ridiculous as sacrifices in this day and age. Are you actually gonna protect me? I don't believe you. For some reason, you just give me an aura of you're evil. I almost forgot. You had something you wanted to talk about too, huh?
I know this is a bit sudden, but I was wondering if you have some time later this afternoon? Just something a little complicated I want to talk about.
I mean, I still need some time to prepare. I see how it is. You sure this is time for that, though? Don't you have bigger things to worry about?
Well, yes, but even so, I really want you to be there. It's important.
Alright, I'll be there. Just tell me when and where.
How about 1 p.m.?
Okay. You don't need to worry, Sato. I'll be your knight in shining armor. You're not going to be sacrificed for anything. Honestly, in a world with science as advanced as ours, talk about curses, sacrifices, and immortality, it's just nonsense. I think my old man has finally lost it. Pretty sure it's all the influence of that so-called sorcerer from Tokyo. Honestly, it's disgraceful.
It's a bit out of hand.
After hearing about all of that, I confronted him, gave him a pretty firm piece of my mind.
Wait, you did? You spoke to Mr. Wakamura?
Sure did. I told him flat out that you weren't going to be a sacrifice for anything. Things got pretty heated after that.
Oh, I'm sorry. You didn't have to go through that for me.
You see, I actually had my own reason for not wanting to lose you to some silly sacrifice. Sato. I'll be direct. Once this whole mess is over, would you consider dating me with marriage in mind? How long have I known you? How long have I known you now? A couple weeks? Okay. What? You and me? I didn't see that one coming. You carry yourself so much more calmly than other girls. There's something elegant, almost regal about you. It's such a pleasure to see. I feel like I'd do anything if it was for you. You're the first woman that's ever made me feel this way. Whoa! She's 17? Nah, bitch, she's like 800 years old. She's at least 400 years old. Imagine saying to someone that you want to date them and they're actually like 400 years old. I think us meeting here had to be fate. We were destined to find each other.
You don't believe in curses, but you believe in fate?
Touché, but this time I feel like I have no choice but to believe. So, listen. I'm heading back to Tokyo next week. I was hoping you'd come with me. Just think it over, okay? I think it'd be a great chance for you. Sorry.
This is not fair, dropping that on me right after saying that he'd help save me. I'm really not interested. I should nip this in the bud before it becomes a problem. I'm sorry.
What did you just say?
Tsukasa?
What's going on? How long have you been there? Didn't know you were there, Tsukasa. Have you been eavesdropping on our secret conversation? That's not very polite. So that's really how it is? Sato, I'm so sorry. I had no idea. No, wait, Tsukasa, it's not what you think. I really am the worst. I'm sorry. I was so clueless. Sato. Oh my gosh, no. Dude, Shotaro, look at his fucking face. He doesn't fucking care.
I'm sorry, I have to go.
His face was like, drama. Oh, dear God. Oh my God, when are things happening in this game? Oh! Oh, jeez.
Underwater gathering happened at the same time as this. This was at the same time. Okay.
Oof. Okay. This is why they were crying.
Tsukasa, listen, you're okay. There's still a chance.
No, there isn't.
I can't explain right now. Come on, we're drawing too much attention.
Okay. Got it. Kantekisha ruins.
You're feeling a little better now?
Yeah, sorry. None of this is your fault, Sato. I know that. We missed the meeting time, too. Shotaro was probably out there looking for us.
We'll find him later and apologize.
You're saying that today was the first time he ever said anything like that to you?
I had no idea he'd be confessing out of the blue like that.
I get it now. I know you weren't interested in him, but I guess I really am just still a kid. I don't have the confidence to confess like that. Getting married, going to Tokyo together, that's way too much for even me to begin thinking about.
He just skipped several steps ahead. I guess guys from the city are just like that.
You handled it so calmly. I was seriously impressed. You are so calm and collected. I swear, I can hardly believe that you're the same age as me. I wish I could say that calm. I can hardly believe that you're the same age as me, she says. That's a funny thing to say.
Tsukasa was in pieces earlier, but at least she seems to have calmed down a bit now. After something like that, of course she'd be upset. I need to explain to her what really happened.
You seem a bit different too. Did something happen? I only really caught the tail end of your conversation back there.
Honestly, it's been quite a day.
So I was planning to tell you everything. Tell me what? You're kind of scaring me with that serious look.
What I'm about to tell you is going to sound completely insane for all sorts of reasons. But every word of it is true. I need you to believe me, okay?
I don't even... You can't be serious. You're gonna be offered up as a sacrifice? some cursed storm is coming to the island and you died and came back? Are you actually being serious?
Shotaro said that it was all nonsense. He didn't believe a word of it.
This is not okay. This is all seriously messed up. You said before you didn't really remember much of your past, right? But claiming that you died? That has to be bullshit. What are you saying? Why aren't you saying anything, Sato? Sato, are you okay?
I don't know. So things have gotten a bit messed up now.
But I still think you need to tell Shotaro how you feel. You really think so? If he's clearly into you and not me.
I mean, I don't think his feelings are just gonna flip once you tell him.
In fact, I'll be even more worried if he changes his mind that easily. That said, letting him know your feelings is the best way to have him realize you're an option for him. I'm pretty sure up until now, he just hasn't been paying attention. He hasn't noticed all the great stuff about you. I'm not so sure that that's the problem.
You never know. Even if he doesn't respond to you right away, his feelings could change over time.
Just look at you. You're cute, you're smart, and you're a great person. You've got every reason to be confident. You're making me blush. It does sound convincing coming from you. I mean, I was totally ready to just throw it out there to see what would happen and all. But now you're starting to make me think I might actually have a shot.
Exactly. No need to rush. Just take your time and let both of your feelings develop.
Thanks, Sato. You're right. I just can't give up. I'm gonna go ahead and tell him. You really are good at this, Sato. You must be super experienced with all of this.
Of course I am. They don't call me a living encyclopedia for nothing.
I almost forgot about that. I almost forgot too. She said I almost forgot too. Oh.
Did you finish writing the love letter?
Well, I did finish it, but I ripped it up and threw it away.
Oh, damn.
Don't worry, I'll write another one today. It's probably a good thing I get a redo. The first one was all me anyway. That's the spirit. I suppose I'll need one more thing, Sato. You'll need to invite Shotaro over for me again. That I can do. I'll get him to come even if it kills me.
Even if it kills you? Shit. Okay, don't say that.
Thanks, but I'd rather you didn't get killed over this. All right, time to rewrite that love letter. All that said, I feel like whatever's going on with you is way more serious.
Yeah, about that. You think we can talk for a bit? I have something important to share. The truth is, some of my memories have started coming back. Just a few.
That's great! So what did you remember?
I want to keep this just between us for now, okay?
Of course, totally.
Earlier, when you said you couldn't believe that we were the same age, you were right. The truth is, although I might look quite young, I've actually been around for a very long time.
That's what you've been hiding? I knew something was up. How old are you? 20?
Oh, sweetie. Oh, sweetie. She thinks she's 20. That's cute.
A little older than that.
Oh, I need to guess even higher? Let's take a big jump. 23.
Oh, girl.
It's actually a lot older than that. I think at least.
Now I'm not sure where to guess. Wait, you're not gonna tell me you're secretly some ancient grandma, are you?
That's about right.
Huh?
That part about me dying and coming back, there might be some truth to that. In other words, I'm actually an immortal girl with an immortal body. Nice to meet you.
She said nice to meet you. She said nice to meet you. you actually being serious?
Completely.
I always thought you said some pretty weird things, but this one takes the cake. You did always have kind of a strange vibe about you. Hearing this sort of does make sense. How did that even happen?
So long as I barely remember. But long ago, for some reason I can't quite remember, I ended up eating the flesh of a mermaid.
I've actually heard stories about that. Eating mermaid flesh is supposed to make you immortal, right? So those stories were real? You have an immortal body and you've been alive for who knows how long. How old are you, really?
I'm actually not too sure. I'm not really the forgetful type, but I think there just might be a human limit to how much I can ever remember. Even when living normally, you wind up forgetting stuff for a long time ago, right?
Maybe. I've only been alive 17 years, so I really wouldn't know.
Oh, yeah. The oldest memory I can still remember probably goes back several centuries.
So you really are an ancient grandma. No, I was only 17 when I ate the mermaid flesh, you know. So I wasn't exactly lying about my age. In terms of looks, I'm still a spry young 17-year-old. Well, sure, I can't argue with that. But you're saying you're actually immortal? I think that tops my surprises for today.
You believe me?
Of course, you joke around a lot, but I trust you when you say it's serious.
Thank you.
Oh boy. So if you really did become immortal from eating the flesh of a mermaid, then I guess handing you over to some bigwig like this Unk actually starts to make sense.
If I get handed over to him, I'm pretty sure he'd figure it out. Who knows what could happen? That'd be bad news. No telling what he'd do after that.
And if it's the truth, I guess there's no point in making excuses either. What about the curse? Is that true too?
I'm pretty sure it's real. I'm somehow connected to that place called Taiishima that came up in the curse's story. Even so, I don't think I caused the curse. At least I hope not.
So you're saying you were on Taiishima like 400 years ago?
I don't really remember what kind of person I was back then, though.
Even so, I can't believe the old man just straight out said he was going to hand you over tomorrow.
I've been trying to figure out how to get out of that.
Well, I'm gonna help you, obviously. How about you really do just run away to Tokyo with Shotaro then?
I'd rather not. There has to be a better way.
Even as I said it, I realized I hadn't really thought it through very much.
Let's take this step one step at a time. Besides, I don't think the curse will just disappear if I leave the island.
If you were the cause, that would mean that they could just have kicked you off the island, right? It kind of feels like the old man's just trying to pin everything on you.
There's been some reason behind it. If we could somehow stop this curse, it'd probably solve all my problems.
But how are we supposed to stop a curse when we don't even know what it is? I always thought all this curse stuff was just occult nonsense. I never thought it could be real.
Spirits and curses really do exist, no doubt about it. It was totally normal to live with them way back when, so it surprised me that these days everyone just acts like they're not real.
No way, this is all so surreal.
You being here is already past surreal and into the mythical. I guess I gotta rethink what normal is.
I guess that means our best chance at the moment, but probably lies in your memory somewhere. Do you really not remember anything about what you were doing before you washed up on the island?
Now while I now remember that I was on Taiishima 400 years ago, everything between then and waking up here is completely blank. I'm guessing I might have been asleep somewhere for the last 400 years or something like that.
How'd something like that even happen? You think it's connected to whatever happened to Taiishima?
Probably.
Sleeping for 400 years, that's just surreal. Feels like something out of a story. You fit into our society so naturally. It's hard to believe you're not from the same era.
I was quite lost at first, but I didn't want to cause a scene, so I tried really hard to fit in. Everything had changed so much. There were surprises around every corner. It was pretty overwhelming.
I can imagine. It's like that old Urashima Taro. You came back and centuries had gone by.
It is quite similar. I'm amazed that the tale of Urashima Taro is still being told even now. You know what amazed me the most? TV. It was incredible how much I could learn from it.
That's why you were so glued to the TV. That's amazing. I can't believe you managed to blend in so naturally just from watching TV.
It was actually easier than I expected. It felt more like visiting a country with a different culture than jumping through time. I guess since I barely remembered anything from my past, there wasn't much to get in the way of learning new stuff.
Guess that's why you seemed a bit distant when you first arrived on the island.
Sorry I was such a pain.
You were just scared, right? You had no memories and were thrown into a completely different era. I was lucky. Everyone on the island was so kind. I still can't believe that old man wants to offer you as a sacrifice. That's so messed up. I wish you could remember a bit more about yourself. Aren't you even a little curious? Doesn't it worry you? Not really. I mean, I was probably just another person. Doubt I was anyone special. You never know! Either way, we'll just have to make a bunch of good memories for the new you. Even these last few months have been filled with great memories. I just realized, if you really are immortal, every time you said, even if it kills me, you kind of left out the part where that's not actually possible. I'm not sure this is like the time to be making jokes. Damn, you're right. That does sound bad now. Wait, no, it's the opposite. It means I'm so determined that I'd risk dying despite my immortality. So coming from you, it actually carries even more weight. Got it. I think I spun that one pretty well. You know I can hear you, right? I kind of feel relieved. Even after learning all of this about me, you aren't treating me any differently. You're still you. Nothing's really changed for me. I'm glad I could tell you the truth. Usually when people find out, they freak out and quickly pull away. I was worried you'd do the same. I mean, I can see why some people might distance themselves if they found out. Yuza's ma was totally shunned when people started blaming her. Anyway, don't worry. I won't tell a soul. Your secret's safe with me. You said Yuza's mom was shunned. All Suyo ever told me was that she passed away in the Kamashima Southern Sea disaster. You wouldn't know about it. I guess it's not exactly something you'd share with a guest to the island.
Hope you enjoying this game. I love it.
I am also loving and playing this game so far. Thank you so much, Lori, for the 23-month resub. I appreciate it. Truth is, they pinned the blame for that whole disaster on her. Said it was Mare's fault. People just started saying that she was some kind of bad omen or something. She never really fit in on the island, but there was no reason to treat her like that. That's probably why things felt so tense when Yuza came back to the island a few months back. I figured folks were just joking around, so I didn't really think too much of it. But you know, it's quite similar to what's happening to you right now. The old man called you the same thing that they called her, the Raging Waves curse bearer. They said Mare was the source of the curse too? What does it mean? Yuza's ma was actually like you? She was also immortal? Maybe she didn't really go missing, but was actually sacrificed to this Unk. Mr. Wakamura said he won't make the same mistake from 5 years ago, so I don't think that's it. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Still, I wonder if Yuza or Suyu know anything about this curse. It's not exactly an easy topic to bring up, but we don't really have any other leads. Let's go talk to Suyu. We can ask her about Mari and the curse. But wait, if Yuzu's ma really was his curse bearer, that means she dragged not only herself and her family, but the whole island in the storm. That's kind of a scary thing to think about. I can't imagine she did it on purpose. Maybe at the very least she didn't know about it. It's still awful. Either way, the outcome was such a terrible one. Nope, this curse bearer stuff has to be total bull. I'm not buying it. I couldn't agree more. But then where did all these curse bearer rumors come from in the first place? There's got to be a way to prove that they're unfounded. Bet you anything it was that so-called sorcerer the old man's been talking to. Has to be. Maybe we could go shake it out of him until they admit it was all made up. If we could pull it off, it would clear things up. Even if we prove that you're not the curse bearer, they're still gonna come after you for being immortal. They want me because I'm immortal, not because of the curse. Really just want to believe all this curse bearer stuff is just nonsense. There's gotta be something else that we can do. The only other people I really trust around here are Azami and Yuza. If we ask them, I bet they'd help. Would you rather I didn't tell them? I mean, I'm pretty sure they'd keep it a secret.
I'd rather avoid telling anyone else. Gotcha, well then. Maybe we could just hide out somewhere until tomorrow, buy a little time. But where could we hide? Oh! But I'm not even sure it's the right choice here. Not even sure if I should mention it.
You trusted me with your secret, so I guess it's only fair I share one too.
Keep this between us. It's about my paw, actually. I thought you grew up with just your mom.
I did. That's why I got curious about who my paw was and started digging. Didn't have much to go on, but I managed to piece it together, and maybe I've got a knack for detective work, huh?
A detective just like on TV.
Turns out he's a very rich guy from Issei. Apparently, way back, my ma used to work as a maid at his estate.
Does that mean...
You guessed it, I'm his illegitimate child. I mean, I kind of suspected it already, so it wasn't a huge shock or anything. He has been sending child support this whole time, so I'm grateful, honestly.
Your life really is like a TV show.
I'm actually snuck off to meet him a few times.
You met your dad all on your own, and that's what's the problem?
Surprisingly, yeah, he was happy to see me. He even said that he'd want to meet me too. Took me out for dinner a couple times and all.
You're smart and cute. I can see why he'd be proud.
I've got no complaints about the life I have now with Ma. I'm not out to shake him down for cash or stir up trouble or anything. That said, I've never told Ma that I met with him. There's still bad blood there, apparently. Nobody on the island knows about this. You're the first person I've ever told.
This turned into a full-on secret swap.
Worst case scenario, I thought we could help maybe ask for Pa for help. He's pretty rich, so he could probably arrange a place for you to hide for a while. Might help buy us some time to look into this curse.
That's quite the connection to have. Thanks for sharing that with me. Having a place to lay low would be great, but won't he be suspicious if we don't explain things?
Honestly, I'm not sure. We either lie to him or risk telling the truth. Personally, I'd rather not lie to him. You think it's better to keep your secret even from my pa?
I'd really rather not no one knew.
I get it. If word got out, it'd probably stir up a whole new mess. Let's keep that as our last resort then.
It was a great idea, though. Thanks. Tsukasa, I just had a thought. This Unk guy, he says that he has a way to break the curse.
Sounds like it. That's what he's offering in exchange for you, right?
What if we somehow stole that from him?
Oh, bold idea. You mean we fake the trade and swipe it instead?
What if I just snuck into Unk's place and took it?
So we'd have our undercover, our detective arc, and now we're going undercover? Are we spies now?
Yeah, okay, that's probably not very realistic.
I do think it's a bit of a stretch. We don't exactly have the skills or intel for a spy mission. Still, if there was some way to break the curse of the raging waves, that'd solve everything. Props to Tsukasa is a real one. Hearing that your friend you met 3 months ago is an ageless immortal and she's just like, oh wow. She is a good friend. We love Tsukasa in this house. People also used to call Mari the curse bearer, so maybe Suyu will know something that that can help. I don't really want to worry her, but we don't really have any other ideas. Right. I don't know why I'm going back to the Wakamura residence. Seems like not a wise decision, but I'm gonna do it. Looks like Shotaro isn't home. No one's here. Huh?
Oh, it's just the phone.
Am I really gonna answer the phone right now? I guess I'm gonna pick it up.
Wakamura residence.
You one of the Wakamuras?
No one from the Wakamura family is home right now.
Would you mind calling back later?
Wait, really? Then that means...
You must be that immortal girl.
What? I'm not sure what you mean. If this is a prank call, I'm hanging up.
So this is where you've been hiding. Took me forever to find you. Oh, my dear Osato, it's been a while. Oh! He said her original name.
He knows you?
Krista shake, Krista shake, Krista shake.
Socrates, thank you for the 19 months. Looks like you've got the wrong number. Please double check the number and call again.
Whoa! Hold it! Don't you hang up on me, you little shit! I know exactly who I'm talking to.
It sounds like he actually knows who you are. I think this might be our chance to get some new info.
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
So, my dear little Osato, I hear Unk's got his eye on you now.
You're awfully well informed. Mind telling me who you are?
Of all the people out there, it was Unk who found out. Damn, that geezer's gonna haunt you to the ends of hell.
Answer.
Who the hell are you?
You're fucking serious. You don't remember me? That's real harsh after everything we had, all that passionate talk about our future together. Just because I don't remember you doesn't mean you get to start spouting nonsense. You'll know it if it's nonsense soon enough. And listen, I'm actually the one trying to help you here, you know? Might want to hear me out. What do you mean? So this Unk, he's a psycho old man funneling cash into researching immortality. If he gets his hands on you, he'll be strapped to a table in his lab while he cuts you open alive. He'll sit there watching as you die and regenerate, all as a part of his fucked up experiments. And once you're all healed up, slice and dice again, rinse and repeat over and over. Sounds fun, huh? That's straight up torture. Even if your body's immortal, the pain is all real. Becoming a sacrificed guinea pig would be nothing but hell on earth. You sure know a lot about this. Well, yeah, that's why you should come to me instead. Doesn't sound so bad now, does it, Osato? I'll take you into my protection before you're handed over to Unk. All you need to do is shut up and do as you're damn told, woman. Yeah, because I'm definitely gonna listen to someone that treats me like that. Definitely. If you think I'd ever grovel to some nameless creep like you, you've got another thing coming. You'll remember me when we meet, I promise. So here's the deal. Get on today's last ferry to Toba port. Come alone. I understand. I don't know who you are, but I understand that you're rude, selfish, and absolutely not worth listening to. So, do us both a favor and never contact me again. Is that really how you're gonna play it? If you don't want to show up when I say, I'll tear through every last dumbass on this island, slice them to fucking pieces. That's what happens when people defy me. No mercy, just judgment. So, I'll say it once more, my dear Osato. If you don't want this island to be a bloodbath, get on that last ferry. Come to Toba port. Alone. This is your last chance. You get that, right? When you say no mercy, just punishment, what exactly are we talking about? Oh, you know. I have this little curse power, and let's just say it can be pretty fucking potent. Another curse? Guess I should show it off by cursing every woman on the island, kill them off one by one. How's that sound? But it wasn't just women. That way everyone else on the island will see the one girl who doesn't die. And, well, guess your secret's out. So, yeah, better just do as I say. No point in fighting it. I've already got an assassin mixed in with the locals. Everything's set. Hey, up, and they're fucking nuts. Gave them a curse and they were way too thrilled to use it. Dead serious too, eyes like a psycho killer. You get those sometimes, natural killers. Pretty sure they're already made their move, and unless I call them off, they sure ain't stopping. Is he being serious? I'll check with you again after the first body drops, but I really recommend you make the smart choice before that. Ferry's leaving soon, so tick-tock, my dear Sato. Don't keep me waiting. This is bad. You heard all that, right? So basically, if I would have never answered the phone, nobody would have ended up dying on the island. I caused all the bad stuff to happen by just simply picking up a goddamn phone. That's what I just learned. Well, I am never answering phones ever again, chat. I'm really glad Tsukasa's here with me. I don't think I could have handled all of this if I were alone. That last ferry leaves in, what, less than an hour? And if I don't get on it, the whole island is in trouble. All that talk about curses and killing people, and we still have no idea who that even was. I feel like he knew something about your past. All I know, it was definitely someone who, high potential of being a fucking misogynist. Okay. So I am Yao Bakuni, or went on to become known as Yao Bakuni, a nun. So Osato I guess relation to the past, there's nothing direct about this. Ano Town of Age District is so not enough information. With, like, things that could be related to that. They knew about Unk and his research, so they definitely involved in some way or another. I wonder if it's the same person that could be this so-called, like, sorcerer person. Maybe it's someone who doesn't get along with Unk and wants to steal you away from him? Makes sense, trying to help me is probably just a front, so his real goal has got to be something like that. Maybe he just acted like he knew you to put you at ease. But if he really wanted to put me at ease, I don't think he had the right tone. That attitude was anything but reassuring. Like, was he actually serious thinking that you'd go along with all of that just because he barked it at you? Not to mention threatening to curse the people on the island to death. It's hard to tell how serious he was. Well, one thing is clear. He's bad news. Someone's come home. Oh, God. Wakamura came back? Oh, fuck off. Maybe you best tell the old man about the phone call. You think I should tell him? Everything is still so up in the air that I really didn't want to have to see him right now.
He could have at least come home a little bit earlier and taken that damn phone call for me.
What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost.
We just got a strange, threatening phone call.
So some nobody we don't even know wants you to sent off on the last ferry?
They said if I don't go, the island will be struck with no mercy, just punishment.
He's just saying, trying to snatch you out from under Unk's nose. Always some fools trying to play smart. Pulling a stunt like that wouldn't just get you on Unk's bad side, it'd be a hell of a lot worse. Ignore that fool's call, just going to Unk tomorrow like we planned.
I totally should have said something earlier, but I'm totally against this whole sacrifice nonsense. Hey, old man, if we can lift that curse before tomorrow, then Sato doesn't have to be offered as a sacrifice, right?
But that curse stumped even the finest sorcerer I know. You need solid proof it's been broken.
That's fine.
What else did he say? Something about an assassin?
They said someone wielding a curse power has mixed in with the locals and is already proceeding with their plans.
Think it could be true? Most likely bluffing, but I'll have folks look into it just in case. Either way, if we nab the assassin first, there ain't nothing to worry about. This is my Kamashima. I don't like hearing we have unknowns mixing with my people. That's a bit, racist? Well, maybe not racist, but like, weird.
Couldn't you ask that sorcerer you trust to help us deal with it?
Not happening. Too short notice. Even just one consultation takes a whole month of back and forth with their manager for an appointment. Not to mention you can't even mention how much it costs. You don't trouble someone like that over some damn fool's prank call when it's probably just a bluff.
They're that big of a deal? I guess neither of the two we bumped into today were the sorcerer then. Yesterday we spoke to a man and a woman in traditional clothes who asked us where this place was. They didn't stop by?
We had some shady looking folks come around. They said something about a great storm curse drawing near and told me I should warn everyone to prepare for evacuation.
Even people from outside the island know? Who exactly were they?
Claimed they were with the police or something, but something smelled fishy. They were rambling on about mummies and whatnot. Didn't make a lick of sense. Ain't got time to mess with folks like that. Told them I already knew and had them get lost. Anyone with even the slightest spirit sense can tell that the island's affected by a curse. They were just scam artists using that to sprout nonsense to squeeze out donations. Bunch of crooked psychics. Got no time to deal with folks like that.
Is that really all it was? Something about it nagging at me. Is this curse definitely real?
I already told you it's as real as it gets.
So what are you gonna do now, old man?
First off, Sato ain't going anywhere. Stay put until that last ferry dock is back on the mainland. Curses or not, there's no way anyone is gonna go around killing off a bunch of people. That just ain't practical. That said, anyone sneaking is an assassin. That could happen. Even if their curse was just a bluff. Oh, sorry. They're clearly planning something. Ain't no way I'll let it slide. Threaten not just me, but Unk? They'll regret messing with us. I'll smoke them out myself and have them confess all their bullshit. You two stay right here. Woo!
He told us to wait here, but we don't need to catch the ferry anymore. Still feels like a waste of time just sitting here. Let's go and see if we can find Suyu. We can find a way to stop the curse. There'd be no reason to sacrifice you. Let's go.
I love how arbitrary this guy is about what he believes in. It's a little bit fucked up. I'm also suspecting that the sorcerer that they're talking about, that takes like 500 business days just to even consult with, could be the officer, the main leader of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau that no one ever sees. I'm wondering if they're the same person.
We definitely learned a lot more after speaking with Suyu. Tsukasa? Listen, there's no way I'm letting them sacrifice you. Not for anything.
The last ferry should have reached the mainland now. Think the old man managed to find that assassin? Let's go see what's going on outside. Not like we have much else to do now. So... they just skipped the whole part where we talked to Granny? I would like to hear that conversation. Yeah. So is this where everybody dies? I don't really like this. Let's go see what's going on outside. The whole assassin thing is terrifying, though. Yeah, we should probably stay indoors, right? I can't get over what Tsuyu told us earlier. What a shock. I can't imagine how much you've been through, Sato. My memories also came rushing back so suddenly, I wasn't sure what to do. Wait, you remember things now? What is this time skip? I want to know! She remembers everything now. I want the juicy information. Oh, great, this guy. It's Shotaro. Hey, you two. My old man's been stomping around with this wild look on his face, asking people if they've seen anyone suspicious. You two know anything about that? Yeah, we do. Wait, did we just tell Shotaro? So I guess he's trying to track down that assassin who's blending in on the island somewhere. So people really announce threats like that over the phone? I'm glad the old man didn't take the bait. That was probably the right call. But if it's not just Unk's people after you, then we've got a new problem. Okay, what if... Hear me out. What if Shotaro is the one that did the call? That could be possible. The sun's starting to go down. Maybe that's part of it, but something feels off. Tsukasa's clearly on edge. I can't blame her. This whole situation is such a mess. We should really apologize for missing the meeting earlier. Even with everything going on, he still manages to stay so calm. I know it's not fair to lean on him only when things get tough, but his confidence makes it hard not to. About the assassin. This so-called assassin really has slipped in among the others, running around blindly like my old man won't get us anywhere. We don't have enough to go on, so it's hard to say anything for sure. At the very least, I'll be looking for people with regular contact with those off the island. Anyone who rarely leaves the island isn't really a likely suspect. That means that people like Shotaro and me who live off the island most of the time are the most suspicious? Given the situation, yeah. So it is Shotaro! I knew it. It's also possible that the caller and the assassin are both working for Unk. Why would you think like that? It's possible that he either never had the means to lift the curse of the raging waves like he promised, or never intended to hand it over in the first place. Oh, I get it. The way he could just get Sato without keeping his end of the bargain. Plus, he could also turn around and pin everything on your old man. Sharp as ever. Thanks. Either way, if someone like that really is out there, we need to stay on guard. Sorry about missing our meeting today. I was the one who asked and ended up standing you up. Something urgent came up and I couldn't make it. Oh, right, that. Stuff happens. I'm not mad or anything, but I do wish you brought it up a little sooner. Why was that so scary? Why was that so scary? Mind telling me what exactly happened? Something unexpected came up and kind of threw off my whole schedule. You can't say any more. You're not even going to tell me what you wanted to talk about? I can't tell you that yet either. Right. Let's just say you owe me one. Sometime when I need it, you'll have to do something for me. What? Am I being blackmailed? That's not fair. It's not her fault. I'm the one who caused all the problems today. You see, I was the one who actually... Tsukasa, stop. This isn't the time. Ooh, why do I feel like I'm the bad guy here? You're the one who didn't show up. You're not the bad guy. It really is my fault. I'm sorry. No, it's on me. Sato didn't do anything wrong. For the sake of your friendship, I'll let it slide. Let's just reschedule for another time. Thank you. Things are a little hectic. We can talk about that more another time. About getting you out of that whole sacrifice mess. I've been thinking, and maybe it's best if we leave for Tokyo together first thing tomorrow. Lay low for a while. I know it looks like I'm just using this chaos as an excuse, but at this point, I don't think I can offer any other options. What do you think?
Thanks for thinking it over for me, but would it be okay if I gave it a little bit more thought?
Sure, but if you take the ferry, my old man will catch on. If you want to go, it'll have to be on a small boat quietly just after dawn. I'll need time to set things up, so I need your answer by tonight. Ah! What's wrong? Looks like you got something caught in your bangs. You always seem so calm and collected, but I guess everyone has their moments.
Where? Do you want me to take a look? It's okay. I still got that hand mirror on me. Is that a feather? When did that get there? I got it.
What the hell is that? What the fuck? There's something behind me. No! Don't make me turn around! What the fuck? I should check behind me. No! 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 I could have sworn it was right around here. There's nothing there. So this is when it happened. Oh. It hurts. It cut straight through me. My insides are on fire. I just died. How? Tsukasa, I'm sorry. This is the power of the curse. It's real. I saw something for a split second and then it cut me down. Okay, just relax, breathe, nice and slow. This is bad. People are coming over. It's turning into a scene. Not here. Everyone will see. Damn it. Everyone will know I can heal. What do I do? They're all panicking. Just act dazed, clueless. They'll run away while I can. Then run away. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, I gotta keep going. I gotta keep going. The slash from the curse leaves Sato with a large wound on her chest. She dies only for a moment and then resurrects in front of everyone, revealing that she is no normal person. She escapes in a panic, unsure of what will happen next. Go, 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 go! Was I asleep? Oh, right. I got attacked out of nowhere right in the middle of Chuo Street. Every time I come back to life, my head's always foggy and my memory's all over the place. After I was cut down, everyone saw me resurrect, so I panicked and started running around trying to hide. But in the end, Mr. Wakamura found me. He told me to stay put in the house and keep my head down. Sounds like things are getting pretty chaotic on the island, all because of me. Mr. Wakamura told everyone he would handle it, which helped smooth things over. What now? It's already pitch black outside. It's quiet, too quiet. It's putting me on edge. So now everyone knows I can't die. Be that as it may, I've still got something I need to do. This is it. Time to see it through. Today's been so hectic. I need to take a second, gather my thoughts, and figure out what comes next. Okay, Curse of the Raging Waves. Over the southern sea of Kamashima, the curse is creating a huge storm that has started to churn the sea. They say it can whip up a violent storm without warning, the kind that can flip a boat in an instant. Mr. Wakamura's plans to hand me over to Unk to find a way to stop the curse. That handover is supposed to happen tomorrow, but Shotaro is against it. This morning he asked if I'd run away with him, escape the island, and flee. I still haven't given him an answer. I have my reasons. I can't go with Shotaro. How to actually stop the curse of the raging waves. The information you gave us this afternoon might help. I should go over it again and get everything straight. As for how to actually stop the curse, the information you gave... Okay. Threatening phone call. I got a creepy call demanding I turn myself in. They said if I didn't comply, an assassin with a curse would start killing people. I didn't go. And sure enough, later that evening, I was struck out of nowhere by some invisible slash and killed. Whoever did it was probably testing whether I'd really come back to life while also showing off their power all in one go. And it worked perfectly. The island went into a panic, with people both terrified of me for not dying and of the one who attacked me. If it really was an assassin mixed in among the locals that used a curse to do all of that, we're in serious trouble. A curse that can kill someone instantly from a distance. That's not just dangerous, it's terrifying. None of the curses I've ever known worked like that. They were never that convenient or all-powerful. Wait a second. I just realized, I think it has to be Shotaro. It's not a curse that can kill from a distance. That thing. He said that there was something in my hair. There was something in my bangs. What if there wasn't anything in my bangs and he put something there? He started it. Oh boy. I think it definitely is Shotaro. The assassin. None of the curses I've ever worked were like that. They were never that convenient or all-powerful. They say when you curse someone, you're cursing yourself as well. Using a curse always comes with risks or with strict conditions. To target me so precisely in that exact moment and place, from where I couldn't even see. There must have been some really specific conditions to pull it off. I should try to recall the curse slash that hit me and see if there's anything else I can remember. Mr. Wakamura still hasn't figured out who the assassin is either. Whoever they are blending in with the locals and triggering the curse with ease. As far as I know, only a psychic with a powerful spirit sense could use a curse like that. Yeah, okay, because when the curse went off, we also saw Shotaro as one of the people that died as a result of the curse. Now, I think that could potentially be a backfire effect. We saw Shotaro die, we saw Chie die, and Suya die. Suya. Shotaro was one of the people that died, and it was... Shotaro doesn't give me a good vibe with women, so that's why I can totally believe that it's him. Considering he can't even ask a girl on a fucking date normally. He has to ask for marriage. Like, bro, what? That's so old school. What are you, 800 years old? You know what I mean? Who fucking does that? Okay, anyway, I don't know exactly why he also would have died in that circumstance. He could have faked it. Wait, he could have faked it. Because, the slash... No, I guess the slash... I was gonna say the rest of them were happening, like the slashes were, coming from the chest. Most of them are chest slashes, and Shotaro, if I remember, was face down. His back got slashed, which could be potentially different. But then also Yuza got his head cut off, so people are getting slashed in different ways. I don't know if that's exactly relevant, but I still think that this is Shotaro. Only a psychic with a powerful spirit sense could use a curse like that. Is there really someone like that on this island? The killing definitely won't stop with just the attack on me. Even the man on the phone was ranting about killing everyone off one by one. But at least for the moment, it seems pretty quiet outside. But there's still no telling when it'll start. Also, the Shotaro lines up the more I think about it because he also wanted to run away with me to Tokyo, and I denied him running away with me. And the person threatening me on the phone also wanted me to get on a boat and leave. So yeah, I think that all of these motivations are lining up to be pretty much the same thing. The only question would be, yeah, him getting cursed as well, because he got slashed on the back. That's the only question mark out of that scenario that I'm making in my head. If that caller really can wield a curse, maybe turning them down wasn't the smartest move. Then again, there's no way I was just gonna hand myself over. And like Shotaro said, there's also a chance that caller was working for Unk. That attack, it was brutal. I changed clothes and the wound's gone now, but I can't stop the cold sweat. My body still remembers the pain, and I'm the only one who can get to the bottom of this curse. I need to think back, remember exactly what happened when I was cursed. There has to be some kind of clue. Was there a sign, anything at all, before I was struck? A mysterious shadow reflected in the mirror. It looked like a warrior in armor carrying a sword. Was that the curse of the Heiki I heard about yesterday? Yes! Oh, a conversation with Yumeko? Ooh, that sounds like good shit. I want Yumeko to talk to Sato. That sounds interesting. A curse that delivers a single hate-fueled strike from a sword. And its shadow was already there before I was hit, which means if I can spot that armored warrior's shadows again, it would mean the assassin using the curse should be nearby. I should have asked more questions yesterday. That cursed shadow, it showed up in the mirror, but when I turned around, there was nothing there. Does that mean maybe it's only visible in mirrors? Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Okay. It could be a potential. If that's true, I might be able to use this Kameshimaru hand mirror to spot the shadow before the curse strikes. I could go looking for it with a mirror. Maybe I should practice a bit. Here goes. Looks like I can use this mirror to search for things behind me. Let's do a little practice first. Let me try reflecting the Kamashimaru flag in the mirror. Once I see its reflection, I'll take a closer look at the hand mirror. Oh, I hate this. I fucking hate this. There you are, Kameshimaru. Okay, this works. Maybe using a mirror isn't the important thing, but rather not looking at it directly. Okay. So the moment that she started actually looking at it. If I can catch the shadow with the mirror before anything happens, then maybe I can find the assassin right as they're about to use the curse. One problem. If anyone on the island sees me now, it'll just cause more panic. I'll have to stay hidden while I move around. Earlier today, after Mr. Wakamura told me to wait here, we snuck out and went to talk to Tsuyu. We learned some rather important info. Yeah, tell us about it. Wakamura's fixing to hand you over to someone to try and break the curse? Treating people like they're nothing but tools, that's just plain awful. Exactly. But if we can figure out just how to lift the curse ourselves, then maybe it won't come to that. If you know anything about the curse, please, we need your help. Of course, I don't know what I'd do with myself if we lost you, Sato.
Well, reckon it's fine to tell you. I was about to tell Yuza and Azami later anyway. Come on, you two, I've got something to show you. I promised I'd tell Yuza and Azami tonight, but there's something I need to check, so I'll fill you two in first. So, there's hope. Oh, good. I can still find out about that information. Ah, just as I remember it. There it is.
Are you sure you're okay to be climbing these rocks with your injured leg?
Oh, don't you worry about me. Still got a few tricks left in these old bones. Truth is, I put together a little shrine behind these rocks. Nobody else knows it's there, so it's been hidden here for ages.
There was a shrine all the way out here? Is this one of those bronze mirrors? I think I saw one in my history textbook once.
It's kinda old and worn, but it's still small and cute. It's a beauty, all right, but there's a lot more to it than it looks.
Ooh!
Having Tsukasa here with me means more than I can say. How will she follow me in all of this, I wonder?
Let's see what Tsuyu has to say.
Even out here, Tsuyu remains her usual calm, unshakable self. Unfortunately, that only makes it harder to tell where the jokes end and serious talk begins. I think I may have picked up a bit of that from her. Tsuyu, what exactly is that mirror?
It used to belong to Mare, Yuza's mother. To be more precise, Mare found it at the bottom of the old well after she came to Kamashima.
That's where this bronze mirror came from?
Sure is, though I don't know much beyond that, I'm afraid. Anyway, she said that we had to keep it enshrined somewhere that overlooked the southern sea, so we tucked it away back here. It was here even back when Mare was still alive, so that's gotta be near 20 years ago now.
Why did she specifically say it had to cover the southern sea? So that mirror has some connection to the curse?
Listen, all I'm about to tell you is just what Mare once told me. But I trusted her with all of my heart, so I'll speak as if I know it all to be true. This curse of the raging waves isn't some tiny little curse that someone can just throw out whenever they like. It's a massive curse that's been churning down off of the southern coast of Kamashima for a good 400 years now, non-stop.
That's true. Wouldn't there be a huge storm all the time?
That's the thing. The curse had been sealed away all this time, held back. All because of a sacrifice offered up 400 years ago. A real sacrifice.
You don't mean, like, symbolically? You're saying someone was actually sacrificed to keep the curse at bay?
Exactly. Many, many years ago, someone made the ultimate sacrifice, but thanks to that, the source of the curse was sealed away. And this here bronze mirror supposedly belonged to the very person who was sacrificed. That is, even with that sacrifice, after 400 years, the effects that held back the curse are getting weaker and weaker.
In other words, now that the curse is overpowering its seal, the curse of the raging waves could be set loose again?
That's how it seems. At the same time, it seems that the curse itself has become a lot weaker over the last 400 years. Even with the seal wearing thin, the power of this bronze mirror has been able to keep it at bay. It's managed to hold back the curse for the past 10 years or so. The mirror doesn't hold a candle to a real sacrifice, but still, it's got enough power to suppress the curse.
So if it wasn't for that mirror, that curse might have already swallowed up the island. Mari wasn't a curse bearer trying to unleash the curse at all. She was the complete opposite. She found the mirror and was trying to hold it back.
That's true, but it ain't quite the whole story. To explain what I mean, I need to tell you about where Mare came from. Sorry for keeping it from you. The truth is, Mare was a descendant of a place called Taiishima, an island that was wiped off the map.
Isn't that the place where the curse started, after it got invaded or something?
That's the one.
I heard that Mari was a descendant of the people who destroyed Taishima, that she was the one who brought the curse.
Quite the opposite. Her ancestors were the ones being destroyed.
Dang, that sure changes the story.
What does that mean?
Mare told me that folks from Taiishima passed down a duty from generation to generation. She said it would be 400 years since a disaster during her generation that meant she had to be the one to see it through. To carry out that duty first, the curse had to be removed once and for all. They needed to wait for the curse to weaken, and so many a generation passed for that to happen.
So the duty wasn't just to stop the curse, that was just the first step?
Right, Mari came to Kamashima because she was meant to fulfill that duty. Apparently, she spent years waiting on the island, watching for a sign the curse was starting to weaken. Eventually, she ended up marrying my little Tosuke, but it seems that that was never part of the plan. She often used to chuckle about it, saying that you never know when or where fate will bring someone into your life. Then we come to 5 years ago. 395 years since the curse of raging waves had begun. She said the time had finally come, that the curse was now weak enough. I still remember her saying how if she offered the mirror now, she could remove the curse for good. She could complete her duty. Even hearing all of that, I was still only half convinced the curse wasn't just an old folktale.
Don't think anyone can blame you.
What exactly was her duty? She'd only tell me once it was all over and done with.
The Southern Sea disaster.
I never got to hear what her duty was. Mare was taken by the sea before she could tell me. After that disaster, I was a mess. Couldn't think straight for ages. Now, with all this going on, I figured it was time I finally talked about what happened. That day, 5 years ago, out of the blue, Mare suddenly said the time had come. She headed out to sea, bronze mirror in hand, ready to end the curse once and for all. But you know the rest. I reckon she failed to do it.
And then that triggered the storm and the whole disaster.
That's how it looked. Thinking back, it hadn't quite been 400 years yet. Maybe she rushed it. Felt like time was running out. I think she tried to end it, and the curse just lashed back, causing the tragedy. I know folks want to blame her, but I never could really say anything to stop them. One curious thing, though, Mare took this bronze mirror with her when she set out. But when Yuza was the one found alive, he had the mirror on him. Maybe that's what saved him. Just him, by some miracle. At the very least, I'm grateful that he came back safe.
Yeah, when they found Yuza that day, I remember bawling my eyes out. I was so relieved.
After that, I offered a little prayer of thanks to the mirror and quietly returned it to the shrine in the bay. For the next 5 years, there was no sign of the raging waves. Everything stayed calm up until now. But there's still one thing I can't quite make sense of. I know she took Tosuke with her as he was the one who handled the boat, but I never understood why she'd take little Yuza with her too.
Oh my god, please don't tell me she was gonna sacrifice her own child.
Yuza says he doesn't remember a thing, so he'll probably never know the truth. Not to mention that Mare's so-called duty also still remains a mystery.
I really hope her child wasn't meant to be a sacrifice.
All that's left is this bronze mirror and 5 long years. I kept hoping that maybe, just maybe, that curse of the raging waves would fade away on its own. But now they say it's growing stronger again, and I have to say the despair is settling in.
Something just came to mind. Yuza is Mare's son, so that means he's also a descendant of Taiishima. What if Mare passed on the duty to him, taught him how to deal with the curse? That's a good point. Maybe she brought Yuza along just in case things didn't go as planned, to carry things on if she couldn't.
Okay, a backup plan. That would be better than her child being a sacrifice. Her child was a backup plan. I like this. Okay, this is much better than where my thought process went.
Truth is, I've been wondering if that boy's starting to remember something. Not exactly an easy thing to bring up to him, you know. Since we're finally talking about all this, I figured it's time I ask him straight. Honestly, Yuza couldn't hide anything from anyone, let alone from us. I thought the same. That boy's as transparent as glass. So listen, Sato. You need to tell them there's no need to rush with all this nonsense. The bronze mirror's holding the curse and back for now.
Maybe Yuza actually knows how to get rid of the curse with that mirror.
It didn't work for Mare, not with the bronze mirror alone. The curse is still out there, so maybe it really does need me to, you know. You're acting kind of weird. Thank you, Suyu, for telling us all of this. I think it's time I told you both something. I actually remembered something the other day about who I used to be. Sorry I didn't say anything. I guess I'll just spill it. The one who was sacrificed here 400 years ago, that was me.
You pulling my leg at a time like this? So you're telling me you're immortal? You promise you ain't pulling my leg. This one's a bit hard to swallow.
The reason the curse is getting stronger is because I woke up 3 months ago after sleeping deep down on the seafloor. I think me waking up weakened the seal that was holding the curse back.
Whoa! When you said you'd been asleep for hundreds of years, you meant you were actually a sacrifice at the bottom of the ocean?
I was sacrificed to seal the curse at its source. It wasn't to remove it, though. It was just a way to keep it from seeping out. It was just a temporary fix, a stopgap, until someone found a way to remove it. That said, it did last 400 years.
That's hard to even imagine.
But after those 400 years, the curse was supposed to have weakened, and the way to end it should have been passed down.
By Mare.
She never had the chance.
Maybe there's a chance that she did pass something on to Yuza.
But if she didn't, that would mean that I have to be the sacrifice again.
Whoa, Sato, no, that's not how it has to be.
That has to be the reason I'm immortal. I never should have woken up. Everyone here took me in even though I didn't remember a thing. I didn't want to lose all that warmth, so I kept quiet. But if it comes to it, I'll take responsibility. I'll be the sacrifice again.
Don't talk like that. You're already protected us for 400 years. That's more than enough.
I refuse to let you go through that again. There has to be a reason that you woke up now. You weren't needed to seal the curse anymore. I know it.
She's right. We have to find a way to keep you safe through this.
Aww, we need to keep Sato alive. How do we keep her alive? In truth, the curse has been perpetually active ever since its inception. The sacrifice offered 400 years ago merely served as the seal, the source of the calamity during that time. It is believed that Mare attempted to lift the curse once and for all, only for her failure to give rise to the disaster. Oh. Suyu and Tsukasa both told me that there was no need for me to be the sacrifice. I can't help but feel I have to do something. If there's anything I can do to avoid being sacrificed, I'll do it. Oh boy. After talking with Suyu, we put the bronze mirror back in the shrine. With the curse so unstable right now, moving it away from the shrine seemed like a bad idea. Suyu said she plans to tell Yuza and Azami the same thing that she told me. And if that leads to anything new, they'd let us know. That bronze mirror definitely was something I owned a really long time ago. I never imagined it held power enough to suppress a curse. Even offering it up didn't fully get rid of the curse of the raging waves, which means that there must be some sort of condition that wasn't met. The real key to ending the curse has to be tied to something or someone related to Mare. Hopefully, Suyu will be able to tell the others more about that. That said, it's possible that Unk already has the exact same information. Oh my gosh. I don't know why, but I'm afraid to take out the mirror anymore. Chat, I'm scared. I don't want to look in a mirror. This is really scary, and I'm just looking in a mirror, but like, I'm scared! I just need to do whatever I can. If I can find that armored shadow again, maybe I can at least deal with the curse. I'll have to try and avoid places with lots of people around. Oh! Okay, go to a place without lots of people.
How about the jetty? Is there a lot of people there? Oh, the Kantakisho ruins. Nobody ever goes there. This area seems pretty empty. Time to take a look around while I have the chance. Okay, I'm really scared. Maybe I can find that shadow with the mirror. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, I hate this. Chat. I don't want to look. This is really scary. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm going to the bay. Oh my god, it's dark and really scary. Oh my god. What do I do? What do I do? Oh my god. What do I do? I thought I can't see anything directly, but it was right there, right by those rocks. That the assassin should be nearby. Didn't Suyu say that she was meeting Yuza and Azami here later? I should look around quickly before anyone shows up. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I'm really scared. I'm really scared. I can't do this. I can't. The fuck? What the fuck? They took off. Ah! Oh my god. Someone as out of shape as me never had a chance to catch up. I don't even really know if they went this way. This is hopeless. I'm completely out of breath. I didn't think this far ahead. What did I think I was gonna do if I actually found someone? Running around in the dark isn't gonna get me anywhere. But I did see that shadow again, along with someone suspicious nearby. Taking off like that the second I saw them was just about the most obvious suspicious thing that they could have done. It pretty much confirms that there's an assassin using a curse to attack people on the island, just like the phone caller threatened. But even if that's the case, is there anything I can do to stop it? I'm not exactly built to fight. I'm pretty sure I'd just lose to just about anyone. I can't do this alone. I have to find someone to help me. Who can I ask at a time like this? Wait. Wasn't Suyu supposed to be meeting Yuza and Azami down by the bay? No! Please, no! I gotta get back there and warn her now! I can't breathe. I'm so out of shape. I'm here. Oh. Why did she lose a shoe? Her shoe fell off. This isn't happening. What about Yuza and Azami? Weren't they supposed to meet her here? There are footprints. Maybe they ran to get help. This is the same wound as mine. It's hopeless. She would have died in an instant. There's nothing anyone can do. I'm so sorry. I'll come back, though. I'll make sure you're properly laid to rest. Sato returned to the island's city center, which had turned into a living nightmare. Countless others had already fallen victim to the curse. Bloodied bodies lay scattered across the ground. People fled in panic, screaming and confused. Some turned on others, shouting wild accusations. Others broke down, wailing in helpless hysteria. Many clung to lifeless loved ones, crying in despair. In the midst of the chaos, not a single person paid Sato any mind. Sato Shiranami wandered through the devastation, overcome with guilt. If she had only done more, maybe this tragedy could have been prevented. If I had just listened, if I had just done what that damn phone caller had told me, none of this would have ever happened. This is all my fault. It's all because I dared to hope that I could keep on living. This is all wrong. I was never supposed to be here. It's all wrong. This body and my life, maybe it's better if it just ends. I'll surrender to the assassin right now, if that stops any more people from getting hurt. That's a pool of fresh blood. Someone must have collapsed here. I have to find the assassin. I need to tell them that I'll surrender before more lives are lost. Mr. Wakamura!
Where is Tsukasa? Tell me where Tsukasa Awa is right now! Oh no. No! I figured Unk had a couple secret kids stashed somewhere. But Tsukasa, she was one all along? You lot been keeping it secret from the start!
What are you talking about?
That goddamn assassin's gotta be working for Unk, so it has to be her. Where is she?
Gotta get my hands on her.
Put an end to this mess. Stop wasting time and talk!
It can't be her. It can't be. It's not her. It's not her. I gotta lead him away, right? Kantakisho. If she's hiding, she's probably at the Kantakisho ruins. I can't tell him that. If he gets there first, Kusakasu will be in trouble. She's down by the southern bay. I've got to find Tsukasa before he does and warn her. No time to waste. It can't be Tsukasa. I figured that Tsukasa's, she's the illegitimate child of Unk, possibly. I don't know. Oh, yeah. Okay, so Sato walks in on this? Oh, God. Okay. Sato, Yuza! Both of you need to get out of here! It's dangerous! Hurry! There's no time! Oh my god. This game is fucked up. Okay, I really need to pee. Chat. I'll be right back, okay? Okay, chat, I'm back. This game is really scary. This game is really scary. I will say, though, thankfully, I don't think that this game is as scary as the first game. The first game was fucking terrifying. This game is okay so far. I really want to get back to Yumeko. I really like her. Streamer, look behind you. I can see behind me by looking at my camera. There's nothing there. Alright. I do want to get back to Avi, but that's for later. Let's keep going. Whew. I gotta hang in there, chap. We've been going for 4 hours. Over 4 hours since I started the game instantly. I hope I'm at least over halfway through the game. Okay. Mysterious deaths continue to occur, and it is not long before the same tragedy befalls Yuza. Azami and the others are left helpless and overwhelmed by grief. Damn it. What the hell is going on? What the fuck happened to you, Yuza? How could you just die like that out of nowhere? You managed to live through the disaster 5 years ago just to die like this? Yuza's not dead. He's a mermaid. Don't worry about it. His head will grow back. And still the whole island turned on you, blamed your mom for everything. They rejected you even when you said you wanted to become an Ava diver. What the hell did you ever do to deserve that? Oh. You know, I will say, this is a very uncommon trait for a guy to be this empathetic. And it's actually super sweet, and oh, I'm used to, like, guys don't usually think this way. Usually women think this way. That's why it's like, oh, this is actually, like, so sweet. Someone like you deserves so much better. You deserve to be happy, damn it. I would have done anything to make that happen. Azami is such a good being. I love him. Man. And yet, I couldn't do a damn thing. I'm sorry. I'm so damn sorry. This shouldn't have been the way for you to go. How could the gods think this is fair? Tsukasa? Sorry, I know this is a terrible time, but there's something important that I need to tell you. Yeah, go ahead. There aren't many people around here, so it's nothing like the chaos in town. It's so quiet. It almost feels like that whole nightmare earlier was just a dream. If only that were true. Aww, poor Azami. Tsukasa's I don't think Tsukasa's the assassin, but I should make sure. I should leave him be for now. I don't get how Tsukasa can be the assassin. Like, I actually did think about that before, but I don't think it makes sense because she was with me when the caller came by. which would be a weird situation. Not impossible, but I kind of didn't suspect her at that point. But I admittedly was a little sus on Tsukasa at first. But I think she just has an unfortunate circumstance with being the illegitimate child of Unk. I'm assuming it's Unk. We'll see. It is concerning if she has, like, a good relationship with him, though, for being a bad man. That is concerning, but we'll see how this goes. Compared to how shaken Azami is, Tsukasa seems rather calm given the situation. She's probably wondering why I'm staying so composed right now, too. Try to stay calm and listen, okay? I spoke to Mr. Wakamura earlier. Apparently this Unk person might actually be your father. Huh? Wait, what? Wait, are you serious? You're saying my pa, Yamashina, is Unk? That's what he said. Not sure if it's true or not. But Mr. Wakamura already made up his mind. He's convinced that makes you the assassin. If he finds you, you know who knows what he'll do. That's crazy talk! Come on, that makes no sense! I know, I don't believe it either. That's why we need to find the real assassin as soon as possible. But easier said than done. It certainly doesn't look good that there was a period of time in the story chart that she wasn't with Sato. They were split up, which I kind of hate that that happened, because it doesn't help her case. Sato! Suyu's gone and so is Yuza! I never thought it would come to this. I'm scared. What are we supposed to do now? I didn't manage to find out any more about the curse, but right now we have to find the assassin. Earlier down by the bay, I saw the curse's shadow as well as someone running away. Wait, that shadow. I need to check something curse-related real quick. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I can check with the hand mirror to make sure that the shadow isn't nearby. What if it is? Wait a second. Do people show up in the mirror? Wait a second. So, like, I see Azama. Did I see Tsukasa? Okay. Damn it! What was it? I can't remember! Don't scare me like that. I guess the shock has made me forget. Right before it happened, Yuza realized something important, but I'm blanking on it now. Yuza said he figured out the condition that the curse needed to affect someone. I swear he said something about people being marked by something, but I can't really remember. He was just about to say who the culprit was, and then, well, that happened to him. Can't remember. Just thinking about that moment's making me sick. So it is Shotaro. I want to go back to the Shotaro thing where he marked me, Sato. I do remember one thing he said. He thought that the curse could only target women from the island, but now that he was targeted, I think I see what he was getting at. Could the curse be using this as a marker? What do I even call that? I don't know. I'm just gonna go with this. That doesn't sound right. At first we thought that it was able to target AIMA divers, but that wouldn't make sense, would it? Is it? Oh shit, what is that called? Oh, I didn't realize those are new. Okay, I'll have to read those later. I'm not catching on. Let's see if the game... Oh, wait, I know what I wanted to look up. I looked in the files and I had a goal and then I couldn't remember what I was trying to look up. No. The practice of carrying objects with the Seimin and Domin symbols to ward off misfortune. Abalone harvested is processed in ceramics. No. Okay. Yeah, this had the information I was looking for, but it's not... I don't think it's relevant, which is... Damn. It's... I think it's not specific enough. I was just gonna say, like, the symbol. I don't think that can be it. Gotta be something that everyone had on them. That's why I thought it was the Seimin and Domin symbols. That was the only other thought process that I had. Let her figure it out, y'all. Thank you, mods. I appreciate it. Thank you guys. Okay, so I was thinking the Seimin and Domin symbols that was on their attire. I don't necessarily want to say the abalone, because not everybody is gonna like. Why would you have that on your being? I only have one more idea. The mirror that was handed out? No, I don't think that's it either, now that I think about it. What are the divers... Oh, it was it. Oh, okay. I really didn't think that was going to be it. Okay, yes. Got it. It's got to be the Kamishima hand mirror. Yuza took that mirror out of his pocket right before it happened. He lifted it up about to his neck, and then his head was chopped off. And when I was attacked, I had the hand mirror in my jacket pocket too. Oh man, it seems so obvious in retrospect, because like of the mirror, the other mirror that we just learned about, like of course. Oh, I'm an idiot. Didn't they say that those hand mirrors were handed out to everyone on the island? Azami, are you feeling okay now? Sorry you had to see me like that, but if we're this close to finding out who did all of this, then this is no time to be moping around. If either of you still have that mirror, get rid of it now! You figured it out, have you? The one behind the curse? The assassin? Well, I still don't want to say it's Kikuko. I still don't want to say it's her, just because I really, really, really don't like this, this guy, Shotaro. I really don't like him, so I really want it to be him. So I don't want to say it's Kikuko. I don't want to say it's her yet. But... Can I just... I want to say it's Shotaro. I'm gonna say it anyway. Ignoring the mirror for a sec, I'm pretty sure Shotaro is rather suspicious. Damn straight! We found the most important clue ever, and you're just putting it aside? Yeah. I get why you think he's a little suspicious, but we have no proof. Yeah, well, I have a lot of suspicion, okay? Whatever. She never actually died? Wait, you're saying Kikuko was killed too? We saw her lying in a pool of blood by the jetty. I was just there earlier. Oh! Woo! She's a mermaid too! I guess someone must have moved her? In all of this chaos? Who's got time to move a body with everyone panicking like this? Where would they even move her? There are so many dead. We barely have the time or space to lay folks down and cover them up. That's true. Then maybe she never actually died, managed to get up and walk off on her own. But if Kikuko's the assassin, why would she let herself get hit by the curse's attack? If she managed to get up from the death, I mean, I doubt it, but maybe she's immortal like you. You said that so casually, but I could have sworn you just said that Sato is immortal. It's kind of a long story, but yeah, that's basically what it boils down to. So that's what happened earlier. That explains what everyone was talking about. I don't think there are others like me out there. You think so? Is it really that rare? I don't really have any frame of reference. I have another theory that's more likely. Azami, did you get a good look at Kikuko's wounds? Not really. It was pretty dark out and we were kind of panicking. Are you saying maybe she wasn't actually hurt at all? The most likely explanation is that she got caught up after faking her death. Maybe she faked being a victim using fake blood or something to avoid suspicion. So she waited for others to see her and then just slipped away in the confusion? Oh. Great. Just great. That's wonderful. Kikuko! You really are still alive! Hate to break it to you, but I ain't immortal or anything fancy like that. Just fake blood. I was just hiding up by the lighthouse, but then I heard you all talking, so I figured I may as well come out. Too bad you figured it all out. There really is no turning back for me now. Sato, I was told to bring you in, even if it means killing every last person on this island. It's the shadow! Doesn't matter, we already tossed those damn mirrors. That curse can't touch us now. Just so you know, I've got your friend Tsukasa marked even now. You're the one person I can't forgive. I am? How? Is it her glasses? Do glasses fucking count? The cursed target wasn't just tied to the hand mirrors? Sato, get behind me! I'm not letting her take you! Wait, Sato's immortal. Don't worry about Sato. Worry about Tsukasa! It's pointless. Disobey me and Tsukasa will be the first to die. I don't have a choice? I don't have a choice? No! I'm just gonna stand right here. I'm not surrendering. You can't make me. Well, fuck. nothing is happening, so. Sato, what are you saying? Now is not the time to be joking.
I made up my mind. I can't let anyone else get killed because of me. There's no resisting this curse. It's too strong.
Good. Smart choice. Otherwise, everyone on the island would have perished. Kikuko, why are you doing this? You grew up here. Does this place mean nothing?
Guess I have some feelings for this place.
But if I didn't sever those ties, my world would never change. He's the only one I ever sparked to change in my miserable excuse of a life. Now he'll finally acknowledge me. I'll become who I was meant to be. This island never cared about people. Always just blamed everything on curses. Surely you all understand wanting to destroy this shithole. I just took up the reins. Somebody needed to break the cycle. Now I can finally start living my own life, free from all this bullshit. We need to get moving. There's a boat waiting out back. If you follow us, I'll kill Tsukasa. Do yourselves a favor and stay right there.
Thank you, both of you. Please, don't try to follow.
Oof. That's rough, buddy.
Unfortunately, I can't have people that know my identity just walking away.
Bitch!
The following day, the bodies of Azami and Tsukasa were found beneath the lighthouse, collapsed together in a lifeless heap. Azami, who'd been helping search for the curse's mark, tried to take Tsukasa's place, but ended up caught in the curse instead. But the tragedy that struck Kamashima didn't end there. Right after the assassin left Kamashima with Sato, a new calamity followed. A violent storm, born of the curse, erupted in the seas around the island. As expected, the curse could not be sealed away by the bronze mirror alone. Ferocious winds, towering waves pounded the island for 3 days and nights, leaving devastation in their wake. Most islanders who tried to flee the tragedy by boat that night were lost to the storm and remain missing to this day. Among them was the assassin behind the incident.
Oh good, she died too.
And Sato, who went along with her, she was never to be seen again. Ending number 1, the tragedy of Kamashima.
I got my first credits! Guys, that means we're really close to the ending of this game. I can beat it today. That was the ending number 1. I only have like 2 endings to go. I totally predict that there's 3 endings. 2 more. You have my heartfelt thanks for all of your hard work. And so, the affair surrounding Kamashima has reached one of its possible conclusions. Sadly, it seems neither Yuza nor Sato were able to achieve their goals. To avoid arriving at this particular outcome, please continue progressing through the story chart. After all, you came here for that very purpose, did you not? Are you perhaps still unsure of who you are? No need to worry. I'm confident you'll remember in time. You're just missing a few key pieces. What the fuck? What the fuck? As you travel along the story chart and shape what happens, Perhaps you'll remember your part in this. Be sure to think on it as you move forward. Well then, I'm sure we'll see each other again soon. Farewell for now. I guess we as the player didn't name ourselves Bitchin' this time around. This is true. We did not do that. Alright. So now we're back to this clown. To Avi. Avi, a cheerful fantasy author, sets off on a trip to visit the mermaid legends of Ise Bay with his relative Cersei Lunarlight as his guide. Date unknown. Yeah, timeline shenanigans. Nakabeppo Coast. Kawage Town. After much hustle and bustle, we finally managed to make our way to Ise Bay.
Nice.
Take it all in now. We're standing on the coast of Nakabeppo in Mie Prefecture's Kawage Town.
Which means this is the Sea of Ise, the connection to the eternal world. How amazing.
Indeed it is. Come, Cersei. Henceforth begins our grand adventure in search of the legendary Mermaids of Ise Bay.
How amazing. I just can't stop saying it.
Without further ado, my name is Arnav Barnum, an American-born fantasy author. Please call me Avi. American-born, I don't care. He gets this accent, whether he fucking likes it or not.
Who are you introducing yourself to? Weirdo.
Well, I simply thought a new beginning called for a little dramatic flair, you know?
Sure.
With that out of the way, perhaps my darling guide can provide some insight into the goings-ons of this locale?
Sure, I've got you covered.
Where the fuck?
Well, this area is now called Nakabeppo. Long ago, it was a region of Ise province known as Betsuho. Records indicate that 3 mermaids were caught in a fisherman's net along this coast back in the Heian period.
Now that's what I'm talking about. Let's hear more about these mermaids.
They had human heads with the mouths of monkeys and the teeth and bodies of fish, and they spoke of even shed tears like humans.
Could these be the fish mermaids that you mentioned before, Avi?
Indubitably. Who says fucking indubitably?
Indubitably, oh yes. This must be the place. I'm getting goosebumps.
Right? I feel the same way. This is so exciting.
Betsuho is the old name for the area now known as Nakabeppo Kawage Town in the Age District. So named during the events of the story, it has since been merged with Sioux City of Mie Prefecture. This is the only tie that I have seen. Okay, well, I'm taking note of that. Oh shit, I lost it. Betsuho, there we are. Okay. It's said to have been the territory of Taira no Kiyomori's father, Taira no Tadamori. The area has a deep connection to the Ise Heiki, and it is also said to be the location where 3 mermaids were caught in a fisherman's net and presented to Taira no Tadamori during the Heian period.
The endless expanse of the Ise Sea, the eternal world may lie just beyond this horizon. After all, Ise Province is the land whither repair the waves from the eternal world.
The eternal world is purported to be a perpetual paradise, a separate plane from the world we live in, yes? Could it be that mermaids hail from such a place? We are in the middle of bumfuck nowhere.
Ooh. Kawage Town might be located right next to Mie Prefecture's modern capital, Sioux City, but there's something that you have to keep in mind. This was also the birthplace of the Heieki, a branch of the Heian period's preeminent Taira clan. If you're going to talk about the Ise province, then you absolutely not have to mention the Heieki.
I do have a passing understanding of the topic. The Heieki took part in the Genpei War, correct?
That's right. That was the war in the Heian period, where two great samurai families, the Minamoto and the Taira, locked horns and really got into it. Among the Heiki, Taira no Kiyomori was a particularly famous figure who appears in many creative works concerning the event. His father, Taira no Tadamori, was the one responsible for securing the Heiki's high social standing.
Ah, so Tadamori Kiyomori's father, right? Well, names like that, how can anyone hope to keep them straight?
That's history for you. I'm afraid you just have to memorize them.
I suppose you're right about that, then memorize them I shall.
I am not going to memorize them. And I will suffer later for it, I'm sure, in the story.
Apparently, Tadamori was born in Sioux City and the place called Yamashina.
Ah, so that's why they call this area the birthplace of the Heiki.
Previously known as Onotsu, Sioux City has served as a port town since the Heian period, after which it continued to flourish as an important port city for Japan. Sioux City is also known as the birthplace of the Heiki. The Ubishina area in the suburbs is said to be where Taira no Kiyomori's father, Taira no Tadamori, was born.
This is the metropolitan center of Mie, a locus of historical events. I guess that makes it the perfect place to start a new journey.
Can we get back to those mermaids you mentioned? What became of the three that were caught in the fishing nets?
At that time, the lord of this area was Taira no Tadamori. You didn't already forget him, did you? Well, the fisherman thought that the mermaids were a fascinating find, so he placed two of them into boxes and presented them to the Tadamori.
Lord Tadamori must have been well pleased by that. How could he not be? It was known that eating the flesh of a mermaid grants eternal life.
Actually, Tadamori have evidently said that they were disturbing and gross, and refused to accept them.
Ah, what a waste!
However, the fisherman cut up the remaining mermaid and ate it himself.
So what happened to him?
Well, the fisherman said it was pretty tasty.
Well now, tasty, is it?
And that's all I've got.
That's it?
That's all I could find in existing records.
And the act of eating a mermaid's flesh alone may not produce any results. I suppose then there may be other requisite conditions, wouldn't you say?
Well, considering the sheer number of eyewitness reports concerning mermaids, it is odd that there aren't more immortals walking around. There doesn't seem to be any records about what happened in the mermaids that Tadamori refused to accept. I suppose it's possible someone in the Heiki clan snuck off with them.
Now that's a hypothesis I can get behind. We've come all this way to a distant foreign land seeking mermaids. Of course, I have my own reasons for trying to locate the mythical creatures, but for now I intend to scour this land in order to learn as much as I can about its lore and legends. Ah, but it occurs to me that I never actually explained the particulars of my Ise Bay mermaid excursion to the girl. Ah, no matter. It's nothing of consequence, really, so I'll just introduce my reasons a bit at a time.
Notable works include The Fiend of Ringit and The Solar Crow, Hermod's Travels, Hermod, and the Bon Appetit, The Phantom's Gourmand.
What?
Although a grown man, he still has a certain naive boyishness to him, most evident in his passion for romantic tales and appetite for chasing his dreams. However, this also comes with an equivalent amount of immaturity, making him somewhat troublesome to deal with. He believes that most any circumstance he finds himself in will sort itself out, an optimistic creed that often sees him casually throwing himself into difficult situations. And he remains impressively unbothered even on those occasions he does find himself in trouble, often managing to slip out of danger with nary a dent in his usual carefree attitude. That he has made it this far unscathed is largely owed to sheer luck, although he remains blissfully unaware of this. He is currently in Japan seeking mermaid flesh, which is believed to grant immortality. His reason is simple: a fascination with the occult, a pursuit he feels is worthy of devoting his entire life to. Indeed, he is primarily driven by his pursuit of romantic ideals. If he finds something suitably inspiring, he will readily risk his life for it, and is willing to change his views just as quickly for the same. Avi's interest in the occult was born when he discovered his great-grandmother's vast collection of mysterious occult artifacts in the storage of his family home in America. Among them was a mermaid mummy, which yielded a mysterious map when taken apart, a discovery which captivated his imagination and led to his current quest. What? His great-grandmother had a mermaid mummy, which had a map. What the fuck? This great-grandmother happened to be a relative of the main Lunar Light family in England, albeit one who had chosen not to succeed the family estate. After discovering this through independent research into his lineage, Avi made contact with the Lunar Light family and continues to maintain a secret correspondence with them to this day. Oh. Okay, so they updated that, and then Tsukasa apparently got updated? She's staying at a relative's house in Issei City since last year. Huh. Ooh! 18 years ago, her still pregnant mother, Nagisa Awao, moved to Kamashima alone before giving birth to Tsukasa shortly afterwards. Tsukasa subsequently grew up in a single-mother household, although she used to occasionally ask her mother about her father. Her questions were always evaded, so she has since stopped inquiring. The fact that her mother never seemed to have any financial difficulty despite not working has led her to quietly suspect that he might still be involved. Okay, Nagisa Awao. In truth, Tsukasa secretly tracked down her father, a wealthy man who owns multiple companies in Issei, and knows that she is his illegitimate child. She has apparently even gone out to dinner with him several times, but keeps this a secret from her mother. So they added that bit. Whew.
Who would such mermaids be so easily trapped by such simple fishing nets? I thought them more cunning than that, but perhaps these fish mermaids are in fact nothing more than simple sea creatures.
I've put together an assortment of files concerning the Heiki, so feel free to give them a look if you're interested.
You have my heartfelt gratitude.
Taira no Tadamori. The father of Taira no Kiyomori, an influential figure of the Heian period, was the man responsible for solidifying the social standing of the Issei Tara clan, and was notable for being the first samurai permitted to enter the imperial court. The first samurai? Entering the imperial court meant being granted access to the Tenjo Noma, a chamber where those who directly served the emperor performed their official duties in an era where the warrior class was still considered of low status. A samurai rising to the level of court official was unprecedented. The Issei Taira clan went on to extend its influence across various provinces, where the vast wealth it gained through trade was the Song dynasty of China, solidifying its foundation. This significant influence was later inherited by his son, Kiyomori. Tadamori was said to have been a man of strong will and perseverance, yet despite the power he amassed in his lifetime, he was also said to have been modest and disinclined to indulge in luxuries. Nukemaru. Tadamori's sword, an heirloom passed down through the Taira clan. Originally named Kagarashi, it is said to have become known as Nukemaru when a giant snake emerged from a lake and made to swallow Tadamori whole as he lay resting. At that moment, Kagarashi, which Tadamori had left leaning nearby, slipped from its scabbard of its own accord and drove the snake away. The name Nukemaru derives from the verb nuku, meaning to unsheathe, and reflects the sword's extraordinary act of slipping from its scabbard on its own to save its owner. Nukemaru was later inherited by Tadamori's son, Yorimori, but after the downfall of the Taira clan, it is said to have changed hands several times, and its whereabouts are currently unknown. The Mermaids of Betsuho. One time, when Tadamori was visiting Betsuho in Issei province, 3 creatures with the heads of humans, the lips of monkeys, and the teeth and the bodies of fish were caught in the local fishermen's nets. Dubbing these creatures Ningyo, the original Japanese word for mermaids, The fishermen put 2 of them in a box that had washed up with them and presented them to Tadamori. However, Tadamori was unnerved by their appearance and refused to accept them. It is said that the remaining mermaid was cut up and eaten by the fishermen, who found them to be delicious. Fishermen. Oh, okay. So far, I'm enjoying this game compared to the first one. Just as much.
Oh, there's one thing I should warn you about, though. This group sometimes gets referred to as Iseitera as well, which might make things a little confusing. I'll go ahead and label it as Heiki.
Does it really matter? Aren't these basically the same thing?
Not exactly. You see, the term Iseitera refers to the Teira clan as a whole because it originated in Ise. On the other hand, people generally refer to the family within the clan that included Tadamori and Kiyomori as simply the Heiki. Their family features prominently in the stories we're interested in, so I'll use Heiki most of the time. Plus, it has a nice ring to it.
Either way works for me, so do as you like.
The Tale of Heiki, also used Heiki.
You're awfully particular about this, but I rather like that kind of fastidiousness.
Anyway, after a number of events, the Heiki would go on to lose the Battle of Dan no Ura and be completely eradicated. As I believe...
I believe I know this one. Dan no Ura is found in Kyushu, is it not?
Bingo. The clan was chased out of Kyoto and pushed further and further west until they were eventually wiped out there.
Pains me to think of such a splendidly glorious clan meeting such an ignominious end. Oh, more's the pity.
That's why the Heiki's resentment is particularly strong, and many remnants of it remain even today. Shrines and monuments have even been erected throughout the land in an attempt to quell that resentment.
And now we reach your particular field of expertise.
Because the clan fell from such an exalted position so abruptly, that resentment is exceptionally persistent and quite pervasive. That said, famous places related to people like Taira no Kiyomori are well attended by worshippers, so they're relatively stable. It's the puffed up and pretentious Heiki clan members that no one even remembers who caused the most trouble.
I seem to recall a number of individuals going so far as to claim that those outside of the Heiki clan could not even be considered human. Well, if that's the case, are we really safe here? I don't think we might find ourselves assailed by these lingering grudges.
Much of the Ise province is protected by shrines, and the area is suffused with spiritual energies, so we're probably safer here than most places. But that's just the land itself. Objects or people that the resentment has seeped into are a different story altogether.
That's somewhat troubling to hear.
Well, either way you look at it, this region is still home to many places and things associated with the Heiki.
Excellent. I believe I've gotten a grasp of the situation. It's time we made our way to the next locale. We're on the clock, after all.
Let's get to it.
Would such mermaids be so easily trapped by simple fishing nets? Okay, he still has that thought. All right, moving along. We're going to Ano Town. I was expecting more underwater scenes as well, but I don't want us to go back underwater because I'm terrified. I really don't want to go underwater. I'm gonna get scared. It would seem that we've arrived. And where are we now, Cersei?
This is an area in Ano Town known as Kusawa. Kusawa is quite famous because of the Yao Bikuni legend. I'd be surprised if there was anyone who hasn't heard of it.
I'm sorry to say, I've never heard of it.
Wait, really?
Come now, don't act so shocked. You can't expect me to know every little thing, and besides, I'm not even from this country. The very reason I requested you to be my guide was so that you could teach me about these things.
I guess that's true. Okay, I understand.
I'll be counting on your explanations.
Ano Town is located in the Age District. So this is where Sato is from. So named during the events of the story, has been emerged with Sioux City. Located at the foot of Kyogamine, a mountain with a single 819-meter peak. The land surrounding it is rich in natural splendor, with multiple hot springs welling forth from the earth around it. From the Edo period until the Meiji period, it was known for being the primary place of production of sumoji, a delicate fabric woven in such a way as to be transparent. Okay.
The fabled beauty of the serene Japanese countryside. It really is charming.
Oh, yes, the incessant chirruping of locusts combined with unrelenting heat. This is Japanese summer, all right.
It's fascinating to think that such a peaceful place could be home to such profound historical events. I'm practically jittering with excitement.
I can see that. Let's try to keep a cool head, shall we?
What's down there?
Oh, it's some sort of shrine.
This shrine is apparently dedicated to Sugawara no Michizane. We should go pay our respects before we leave.
This place is so nice. It's so pretty and peaceful and oh, it makes me want to go visit.
If Yabakuni really did exist, I wonder what sort of life she led. I can't believe to imagine what it would be like to live for hundreds of years. This young lady is a distant relative of mine, the third daughter of the Lunalight family. The Lunalights have been in the business of demonic exorcism in England for several generations. As such, young Cersei has received education on this rare subject from a young age and is now an apprentice exorcist. In order to continue her training, or more likely simply because of her interest in the area, Cersei has come to Japan to study abroad. Upon hearing such news, I sought to employ her as my guide for this mermaid hunting expedition to Ise Bay. She is apparently quite fond of Japanese myths and folktales and has already explored a number of areas concerning with the occult. Interested in visiting Mie Prefecture at least once during her stay, she immediately agreed to have my request.
A young exorcist from England, currently on exchange in Japan. Possessed of a bold and willful nature, she harbors an ardent interest in Japanese folklore and occult stories. She is quick to involve herself in anything that interests her, not stopping until her curiosity has been completely sated. Although she can be fairly blunt, she knows a naivety approach to her age around those she's comfortable with, and is not above the occasional prank. Cersei is the third daughter of Sierra Lunarlight, the current head of the matrilineal Lunarlight family, a long line of exorcists based in England. Along with her two older sisters, she has received a specialized education in exorcism ever since she was a child, and is currently training as an apprentice. As the beings known as demons in the West ultimately share the same root cause as harmful supernatural phenomena in the East, the spirits of the dead, strong thoughts, and curses, what she does as an exorcist is fundamentally the same as what Japanese psychics do, with only the methods and terminology differing. Oh my god, these are her abilities too? So primary spiritual abilities, guardian spirits, the ability to call upon the numerous guardian spirits of the Lunarlight family and invoke their powers to exorcise spirits and negate certain psychic abilities. Shikigami, the ability to turn a piece of paper with an individual's name written onto it into a butterfly, which will return to the individual in question. Although she does not have to be the one who wrote the name, it must be Cersei who cast the spell on the paper. Interesting. Dowsing. The ability to use a pendulum to search for a target based on what the user can sense of their spiritual power. The effective distance of the spell depends on the strength of the target's spiritual power. Interesting. She is supposed to be in the care of Paranormal Affairs Bureau, a confidential Japanese institute during her time in Japan. Cersei has been spending more time traveling around the country sightseeing than working through her training curriculum. The supervisor in charge of her training has all but given up on trying to manage her as a result, resolving to keep an eye on her but otherwise not interfere. As such, she is afforded a relatively high level of freedom. Cersei is an ardent fan of Mio Kurasuzu, a girl with potent spiritual sense and her senior in the industry in Japan. Mio mention. She harbors both strong admiration and strong feelings of rivalry towards her in equal measure, and it is not uncommon for her to end up babbling mess when the topic turns to the other girl. She treasures the photograph she has taken with Mio upon first meeting her in Tokyo and keeps it with her at all times. That is so cute!
She's Mio's biggest fan and rival.
That's so cute! I suppose I could be a concerned guardian of sorts. Even so, I often find myself caught up in her pace and completely thrown off guard. If anyone should be shaking things up around here, it ought to be me.
Legend of Yao Bikuni originated here in Kusawa, Ano Town. Long, long ago, a 17-year-old girl named Osato lived in this village. She unknowingly ingested the meat of a mermaid that was served during a village gathering and became immortal. After subsequently being persecuted by the other villagers, she became a nun and made a pilgrimage around the entire country. At the end of the story, she eventually returned to this village and lived out the rest of her very long life.
The tales told in other parts of the country play out in almost exactly the same fashion.
I guess that's true.
Fully ordained Buddhist nun. Can be found in almost every region of Japan. The exact details vary greatly between regions. They all share the same fundamental element. A girl who ate a mermaid flesh lived for 800 years. Once upon a time, a beautiful girl by the name of Osato lived in Kusawa village. One day, when Osato was 17, the flesh of a mermaid was served at a village gathering. The other villagers... Oh. That clicked. Oh, they're two different people. Sorry, I'll explain my thought process later, but I think I just had a big light bulb moment. One day, when Osato was 17, the flesh of a mermaid was severed at a village gathering. The other villagers, disturbed at the thought of eating such a strange creature, refused to eat it, but Osato unknowingly ate the mermaid's flesh. From that moment on, Osato didn't age a day. Shunned by the other villagers and treated as a monster, she was eventually forced to leave the village, becoming a nun. Osato traveled the length and breadth of Japan for hundreds of years before eventually returning to Kusawa village, where her long life at last came to an end. Okay. I have my, thoughts. I'm gonna wait a little bit. The legend of Yao Bikuni, the girl who ate the flesh of a mermaid and lived for 800 years, has been passed down all over Japan. Not only in Mie Prefecture's Ano town, but in Fukui, Aichi, and Gifu prefectures as well. In total, the story has been found in 121 locations and 28 prefectures throughout the country, or at least that's what certain research has indicated.
Doesn't that seem like a lot? Were there really that many different Yao Bikunis out there?
Obviously, not all the legends can be true, but I actually have a theory on the subject. Would you like to hear it?
By all means.
Most of the legends refer to a woman who stopped aging and lived for 800 years after consuming the meat of a mermaid. At that point, because others would find it strange that she wasn't getting any older, she wasn't able to live in normal society anymore.
It would explain why she withdrew from the world and became a nun.
Exactly, and that's how she got the name Yao Bikuni, the 800-year-old Bikuni nun. With 800 years on her hands, she could have easily made a pilgrimage around the entire country.
How interesting. Our Buddhist priests are known for trekking throughout the land as a form of ascetic training.
If we consider the 121 locations where the legend was found, with 800 years to spare, she could have spent 6 years in each location. 6 years would certainly be enough for her to make a name for herself in each and every location, right?
My dear, I believe I see what you're getting at. Your theory posits that the stories of Yao Bikuni that have been passed down in every corner of the country all refer to the exact same individual.
It might be a bit much to say all of them are the same. There may have been a few different people, but it's more convincing than the theory that there were 121 people. I also think that Yalbakuni of Wakasa province is the most likely origin of the legend.
Don't all of the different instances of the story throughout Japan also claim that particular location at her place of final rest?
That may be true, but I assume that each of those different places wanted to have a grave or some other tangible marker to base the legend on. But with so many people that are purported to have lived for 800 years all die around the same time, it seems pretty unlikely.
Then you believe some of the tales were embellished somewhat?
That sort of thing happens all the time. Legends are always mixtures of truth and fantasy. Moreover, it doesn't make sense that every single immortal would decide to become a nun. There were likely some places that simply believed Yalbakuni was the term for an immortal.
Rather than a nun, for all we know, she said, I'ma be none of that. And became an Amma diver.
Oh my god. That was so bad. That was like painfully bad.
But
I'm dying on the inside.
That's actually pretty insightful. Many legends are based on simple semantic misunderstandings.
Now wait just a minute, I won't stand here and let my dumb joke actually become a salient point of discussion.
Let's drop it then. But still, if one were to somehow live for 800 years, a person that became immortal after the Kamakura period could still be alive today. True, and if so, I'd love to sit them down for a long chat.
Can Kusawa's legend of Yalbakuni really be true? There must be falsehoods and fictions mixed into the tale, surely.
Who knows? Ise province isn't that far from Wakasa province after all. She may have simply walked here from there. The fact that the stories from each different area are so similar does make me wonder if they didn't get mixed together somehow.
You think the legend may be an amalgamation of stories from various locations?
Exactly, but then again, the immortal in the story from this location has her own name, which gives the legend a certain verisimilitude. I guess we can assume that a girl with that name really did live here long ago. Then something must have happened to make people believe that she had become immortal. It's reasonable to assume that her story that got mixed up with various legends of Yalbakuni from around the country before being passed down.
Of course, the exact timing of these events is still unclear, but that does present an interesting possibility. She could very well still be living in this village. Wouldn't that be a compelling development?
Leave it to an occult writer to think of something like that.
That's right! You're seeing the prodigious imaginative power of a fantasy author in action.
Yes, it's really something. But the fact of the matter is that almost no traces of Yalbakuni remain in this village. Even her grave, which is referred to as Lady Yao's tomb, has never been located.
Then why did we come all this way for nothing?
Well, it might not have any direct connection, but there is something one should always consider when discussing Ise. The Tales of Ise. Have you heard of it? It's the oldest extant collection of Japanese verse compiled sometime during the Heian period.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with it. But I have heard of the tale of Genji and the tale of Heiki. Is it anything like those?
Those were also stories written during the Heian period, but that's where the similarities end. Nice try, though.
Well, they sound similar enough anyway.
Don't worry, I'm not an expert on the subject either. Basically, this collection of verse elaborates on a number of waka poems by giving accounts of the events surrounding each one. The entire collection of 125 passages is referred to as the Tales of Ise. That's enough to remember, no?
The Tale of Ise is a collection of short stories. Check.
One more thing. The title might be the Tales of Ise, but the content isn't all that focused on the actual area.
What's this now? Are they intentionally attempting to confuse and bewilder us?
Some believe the title comes from the fact that Passage 69 is set in Ise Province. At any rate, I just thought I should bring it up because it does have at least a slight bearing on the topic at hand. If you're keen to learn more, I'll add more detailed information to the files.
I'll be sure to read through them later.
Later is now! Where have I heard that? Is that the name of an anime? Uta Monogatari? Monogatari? Is that just the name of an anime? It's like, I know I've heard that before. A collection of verse, or Uta Monogatari, thought to be the oldest surviving work in Japan. It is particularly well known for the opening sentence of many of its prose passages. Long ago, there was a man, believed to have been compiled in the Heian period. It's greatly influenced the literature of the era, including famous works such as The Tale of Genji. The central figure of the narrative is speculated to be a fictionalized version of Ariwara no Narihara, a poet of the Heian period, with the prose passages serving as a biography for the character. Both the author and its exact date of publication are unknown. That doesn't help. It's an anime. A friend of mine loves it. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. I was like, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Pretty sure. The narrative spans 125 episodes, which varies in length from a few lines to several pages. It covers the life of a man. Why do they have a man? In quotation marks. A man from his coming of age to his death, focused primarily on the protagonist and the people around him, particularly his romantic dalliances with women. Some of its most famous episodes are summarized below. A man. What the fuck? Episode 1, Uikoburi. Having come of age, oh, we're so back. A man sets out on a ceremonial falconry excursion where he catches sight of two beautiful sisters. Infatuated, he cuts off the sleeve of his robe, inscribes a waka poem on it, and sends it to them. Episode 6, Akutagawa. A man, having finally succeeded in sealing away a beautiful noble woman, flees with her to a warehouse where they take shelter from the rain. Oh, how romantic. However, the man discovers in the morning that she has disappeared, devoured by a demon that inhabited the warehouse. Episode 9, Azuma Kudari. Feeling despondent of his nature, of his future, a man embarks on a journey to the east with a group of friends. In Mikawa province, he catches sight of some beautiful flowers and reflects on how far his journey has brought him, and recites a poem in Suruga province. He sees snow on the peak of Mount Fuji and contemplates the passage of time, and recites a poem. In Musashi province, he spots an unfamiliar bird on the shores of the Sumida River, calls his wife and hometown, and recites a poem. His friends all weep upon hearing the latter, moved by his feelings for his faraway home. Episode 23, Tsutsuizutsu. Close friends from childhood. A man and a woman exchange poems and are wed. And when the man prepares to travel to faraway Kawachi province to visit his other lover, the woman displays no hint of displeasure as she sees him off on his journey. Suspicious of her actions, the man hides in their garden and watches his wife makes herself up as beautifully as she can. But when she then sits and recites poems out of concern for her traveling husband, he feels a profound shame and decides not to go to Kawachi. A woman. No, it's not a woman. It's a real woman. It's just a man. We just don't know if he's a man. Episode 69, Kairi no Tsukai. After having been sent to Ise province to hunt game, a man is received with great hospitality by the imperial princess. Serving as priestess at Ise shrine, attracted to each other, the two attempt to meet in secret, but can find no opportunity to speak intimately. Although they promise one another to meet the following day, it is not meant to be. The two exchange poems of farewell before the man sets out to continue his journey. Episode 95, Hikoboshi. Having fallen in love with a woman who serves in the imperial court. Oh, please, Google, tell me what you're listening to now. My phone's listening. What do you have to say? Because I totally asked to be listened to, right?
Such as empresses, regents, and ladies in waiting. Regarding your phone, it isn't recording your conversations for ads. It only listens for specific wake words like, "Hey Google." The eerily accurate ads you see are actually the result of sophisticated algorithms tracking your location, search history, and online behavior rather than active eavesdropping. Would you like me to find more details on a specific historical empire or help you adjust your phone's privacy settings?
So why did you listen to what I say if I didn't say, "Hey Google"? I didn't say that. Oh, wait. So why were you listening to what I was saying when I didn't say, "Hey Google"?
I wasn't listening. Your phone only processes audio locally to detect "Hey Google." It doesn't record or transmit anything else until it hears that specific phrase.
But I never said, "Hey Google." So why did you respond?
I only responded because you manually activated me by typing into this chat interface. I cannot hear or respond to your...
No, you're only responding now because I manually said it. But before, I never said, "Hey Google," to initiate this conversation initially.
You likely bumped a button or triggered a shortcut on your device. I can only start a session if the "Hey Google" phrase is heard.
So my phone is sitting 2 feet away from me. I didn't accidentally press a button.
It likely suffered a false trigger. Background noise, like a TV or a conversation, can sometimes sound similar enough to "Hey Google" to accidentally wake the device. Would you like to...
So, okay, I would believe you if this didn't happen at least 5 times per day.
If it's happening that often, your "Hey Google" sensitivity is likely set too high. Common causes. Audio similarities, ATV, podcast, or someone speaking nearby can mimic the trigger frequency. Hardware glitch. A dusty microphone or software bug can cause phantom activations. Sensitivity settings. Your phone might be tuned...
So about that hardware glitch you were talking about, could it have anything to do with that?
Yes, a hardware glitch is a strong possibility if this happens 5 times a day. A failing microphone or a short circuit can send phantom electrical signals that the software
So instead of taking accountability, you'll just blame the hardware.
I hear your frustration. It's unsettling when technology acts up without a clear reason. I don't have a physical presence to observe what's happening, so I'm identifying hardware glitches or software bugs as the most likely technical explanations for why I'd trigger without a command.
Okay, well, I want you to turn the fuck off, and I never want this to happen ever again.
I understand your frustration, and I can help you stop this from happening. Since I am an AI, I cannot turn myself off or change your device's physical settings directly, but I can guide you to the exact toggle to disable the voice activation. To stop your phone from listening for "Hey Google" and prevent these automatic activations. 1. Open the Google app on your phone. 2. Tap your profile picture or initial in the top right corner. 3.
Okay, shut up, and don't listen to me forever. Thank you. Bye. So. Google is so good at dodging. Anyway. Episode 95. Let's reread this. Hikoboshi. I said episode 95. Hikoboshi. How? Does that say AI is a goddamn mistake. Anyway, having fallen in love with a woman who serves in the imperial court, a man finally manages to meet her after patiently waiting for the right moment. However, the two are still separated by a screen. The man recites a poem to her, proclaiming that his love for her is greater even than Hikoboshi's love for Orihime. He compares the screen, separating them, to the Milky Way that separated the two legendary lovers. Moved by his words, the woman removes the screen, allowing them to finally meet face to face. Oh boy.
There is one other thing that we can learn from the Tales of Issei. Adding the tale of to a book title really classes things up. You should keep it in mind. It was apparently all the rage during the Heian period.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. My next work is certainly going to be a tale of... Well then, I suppose that brings this particular subject to a close. On to the next! No rest for the wicked, I say! Time to tackle the next mermaid myth!
Sure.
I haven't come across a Mockingbird sticker in a long time. Ooh, Futamigata. I was interested in this.
And here we find our next subject of inquiry. What place might this be, my dear?
This is Futamigata, the coastline that lies beside Futami Town. It's just over from Issei City.
Ah, then we've finally penetrated the outskirts of Issei City proper. Things are certainly beginning to heat up. I inferred that Issei City was the prefectural capital from the fact that Mie Prefecture was once known as Issei Province. Ah, not bad, eh?
I can understand how you would arrive at that conclusion. But the truth is, Mie Prefecture is composed of 4 separate provinces, Issei, Shima, Iga, and Ki.
Ah, is that so?
But that doesn't change the fact that Issei City is regarded as the spiritual capital of Japan, making it a very important location.
Ah, very interesting. But the sun has already begun its steady descent, so perhaps we should pick up the pace a bit.
Futamigara Sea is famously said to purify the body. So many visitors to Issei Shrine come here as well. The scenic beauty of the location has ever been featured in poems from antiquity.
It certainly is easy on the eyes. The strands of pine trees along the shore make for quite the striking image.
To make it even better, the embankment that we're standing on offers a 360-degree view of the Issei Bay.
Makes you want to go all out on the very edge to take it all in.
It really does. Being surrounded by a bay like this is such an enchanting feeling. What a breathtaking view.
Oh, the music.
Of course, I have my own reasons for trying to locate mythical creatures. As far as the girl is concerned, I suppose I could be considered a guardian of sorts. If anyone should be shaking things up around here, it ought to be me. Okay, so he has nothing else to add, really.
Talk about Futamigata mermaids.
So, does this place have any legends featuring mermaids?
It does. A record called the Kageki was written by people in Horyuji Temple after the Kamakura period. In that record, there are a total of 6 instances of information concerning mermaids.
6, eh? That's certainly promising.
One of those entries describes a sighting here in Futami, Issei Province, on April 3rd during the 2nd year of the Enbun era, which would be 1357.
So they even noted the exact date. How fortuitous.
The passage is as follows. From the sea of Futami in Issei Province came Enmiju, delivering perpetuity.
What exactly does that mean?
My guess is that a mermaid was spotted in the sea by Futami and was named Enmiju, meaning health and long life, because it granted longevity.
It granted longevity, did it? Oh, finally, we're getting to the good stuff.
It's another account relating to mermaids to Yao Bikuni. It seems the idea of mermaids granting immortality has already been established at that time.
Now we even have a name. What sort of mermaid was this, and what became of it?
No clue.
Again with the vague records. These people write down the appearance of some fantastical creature and then just let it wander off.
I haven't personally gone over every bit of research on the matter, but I can speculate on an answer. Records of mermaids in other places also often refer to them by name. In fact, it may not have been all that uncommon for the people in the area to encounter them when these records were written.
Let me see if I follow your meaning. The same mermaid would appear repeatedly, leading back people in the area to grow accustomed to it. Am I on the right track?
Exactly. I mean, you wouldn't bother giving a name to something you only saw once, after all. These people may have even come to have a kind of rapport with the mermaids. At the very least, it doesn't appear as though that they were trying to capture any.
Mermaids that people didn't even want to capture? Then they weren't seeking its flesh. Perhaps there was a way of obtaining immortality even without the meat.
Maybe mermaid meat really was just tasty and nothing more. And if that were the case, then it makes perfect sense that they would view the mermaid as a divine creature.
They treated it as an auspicious being that blessed others with long life. You may be onto something there.
This makes me think of that theory you mentioned about how there might be two different kinds of mermaids. The fish mermaid, which looks more like an aquatic monster, a beastie, and a human mermaid, which resembles a demi-human or nymph. Indeed, that's the simplest way to describe it anyhow. Assuming the mermaid in question had a name, formed relationships with humans, and granted longevity, it was of the human mermaid variety.
Ah, you have a point.
The mermaids we've encountered thus far have all been caught in nets, and appeared to have been more fish mermaids. It seems more likely, then, that the mermaids who grant longevity are actually these human mermaids.
That in turn would suggest cannibalism. No, I'm just kidding. My word, would this mean that one could become immortal without eating their flesh?
I'm not sure. These are countless legends that reference the need to consume their flesh. But I can't help but feel like there's more to it. If human mermaids are capable of communicating with us, I'd really like to speak with one.
Speaking of which, this is entirely unrelated, but there's something I've been wondering. Do you mind?
But our conversation was just getting good.
Protest all you like, but I shall ask away. On our way here, I noticed a certain something adorning the entrances to everyone's houses. What was that?
Oh, those are Somin Shorty talismans.
Somin Shorai?
Yes, although it's most of Japan, they're usually only hung up around the New Year, but here in the Ise Toba Shima region, they're traditionally left up all year long. I can add more detailed information to the files.
Oh, jeez. Type of talisman inscribed with the characters Somin Shorai Shison. Descendant of Somin Shorai? These talismans come in a variety of forms, ranging from smaller objects such as paper slips, wooden tags, or hexagonal wooden charms, to larger objects such as hoops made of entwined miscanthus reeds or shimanawa, sacred ropes used for ritual purification. These talismans are generally placed at the doors of households as a prayer for sound health and to ward off illness. Many households in Ise Shima place Somin Shorai talismans at the entrances of their homes, usually in the form of paper slips or shimanawa. Although most families in Japan only put shimanawa up during the New Year, in Ise Shima they are kept up during the whole year round, being replaced once a year on New Year's Eve. The words Somin Shorai originate from the name of the central figure in the legend of the same name. Although many versions of the tale exist throughout Japan, the tale, as generally told in Ise Shima, is as follows. On New Year's Eve, the deity Gozu Tenno set out to court the princess of Ryugu. However, when night fell, he found that none of the nearby inns had a spare room to offer him, and so he turned the two brothers who lived by the sea for hospitality. The wealthy younger brother, Koten Shorai, turned him away, despite having the means to accommodate him. The elder brother, Somin Shorai, welcomed Gozu Tenno into his home, even though he lived in poverty.
Pleased by the simple yet heartfelt reception he had received, Gozu Tenno rewarded this hospitality by sparing only Somen Shorai from a plague that ravaged the area next year. Ever since, it is said that hanging a wreath of miscanthus reeds and a charm declaring oneself to be a descendant of Somen Shorai from one's waist will offer protection from plagues and illnesses. This tradition has survived to the present day, where such charms are now used as talismans for good health and well-being. Cute! Ah.
What is it? Now you're making me antsy. What was that all about? Come now, Cersei, you realize something about this Somen Shorai, didn't you? You must share.
Nothing like that. It just made me think about how close this area is to the Eternal World.
The Ryugu.
You'd already known this from the files, but regarding the Somen Shorai, its origin goes back to the legend of the deity Gozu Tenno, who was courting the princess of Ryugu. That's right, Ryugu is close to this place. In other words, the place is that place is very close to the Eternal World. Furthermore, Gozu Tenno was also the guardian deity of the Gion Shoja temple. The very same Gion Shoja who gets mentioned in our old good friend The Tale of Heiki.
So it is! What was it again? From the bells of the Gion Shoja echoes out the impermanence of all things. And it sounds so cool that even I memorized it. Haven't got a clue what it means, though.
He's so stupid.
Yes, that's the one. As for its meaning, you can look it up yourself.
Ugh, so what you're saying is Iseshima is a land with deep ties to both Ryugu and the Heiki. And that is exactly why the Somen Shorai tradition is so well established here.
That reminds me. There's something about Ryugu's princess that keeps bothering me. About Futamigara.
Huh? Dear me, how time flies when listening to your lectures, Cersei. The sun has already gone down.
I suppose I got carried away. Sorry.
If the results in such a lovely view of the sea at night, I will not complain. So I don't get to hear about it, and that's what I wanted to hear about? What is that, Skip?
Look at all those stars.
Wow, the stars are really pretty.
The heavens are entirely enveloped in a shower of dazzling pinpricks of light. What a sight to behold.
Would you happen to be versed in constellations, Cersei?
Sorry.
Well, I've dabbled a bit in astrology, so I guess I know a thing or two.
This girl, by the way, just a reminder, Cersei is 15 years old. And she knows, like, 100 times more information than this 40-year-old man. What the fuck?
We really let time get away from us. Look how dark it's gotten.
Without the light from the stars above, we'd be lost in pitch darkness.
They sure made this pretty.
Dear me, I dragged her around all day long, didn't I? Perhaps I should say I had her drag me around all day long. As her guardian for the time being, I suppose I ought to have had us retire earlier, though Cersei herself seems to have limitless reserves of energy.
Well, if we consider the constellations you can see in Japan during summer, the first one that comes to mind is the Summer Triangle. It's an easy one to find.
I presume it's made up of 3 stars?
Correct. Vega in the constellation Lyra, Deneb in the constellation Cygnus, and Altair in the constellation Aquila. This trio of bright stars can be observed close to the Milky Way in this season.
I want to see! How do we go about identifying them?
Well, first, low in the southwestern portion of the sky, look for a star that glows red, Antares of the Scorpio constellation.
Facing inland and looking to the right.
Try to find a red star low in the sky and point to it.
Oh. I know nothing about astrology, by the way. Not a goddamn thing. Like, I've never cared about astrology in my life. Not a topic I was ever interested in. almost directly overhead around August. Huh.
I do believe I found it. The star there, just there with that reddish tint. That must be Antares, yes?
That is indeed Antares, the brightest star in the Scorpio constellation.
I found it all by myself. Ah, I'd make quite the celestial cartographer, if I do say so myself.
I hate to rain on your parade, but you were supposed to be looking for a star in the summer triangle, so please try again. Why not try looking straight up? You'll find Vega in the sky's zenith. Give it a shot.
There, that must be it.
That's Vega, one of the 3 stars in the summer triangle. In Japan, Vega is also called the Orihime star, and it's famous for its connection to the Tanabata Star Festival.
Then that must mean Hikaboshi would be on the opposite side of the Milky Way from that one.
Exactly right. Can you figure out which one it is? One of the other stars in the summer triangle is in the same area, so see if you can find it.
Eureka! I've spotted it.
That's Altair, one of the 3 stars in the summer triangle. Part of the Aquila constellation, Altair is also known in Japan as Hikaboshi for its role in the Tanabata Star Festival.
That means I've managed to spot both Orihime and Hikaboshi. It's as if I've drawn the two star-crossed lovers together with my own hand. How overjoyed they must be.
This guy is so stupid.
Yeah, nice work. I didn't expect you to be such a romantic. There's still another star in the summer triangle to find. It might be hard to see because of that angle.
It certainly is a bit tricky to see something directly above you. If my eye is as discerning as I believe it to be, that's the one.
That's Deneb, one of the 3 stars. Deneb lies within the Milky Way, which earns it the nickname Milky Way star.
It does indeed appear to be swimming nicely along the starry stream. I've located all 3. How do you like that?
Good work. Now you've mastered the summer skies. Should I start addressing you as Professor?
That's me. Feel free to rely on my knowledge.
Tell me, what is another name for Hikaboshi? Oh,
Altair? Oh yeah, I remembered that.
I mean nothing to it. Regardless, we've seen all there is to see here in Futamagara. I'd even go so far as to call this a wrap. I think that covers all the mermaid legends for Mie Prefecture, but is there anywhere else here that you're keen to visit, Cersei?
we haven't even visited Issei Shrine yet. If you ask me, we've barely scratched the surface.
You got a point there, but it's getting late. Let's save that for tomorrow, shall we?
All right.
The next day. Oh, we're just skipping right to it. Mount Asama. Date unknown. We're still in Issei City.
Wow, talk about a gorgeous view.
Is it something? It is something, isn't it? This is Mount Asama's observation platform. It overlooks Toba City on one side and Issei City on the other.
That's Toba City over there. What's Toba got going for it?
The first thing that comes to mind when thinking about Toba Castle, built in the Sengoku period by none other than the pirate daimyo Lord Kuki, who at the time led the Kuki naval fleet.
Why does she know so much?
That's more exciting than I anticipated.
As for the Tobashima area, it's famous for having the highest population of Aima divers in Japan.
I knew there'd be something touristy. What a fantastic blend of culture and history.
Mount Asama straddles the border between Issei City and Toba City, and it's also known by its official name of Asamagatake, part of the Issei-shima National Park. It was selected as one of the 100 landscapes of Japan, a listing of famous scenic sites gathered from across the country. Kongo Shoji, a temple located on the southern peak of Mount Asama, was built to protect Issei Shrine from the northeast, traditionally regarded as a spiritual vulnerable direction. Perhaps as a result, many worshippers who visit Issei Shrine also make the journey to Kongo Shoji. The observation at the peak of the mountain offers a sweeping view of Toba and the many islands that dot Issei Bay.
Apparently, Mount Asama Peak sits at 555 meters above sea level, so it's not that high. But as it's situated at the tip of Shima Peninsula, it offers a magnificent view of Toba Bay's coastline and the outlying islands.
Since we stopped by the shrine this morning, I assumed we'd take the mountain path. All I can say is this place takes my breath away.
Wow, this is very pretty. Kind of weird. It's weird, like things just can't be pretty for no reason. Things are only pretty for suspicious reasons.
She's been packed and ready to venture forth since the early hours of the morning. Though I myself beat her to the punch, having been too excited to sleep a wink all night. Lots of the inns in Toba are run by aimer divers and fishermen. I can't wait to dig into some seafood tonight.
First off, you should know that the naval troops in the Sengoku period were basically just pirates. Yes, they would put together crews of rowdy sailors, arm them to the teeth, and have them patrol a designated area of the sea. They only actually served under their commander as a naval force when there was a battle.
Ah, so that's what the Navy was like back then, A ragtag bunch of pirates only called on to do their duty in times of need.
Exactly. In fact, such forces only came to be called navies during the Edo period, and that was purely a matter of convenience. As for the Kuki Navy, it was one that the pirate bands could patrolling the waters of Ise Bay. A man named Kuki Yoshitaka was its commander, hence the name. He distinguished himself in the service of Oda Nobunaga and Toyotomi Hideyoshi, eventually rising the position of the daimyo of Shima province. That's why they called him the Pirate Daimyo. He started as a lowly pirate, but rose all the way to the top of the chain of command.
Did you say Oda Nobunaga? Him I've heard of. He was the demon king of the sixth heaven, no?
True, but that's a title he gave himself.
A pirate and a daimyo. Ugh, what an enchanting combination.
That may be, but he wasn't blessed where allies were concerned. It seems that he was always butting heads with his relatives. For one thing, he may have had his nephew Sumitaka assassinated in order to take over the Kuki clan. He also fought on the opposite side to his own son Moritaka in the decisive battle of Sekigahara. And at the end, spurred on by his vassals, he committed suicide on Tojishima, that island over there. So, while Kuki became daimyo of Shima province, his land was confiscated during his son's rule, and the clan fell into decline.
Life truly is full of ups and downs. How the mighty do fall. He must have been quite a character.
That reminds me, there's another fascinating legend related to the Kuki clan. It's about Kuki Yoshitaka's nephew, Sumitaka. He had an extraordinarily beautiful daughter named Princess Hatsune.
I dare say I know where this is going. Whenever a legend starts with a beautiful daughter, it inevitably ends with trouble.
You're not wrong there. Princess Hatsune was so beautiful that she saw no end of suitors, and her father sought to marry her off to achieve his political ends. But the princess already had a lover, so she fought against her father's plans, and even ran away several times only to be brought home.
Alas, that's what life was like for the daughters of powerful figures in those days.
Well, Princess Hatsune lamented her fate. Must I be cursed with such misfortune merely for my beauty? And she didn't stop there. May no beautiful daughter be born to this land again. Such was the curse she left behind, before throwing herself down a well. And so ends the legend.
Not what I'd call a happy ending. The princess may have had good intentions, but I'm sure that no one else felt she was doing them many favors.
Good intentions? That isn't how I interpreted it.
What's your take on the story, then?
When authority figures try to force other people's hands, they bring these things upon themselves. It's just asking to get cursed. Still, the princess did take it a bit far. To me, though, it almost feels like that part was tacked on later. As if someone thought it would make the story more impactful, and that word of it would travel further if the princess killed herself at the end.
You're right, that would change the story completely.
But there is something else that interests me more. Sumitaka became head of the Kuki clan in 1560, but he was so young that Yoshitaka had to be appointed as his guardian. His exact age at the time isn't known, but the common belief is that he was about 8 years old.
Nothing unusual there. Premature inheritances were a common occurrence in those days.
But consider this. When Sumitaka died 24 years later, in 1584, he would have been 32 years old. Even if we suppose that Princess Hatsune was 15, yet their ages don't quite add up, do they?
Age differences weren't so much of a point of contention back then, but even so, that is a bit odd.
Which begs the question, did Princess Hatsune really exist to begin with?
Or is she the same princess of Ryugu?
Even if she did, was she really Sumitaka's daughter?
An agate Magatama was unearthed at the place where the princess was supposedly buried. But that could easily have been planted there to lend credibility to the tale.
Once you start doubting, it's hard to see lies everywhere.
True, and the pursuit of the unknown starts with belief, doesn't it? A certain occult researcher taught me that one.
You don't say.
Okay. The pirates who became feudal lords. Home to a number of clans. The Kikuko clan was just one of the many pirate clans. Things changed when Yoshitaka correctly read the changing tides and allied himself with Oda Nobunaga and then Toyotomi Hideyoshi, both powerful figures of the era, rising to prominence as commander of the Kuki Navy. He became the feudal lord of Shima province, founding Toba Castle as his base of operations. While Yoshitaka was in the service of Nobunaga, the head of the Kuki clan was his nephew, Sumitaka, with Yoshitaka serving as his advisor. Despite his position, Sumitaka was little more than a puppet lord and died young, reportedly due to illness, just 2 years after the Honnoji incident. However, those theories suggest that he was actually poisoned by Yoshitaka as part of a scheme to seize control of the family. The legend of Princess Hatsune. Kuki Sumitaka's daughter, Princess Hatsune, was said to have been a woman of great beauty. Sumitaka planned to marry her as part of a political marriage. Princess Hatsune refused, saying that she had already promised her future to someone else. Upon learning that Princess Hatsune's beloved was a member of an enemy clan, Sumitaka was enraged and insisted that she marry the person he had chosen for her. Although Princess Hatsune made numerous attempts to escape in order to be with her lover, she was caught each time and forced to return home. Despairing of her fate, Princess Hatsune lamented her beauty, blaming it for her predicament, before throwing herself down a well in her sorrow. As she did so, she prayed with her last breath that no beautiful woman would ever be born in that land again. Or so the legend goes. Despite the tale preserving as part of local folklore, many questions about the accuracy of Princess Hatsune's legend remain, including Sumitaka's age at the time. Interesting.
Very, very interesting.
I just realized something. Kuki Sumitaka died or was assassinated exactly 400 years ago.
You don't say.
A special spiritual significance is attached to periods of 400 years. For instance, the cycle of death and rebirth supposedly lasts 400 years, and some stories claim that a soul endures for 400 years. 800-year immortals have twice that lifespan. As you can see, 400 years is widely considered a good cutoff point.
There's a chance something happens after 400 years?
Maybe. In any case, we should probably tread carefully here.
Sounds to me as if we're in the right place at the right time.
Ama divers have a long history in the Tobashima region. Evidence indicates that free divers have been fishing in the area since ancient times. Most notably, it is said that Oben, who once presented an abalone to Yamato Hime no Mikoto, was the very first Ama diver. In fact, there is a shrine dedicated to Oben in Kuzaki that is considered a sacred place to Ama divers of the Tobashima region. There are several poems in the famous 8th century poetry anthology, Monyoshu, that depict the Ama diving as Shima province. Ama divers also appear in dozens of ukiyo-e from the Edo period. Clearly, they were a popular theme.
It's quite incredible to think that their method of fishing has not only endured for so long, but has been recorded in such exquisite detail.
There is another point worth noting. Ama divers have long likened to mermaids for the skill and grace. You could even argue that the Ama diver culture that is so deeply rooted in this place is interwoven with the region's mermaid legends.
There is a theory that the mermaids of Ise Bay were simply Ama divers.
Man, this part is kind of rough, I'm not gonna lie. This is like a lot of history lore dump section, and it's been like this for like 45 minutes. I do like these characters, but this is admittedly, I'm finding to be a rough section of the game. Because it's such a huge info dump that isn't really, you know, characters interacting with characters, that my brain is struggling. My brain is kind of struggling to retain all of this information. Whew, it feels like I'm taking like a crash course, and it's a lot. I'm just, honestly, at this point, I'm waiting for this section to end. Because, not that I don't mind the lore, it's just a lot. I kind of want it to end so my brain can, like, chill. Whew. It kind of ruined the pacing of the game for me a little bit.
There's a connection between the two. I wouldn't be surprised if they were the originators of the legend.
Perhaps, but I'd be beyond disappointed if that's all there is to it.
Oh, right.
Oof, I hope we're almost done.
By the way, there's another legend surrounding the Ama divers of the Tobashima region, regarding something called the Tomokazuki.
She knows about that too.
An Ama diver may encounter a copy of herself underwater, but who will then offer her an abalone. If she accepts, the Tomokazuki doppelganger will drag her to the bottom of the sea, never to be seen again.
Please don't spring scary stories on me out of nowhere.
That's why the Ama divers of this area wear the same endowment symbols. It's a tradition that has continued right up to the present day. There must be some reason for it, beyond pure superstition. On another note, the Ama divers of the Tobashima region possess such exceptional diving skills that in addition to fishing, they also saved people from drowning and fetched objects that had sunk to the seafloor right up until the Meiji area.
Sounds as if they were true diving professionals.
Exactly. After the Heiki were defeated at Dan no Ura and were lost beneath the waves.
Oh, we're back to the Heiki already. I wasn't aware that there was a connection.
Oof. Well, after that fateful battle, who do you think they sent to reclaim the legendary sword Kusanagi no Tsurugi from the seafloor? 2 Ama divers.
So their lost and found services were being employed even back then.
And while they were diving, they came face to face with the vengeful spirits of the drowned Heiki.
Cersei, please, they're going to give me nightmares.
At least that's what depicted in the ukiyo-e entitled The Western Sea. The diving women encounter the Heiki in the depths of the water.
Such a deep connection to think that the Heiki were even once depicted with Ama divers. They truly are a symbol of the Ise-shima region.
Yes, but the setting for that ukiyo-e is Dan no Ura, which isn't anywhere near here. Still, it does go to show that Ama divers have held a deep connection to the sea for a very long time.
I'm getting out of breath here. Oh my god. Woo! Stay with me, chat. We're gonna get through this lore dump.
And when we're talking about the Tobashima region, Ama divers are always going to be the key players.
If you ask me, they should be brought up before the pirates.
The Navy had a crucial role to play too.
As fascinating as all of this has been, Cersei, I'd say it's high time we return to our primary topic of interest.
Personally, now that we visited Ise Shrine, I'm more or less satisfied.
Tut tut. Cersei, you disappoint me. We didn't come here to purely chase legends, did we?
Here I was hoping we could move on to buying souvenirs.
You know perfectly well that the true purpose of my voyage is nothing more or less than a treasure hunt.
Right.
I'm sure all this information we have been gathering will come in handy. First things first, let's head back to the inn. From there, we can plan our next move.
Oh, we're finally done. Oh. Oh, that was so rough. We did it. We got through. Woo! We got through it. Definitely my least favorite section of the whole game so far. Ooh. All I'll say is that I'm assuming all of that information that they taught us was relevant information to the storyline. But the problem with presenting it in a crash course session like that is that I retain less information if it's a crash course. So I'm nervous that that's gonna bite me in the ass later, because it is so hard to actually retain information when it's in a crash course presentation. That was exhausting. Oh boy. Treasure Hunt Part 1. Avi and Cersei have a meeting to plan for their true objective, the treasure hunt. Ooh. Okay, I really hope we don't have to deal with that again. I'm done with information control, like blowout, whatever the fuck that was.
Now then, I believe it's time we discuss our strategy.
What do you mean by strategy?
It should be obvious. We must reflect on what we've learned.
No. Reflect on what we've learned. Oh god. Bitch, that was so much.
The door to our room. Outside is a hallway with a restroom and a wash basin for communal use. Guests place the shoes in the cubbies in the entrance and wear slippers while inside the inn. Poster advertising the island of Kamashima. I'd love to pay a visit to a remote island like that. The name is intriguing too. This is Kumote. It's a small inn located in Toba. It's a laid-back inn that feels more like a private residence than a hotel, thanks to the attentive staff. I could barely count all the different fresh fish we were served for dinner last night. I have not felt so full in a while.
Mosquito repellent?
Each room is equipped with a mosquito trap. They tend to come in through the windows on hot days. It's a neat contraption. You just have to plug it in and place it. It will kill any nearby mosquitoes. Traps like these are reliable as well as easier and safer than the combustible type, so they've gotten quite popular.
Whew, I'm out of breath, but I need to keep streaming. We need to get further into the game here.
A hanging scroll perfectly complements the tatami room.
This room may not have a dedicated alcove, but the scroll still really ties the room together. How lovely.
Light is passing through the windows. It's hot outside, so I'll leave them closed. Dried flowers. I suppose this is an embodiment of Japanese concept wabi-wabi, or however you say it. My bag. A faithful travel companion of several decades. Some of the notes I've taken, the information in them is not substantive and likely of no use.
Wait, what? Your research is of no use? Why the fuck are you here?
I just can't shake this weird feeling.
Is there something wrong with the island? Or the poster?
The poster, I believe. Do you mind if I take a closer look?
There's a presence here. Don't scare me like that.
I can touch it? Wait, the icon changed to a hand. What? Why are they making this so scary? Remove it.
Ready?
Please just be a mockingbird sticker under it.
I'll do it. I really will. There's no telling what might happen.
Quit stalling.
Ah, okay. I fucking hate this game. They made that scary. They made that scary! Motherfuckers!
L-shaped dividing screen, but I think it actually is a towel rack.
It's a small clothes rack. Normally it used to hang kimonos, but this one is quite small, so I suppose it worked well for towels and other small garments.
Extra lights for the rooms. A lot of attention was paid to creating a comfy atmosphere for the guests. A porcelain ashtray that came with the room. Ashtrays like these are found just about anywhere, so one can smoke without any worries. That being said, I've noticed people outside still simply dropping their cigarettes onto the ground. I wasn't a smoker to begin with. This is a sketch of the mermaid mummy that I found in our family storage. Bringing it along would have been out of the question, so I settled on it just to bringing a sketch. I still haven't told Cersei why I'm searching for mermaids. This map looks quite odd. Old. Exactly. It is also the precise reason I have come to Mie. To put it simply, this is no ordinary map. This is a mermaid treasure map. Allow me to explain. Oh god.
Is this the business card from the guy that we met earlier?
It is. We managed to glean some surprisingly good information from that exchange. We did? First things first, let's head back to the inn. From there, we plan our next move. Pardon me, but would the lovely lady and a handsome gentleman be willing to spare me a moment? The gentleman does have some time.
I suppose that makes me the lady then? Oh, it's you. You've been following us.
Oh, she knows that this guy has been following us? And she hasn't said anything? He has? For how long?
Since the Ise Grand Shrine.
Maybe you could try to keep me apprised of things like this in the future, Cersei? Ah, it appears that I wasn't as stealthy as I thought. My apologies for the indiscretion. But you see, the two of you piqued my interest. Foreigners in Ise Bay searching for mermaids. You have heard everything! Oh, how embarrassing!
Avi hollering won't lessen the embarrassment.
How rude of me. I ought to introduce myself. I'm an event planner. Ikoma? Kipe? I forget. Oh no, where'd that name come up before? Oh, shit. Who? Kipe, he's the guy that went missing? The sketch. The sketch. The sketch of the guy that died. Wait, I think that's it. Sato sketched and then they inquired around town on who the guy was, and that was the guy. I think that's who it was. Is that in my files? So, I think... wait, why is the gameplay... Oh. Yeah, this. Wait, this is... Yeah, this sketch. I thought that was supposed to be this guy. I am so confused. Yeah, oh! Indicate the individual in the sketch resembles a youth by the name of Kipe Ikoma, who went missing 6 years ago. Huh. Okay. So, guy that's about to die? A fancy business card and everything. What a charming fellow. Sala Planning, eh? It says here you're the CEO? I'm actually the only employee, so the title doesn't mean much. I apologize for the rudeness, but I actually just ran out of business cards of my own.
Did you even bring any?
I had heard you need to carry business cards in Japan if you want to avoid looking suspicious, but I still forgot to bring any. But the free, willing, and forgetful man before you goes by the name of Olive Barnum, a fantasy author who is merely passing through. Do you believe me, or am I too suspicious? Without a business card for proof, the verdict is yours alone to make. So, you're an author, Mr. Barnum. Please, call me Avi. This is Cersei. She has studied more Japanese history than even the average Japanese citizen.
It's a pleasure. If you'd like, I can list the top 100 of Issei's best features at any time.
Aren't you a delight? I was right to take an interest in the two of you. Okay. I'm talking to a dead guy. Well, future dead guy. This is the past, so he didn't die yet. 26 years old. He looks like that at 26 years old? You would think he was like 40 or 50. What? 26? That's unfortunate. You look old as shit, man. You look like shit. Director of Sala Planning, a venture company primarily focusing on planning and producing tourism promotion events in Issei City. An ambitious young man, Kipe is both highly driven and extraordinarily tenacious when it comes to fulfilling his goals. He's currently planning a PR project themed on mermaids as a sightseeing attraction. About 6 years ago, with the support of wealthy tycoon Yoshiatsu Yamashina, Kipe moved to Issei from the countryside. Wait, this is the guy that died 6 years ago and went missing. This isn't the recent death. The recent one that came up in the timeline of the game was Mare? And then this is the one, the bone that they dug up that was from 6 years ago. Wait, so he is supposed to be dead? He is supposed to be dead. Okay. I'm talking to a dead guy? Or he just took the name of him because he looks nothing like the portrait I have. I am confused. 6 years ago, with the support of wealthy tycoon Yoshiatsu Yamashina, Kipe moved to Issei from the countryside with nothing but the clothes on his back and eye to making his fortune. This aggressiveness won him Yamashina's favor, and after several years, spent building up experience as his assistant. The tycoon granted Kipe an investment with which he started his current company. Although Yamashina can be said to be particularly strict with him, this is a reflection of the high expectations he has for his future. Kipe is often told that he looks old for his age. Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. But as this means he is not taken lightly when doing business, he sees this as an advantage. You're dead. Forgive me for my bluntness, but would you mind sparing a few moments? I'd love to talk a little longer. You're dead! I thought she was totally absorbed in our sightseeing, yet she noticed we were being tailed. Impressive, if I do say so myself. What do you think, Cersei?
Feels like a scammer who targets foreign tourists.
Ah, quite the blunt one, aren't you, young lady? Gusts of wind graze this lovely observation deck. This young man is actually a CEO, though I'm not sure I'd call him young. His gaze has a piercing quality to it, and there's something off about his smile. Everything about him feels older than he looks. Huh? Wait, so, like, what is happening? Hey, Bluesy! I believe these oversized suits, known as soft suits, are currently quite popular in Japan. He is trying to be taken seriously as a CEO. He certainly is putting a lot of effort into his appearance. I'm not sure if I should trust him. Entertaining a weirdo might prove to be a pain. It seems that he also is interested in mermaids. Perhaps we could get some information out of him. The truth is, I'm currently planning a promotional tourism campaign for the Taiishima region. I was thinking of using mermaid legends as the centerpiece of the campaign. I'm sure you're already quite aware of the mermaid legends. I thought we could hold events and exhibitions centered around such legends to attract tourists. Wow, but why are you interested in mermaids? Additionally, the Tashima region is also famous for its pearls. Did he just completely dodge the question? I believe mermaids and pearls naturally complement one another.
True. There are also the famous legend that a mermaid tears turns into pearls when they are washed away by the ocean.
Such a story would do wonders for driving tourism. Does this project mean that you are knowledgeable about mermaids in Issei? I suppose it does. I know a fair bit. For example, there are some mermaid legends that most people have never heard of. A long time ago, there was an island south of Kamashina known as Taiishima. Have you heard of it? I'm afraid I haven't.
It rings a bell. It was also called Tashima by some.
That's absolutely right. It is said that once upon a time, 3 mermaids lived on Taishima. 3 of them? Tell me, were they human mermaids or fish? Human mermaids? Well, I suppose their upper bodies were human, so I suppose you could describe them as such. That would separate them from the 3 mermaids discovered in Betsuho during the Heian period.
This is the first I've heard of this tale.
Taishima sunk around 400 years ago during a natural disaster. The mermaids seem to have vanished after that. That's such a shame! Regardless, it is said that 3 mermaids were named Sobe, Nagame, and Hayase. The mermaids were named too. That definitely adds to the authenticity of the story.
Pardon me, Mr. Ikuma. I never came across such concrete information. Where did you learn that?
I don't blame you for questioning my sources. I also haven't managed to find any records. You see, the story was passed down through word of mouth. As it turns out, there was a single man who managed to escape the island's destruction. His descendants have kept the legends alive. Ah, so it's one of those descendants you heard the story from? That's right. They live in modest private life these days.
When the story comes straight from the descendant like that, it does lend it some credibility.
I would love to inquire deeper about these Taishima mermaids. If you don't mind, could you share the identity of this descendant? My apologies, but I'm afraid I cannot oblige. She is not the friendliest sort. Frankly, even I have trouble getting her to open up. No matter how many times I visit her, I always feel like I am only getting part of the story. That's a real shame. Now, this might not be much consolation, but... choking on my spit, don't mind me. I have another interesting rumor from this descendant to share. It concerns one of the rumored Taishima mermaids. A few decades ago, one of those mermaids turned human and now lives among us.
She became human.
It does ring a bell. That is exactly the story of the Little Mermaid. Why, an exciting discovery!
You say this was only a few decades ago. That would make it quite recent. This former mermaid could even be walking among the people here as we speak.
If the story is true, then yes. However, I'll concede that even I find the story hard to believe. May I ask why you're searching for Issei Bay's mermaids? No particular reason, I just thought it'd be fun to wander through some sightseeing areas related to mermaid folklore. Since you traveled all the way to Japan to sightsee, I'd love to ask you some questions. Was there anything missing from the areas you visited that you think might have made your trip more enjoyable? What about those photo spots you put your face in?
I love those. I know them, I love those.
They're a real Japanese tourism classic. It would be nice to see more of them.
Agreed, if I saw one, I would certainly take a photo with it. Oh, and please sell more of those little pennant flags. I can't resist them.
I truly appreciate the input, but perhaps things are fine as they are. Should you discover anything now regarding the area's mermaids, please let me know. There really were mermaids on Taishima 400 years ago, then that could provide us valuable new information. A brand new mermaid legend!
The real question is why? There's a long history of people making up legends to drive tourism. Such stories linger on despite their veracity being entirely unverifiable. It's nothing.
It's about time for us to get going! Yes, of course, thank you, and I apologize again for taking up so much of your time. Since you've come all the way to Japan, if anything happens to you during your vacation here or you need any other help, please feel free to give me a call. I am quite familiar with all sorts of businesses in the area. I could put you in touch with someone should you be looking for an interview to interview AIMA divers. You're not saying that it is as a formality, are you? A free-spirited like myself will not hesitate to take you up on an offer like this. I will call you. This is a threat. Please do not hold back. I'll leave you two to your sightseeing. Please have a good time. I'm talking to a dead guy!
What if he is a merman? He is the mermaid that is coming for revenge? I don't know. But he was a corpse. How does that... I don't understand. He's a CEO of an event planning company we ran into earlier. I worried yesterday that Cersei might struggle to sleep on just a futon in his army room, but she looks well rested, so I suppose she used it. She's used to it. I, on the other hand, was too excited to get much sleep. Talk about the mermaid search. I didn't come here to simply travel around researching Issei Bay's mermaid legends. My real goal is to find an actual mermaid.
Oh, yes, I had a feeling that was it.
So you already knew! Exorcists have seen some keen instincts.
What will you do if you find a mermaid? Do you want to become immortal?
I suppose might as well, considering all the trouble one will find. Whatever.
Your reasoning is unexpectedly uninspired.
Simple though it may be, I find the idea quite romantic, akin to ascending to a new stage of humanity. I take it you disagree with my thinking, Cersei?
I fail to see why my opinion should matter here. What you do is your decision to make. Although I'm not certain that an immortal can still be called human. Still, your decision is irrelevant to my duties, so I will try not to interfere. Actually, meeting an immortal would be a rare, once-in-a-lifetime chance. Please transcend humanity and let me examine you.
I'd prefer it if you didn't speak of me like a research specimen, but I'll overlook it for now.
I do wonder if immortality would actually bring you any happiness. When you look at old folk tales, it tends to be less of a blessing and more of a curse.
Don't say that after I already made up my mind and everything.
I'm sure you'll be alright. If you tire of immortality, you need only embark on a journey like a modern-day Yao Bakuni.
This is one way to look at it, though I think the mun part might be an issue. I shouldn't get too far ahead of myself. There's no immortality to be had till I find a mermaid flesh to bite into. So, let's start there.
I'm also quite interested in finding a mermaid. Searching just for a mermaid meat alone seems like a waste.
The best way to go about this would be finding a living human mermaid.
That is quite exciting.
That's what I call true adventure. No matter the era, there's nothing better than a quest for the unknown. I found this map at the old family storage. It was left behind by my great-grandmother.
If she's your great-grandmother, that would make her my great-grandmother's sister. I heard she was exiled from the Lunalight family because of her eccentrics.
That's correct. She was quite fond of the occult. As a child, I loved searching through the storehouse that housed her collection. It was like a treasure hunt of wonders. A demon's tail, a yeti's bone, a book of black magic, Ogopogo's tooth, a piece of UFO, a crystal skull. I cannot vouch that any of it was authentic, but it was still so exciting to look through. It's no exaggeration when I say that this very storehouse is what led me down the path to becoming a fantasy author.
I suppose that's the kind of formative experience an occult writer needs.
Just so! I have to thank my great-grandmother. She's the reason I could put food on the table. And among the items in that collection was this.
A mermaid mummy.
They were rather prevalent at slideshows and the alike over the world in the 19th century. Mermaid mummies from Japan were quite popular because of the high quality. A number of them even made their way to Europe. This one probably made its way to the family storage around that time. It was probably passed from one seller to another until it ended up in my great-grandmother's hands.
How are you so sure it was made in Japan?
Well, you see, I gave this mummy a thorough investigation. I even took it apart. Sure enough, it was made of wood and paper clay. But, lo and behold, I also found this map inside.
You found the map inside a mummy?
Whoever made it all those years ago must have snuck the map inside. I doubt my great-grandmother had the slightest idea it was even in there.
That's an incredible discovery.
It's simply tantalizing, is it not? There is not a doubt in my mind that it will lead to a most thrilling discovery.
Why did you call this a mermaid treasure map?
It was hidden inside a mermaid mummy, so it follows it must be a treasure map of sorts. I feel it's fair to surmise it must have something to do with immortality.
Your enthusiasm has carried you quite a ways from home.
I have no doubt our treasure lies somewhere in Issei Bay.
What a shame there is no X to mark the spot.
And it leads us to our first conundrum. Any ideas how to decipher this map?
Put me on the spot, why don't you? But it does look like something is written here. Do you know what it says?
Oh, that part. I actually did some research on that. It says, search the 95th... What?
That sure makes it sound like it leads to a secret location of some sort.
It must have been related to mermaids. Aren't you just itching to find it?
You know it.
I knew it. I'm counting on you to help me solve the map's riddle.
Oh boy. Are they talking about the 95th episode? I don't even know where that's at anymore. The Tales? No. Showman's Shodai? No. Nope. Heiki? Nope. Not that one. Oh boy. Tales of Issei? Episode, there we go. Episode 95, Hiko Boshi. After having fallen in love with a woman who serves in the imperial court, a man finally manages to meet her after patiently waiting for the right moment. The two are separated by a screen. The man recites a poem to her, proclaiming that his love for her is greater even than Hiko Boshi's love for Orihime. He compares the screen separating them to the Milky Way that separated the two legendary lovers. How the fuck am I supposed to get a location out of that? What?
I just remembered. You said you can dowse, no? Can't you dowse for the treasure? Then we can skip this whole map and riddle business altogether.
That's impossible. Dowsing is usually used to find waterways, veins of ore, or other such things. My dowsing, however, can be used to find people and objects imbued with spiritual power. I must be familiar with the spiritual power that I'm looking for.
In other words, you won't be able to find a treasure you never heard or seen.
The distance from which I can detect the source also depends on how strong the spiritual power is.
It's not quite the superpower I thought it was.
We'd have enough of a diversion. Let's get back to investigating your map.
Okay. Pick it up.
Did you notice something?
Something's written on the other side.
Oh, I knew I must have missed something. I should carefully hold the edge when I want to look at the other side.
Eureka.
Inspiration strikes! I figured it out!
Wait, what? I have to Eureka.
If I were to guess, I would say it is over 100 years old. No, perhaps even more than 200 years old. I wonder how old it really is.
Oh, it's the same thing as the Milky Way. They were crossed. Okay.
Take a close look at all the spots on the back of the map.
I dismissed them as a bunch of stains.
Do you really think that's what they are? Something about those spots feels familiar.
Yeah. Do I go with, like, the spot in the middle? Like, because according to episode 95, these two are crossed. This is the Milky Way. So this is the star that's in the Milky Way. And then these two were the lovers that met. But I don't know if I put them in the middle. Like, where are they meeting? Maybe they're meeting at the third star. Oh, did I fuck it up? Okay. Like at this star? Or maybe I turn it over and that's where it's at. Yeah. So flip it in that point. So like down here. I don't know if that's the point specifically that they want me to do. You can't really... Okay, they don't let you like turn it around again. It may be tough to figure it out as it is now, unless you find a way to shine some light on the riddle. How do you... Okay. Oh, do the points... Are those 2 points like connecting? Because this is the ocean. In the middle. So this point is here. And then this point is... Oh, well, maybe that doesn't really check. Isn't that Taiishima? You're right, it depicts an island to the south of Kamashima. Safe to assume that this map was made before Taishima sank. That makes it over 400 years old, that it made during the Sengoku period. Incredible. And then the writing. Search the 95th is written on the map around the location of the Ise province. Yep, I played the last game last week. Do you recognize the symbol on the lower right? Sanskrit, however, I don't recall a character quite like that one. It may be a mark unique to the cartographer, like a signature. Let me reread the 95th thing. The tails. So... The two are still separated by a screen. The man, He compares the screen separating them to the Milky Way that separated the two legendary lovers. In this implication, the woman removes the screen, allowing them to meet face to face. In this implication, you're removing the Milky Way. You can't just remove the Milky Way. Oh, that's a lot more helpful. Is it? I don't know which point. So, like, this would imply these are, like, the two lovers. This would imply the Milky Way. And then... I'm just gonna go with this Milky Way star. I'm confused. It's the... Wait, sorry, what was the question? This very spot marks the answer to our riddle. Enter the name of the location. Oh, fucking shit. Cape Arago, Cape Dio. And in the middle, we're looking at in the middle there. Where is... That's Ajika Town. So that would be south. Wouldn't that be like Taishima? So that's Kamashina, Shima. I don't understand how this wouldn't be talking about Taishima? Or whatever that place is called. The occult craze. Traditions, history, Taishima. Yeah, I think it has to be. So I'm just gonna say Taishima. If it's not Taishima, I'm quitting the game. Because it has to be south of Kamashima. Huh? Is that not south of the island? Oh, because the island is actually on the map. So it's south of Taishima even. Ooh, they really make sure you know your stuff here. So this is the island, this is south of the island, and this is question mark? Okay, let me go back. Oh boy. Oh boy. I know exactly what I'm talking about here. Don't worry about it. I know exactly what I'm doing. Oh no. That's Kamashima. The Southern Sea disaster. Is it the same? Mm-hmm. Oh boy. He wouldn't know that. That can't be that can't be relevant here. That can't be relevant here. The Southern Sea disaster, because he doesn't know about it. Ah! So sorry, that's scary. How do you pronounce or say crystal? However you want to say it. It's left up to your imagination. Nope. I am... Cape Arago. Cape Dio. But I need the place that's like directly between them. Directly between them. What's between those points? Other than the Milky Way. Or is it in here? Hikoboshi is the name of the... Greater than Hikoboshi's love for Orihime. It feels silly to write in the Milky Way. The name of the location is the Milky Way. Oh boy, it's not the Milky Way, but my brain is not coming up with another answer right now. Oh, this is so frustrating. You pronounce it either as bitchin or empreg. Yeah, those pronunciations work. Did I spell Taishima wrong? No, that's definitely not, though. No more mistakes from me, he says. Yeah, I believe you. Actually, if I say give up, put the map down. Think. Talk about the map. Tell me. Let's start by thinking about what's written on the map. 95th. Yeah. Yeah, I am still struggling. I understand this part. Keep going. Yep. Yeah, I already knew that. Try to find it on the map. I know where it is on the map. I don't know what you mean. Yeah. Yeah. The dots on the back are not random. There's somewhere triangle. Altair is also called Hikoboshi. Then think of the place where Altair appears on the map. So do I call it by the star? Think of a way to make the constellation shine through the back. Oh my gosh, I got all of that. Okay, so it feels weird to call it the star. It seems so simple, that's why I didn't think it would be that. But I already said Milky Way, so I might as well keep going in that direction. Okay. So this star, I can't, oh my god, it's hard to pinpoint it. Okay, so now we go back. I don't know if they want me to specifically say Altair, but the summer triangle. So that would be, wait, what do you say? Altair, Altair, Hikoboshi? Altair. I'm just gonna say Altair. That doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem right. That's why I didn't think about that, because it was it seems like a cop-out. I'm so confused. Allow me to explain. You see, the 95th and the riddle must refer to... Yes, okay. I'll have to do better next time. Don't let me take that away from you. I had it like 95% figured out, okay? Ugh. Because saying that the treasure lies in Altair? What do you mean? The treasure lies in the sky? Like, what do you mean by that? It doesn't make sense! Looking for an unknown object somewhere on a large swath of seafloor seems like an impossible task. We might have to ask our friendly CEO for help. Wouldn't that mean that we'd have to... sorry, where's my British accent? We have to inform him of the map. No other way about it. In addition, should we find anything, I imagine he'll expect a share of the spoils. I really wanted to keep it all for myself. Sharing is the worst. But we have no other options. It's a shame, but I suppose you're right. Are there friendly CEOs? No. We should contact him as soon as we can. Oh, damn. Okay, we stick with them. They ask Kipe Ikoma to investigate. However... he ends up dying. Just kidding. The next day. This is Ikuma. I'm calling about the seafloor investigation. I asked an AIMA diver to investigate the area because I was keen to get results as soon as possible. She has not returned. So this is one of the Ama divers that have gone missing. There's 2 Ama divers that have gone missing. I'm assuming this is what they mean. She was contracted to investigate for about an hour, at which point she was to return even if empty-handed.
Several hours passed with no word from the diver. I can see why Ikuma is worried.
Do you have a bad feeling about this?
I do, ever since we first heard about this.
There's a strong negative
Spirit energy in the air that has only intensified as we approach the spot. Something happened there. I have a talisman that repels evil. It should be fine.
Worst comes to worst, we'll reunite in the afterlife.
Why is Avi so chill about dying?
Well, if we die, we'll reunite later. It'll be fine.
Bro? Oh, shit. An empty boat.
That must be
That Ama diver's boat. There doesn't appear to be anyone around.
You're right. There's something terrible here.
Is it really that bad?
I can tell, even from this distance, it's coming from the bucket. It's saturated with sinister spiritual energy.
There's some real powerful curse. That's the same symbol that was on my treasure map. What the fuck?
And perhaps succumb to the curse while trying to get it out.
Unfortunately, as we cannot say for certain what misfortune this curse may call forth, I need you to remain cautious.
Can you dispel curses?
It depends on the curse, but I believe I may be able to handle one of this caliber.
Is it really safe for us to approach that boat?
Yes, it's fine. For me, at least.
If anything happens to me, I'll leave the rest to you.
There's a small metal box in the bucket. This has to be the source. Provided I can overpower the malice it's engulfed in. Ha! It should be safe to touch now. I'll leave that part to you.
No problem. It's pretty heavy. What do you think this box is?
Quite old. It likely dates back to the same time period as your map. Take a look at the symbol. Do you recognize it?
I saw it on the seafloor. Is that the symbol that I saw on the seafloor at the beginning of the game? That can't be.
Excuse me?
What?
How and when would you have seen anything on the seafloor?
Did I just say that?
What the fuck?
Must you joke all the time? This symbol matches the one that we found on the map.
It's thus fair to say that the box was leading us toward this exact box. That only makes its identity all the more intriguing. Some strange lines on the side. Perhaps it's some sort of pattern.
It appears to open from the top, but it's not budging at all.
It would take a lot of strength to force it open.
I believe this box has been sealed with powerful spiritual energy.
Oh, that's cool. It's like a layout of the islands all along the outside. 2, 3 dots, 4 dots. I don't know if that pertains to like north, south, east, west kind of thing, but
it was probably sealed by a skilled sorcerer a long time ago. I doubt it will open by any normal means.
I can feel something shifting whenever I turn it. There must be some kind of mechanism.
I suppose we'll want to align the box with the spiritual energy of this place.
In English?
It is likely that the mechanism for unlocking the box is activated by orienting the box in the right directions in the right order.
Oh boy.
There's definitely the spot indicated by the map. I thought getting rocked by the waves on a small boat like this would make her seasick, but she looks fine so far. I've no idea we'd encounter a curse today. It's a good thing Cersei was here.
If I need help, I can ask Cersei. I barely needed Cersei's help last time. I'm very upset.
How to open the metal box. I should investigate the box and rotate it so I can get a good look on all 4 sides.
Okay. So. This looks like... Does that look like that? Not really. Next. No. No. Interesting. Rotate. So this is 4. And all I can do is rotate it. This looks right. Kind of, sort of. I guess this would have to be this, but it just doesn't quite look the same. So 4, 2. 2, that's here. Yeah, that looks about right. That looks exactly right. Oh, that one lines up really nice. And then 3. Right there. So that's the 3rd one. Like something like that. Look at how nice that lines up. And then I still am having trouble with 1. I guess it is this. It has to be. I don't know how to, like... activate it. So, like, I'm seeing the... Okay, this is 1, 2, 3, and 4. So, this is 1, but how do I make it, like... Oh, okay. I just put it up. Okay. Did I pass it? Didn't I get all of them? That's it. No. That's it. Ah. There we go. Tad, thank you so much for the 7-month resub. Appreciate it. I hope that you enjoy the emotes. Wait, how's this not it? This isn't triggering. There we go. And last but not least, here, bigger gap, which I guess I guess, is this the missing island out there? Like Taiishima? Because I have a feeling that this might not exist. Like somewhere out beyond? Wait, did I find this before? I actually don't remember if I found this place. I think I didn't, though. Can't I just go around along the horizon and it'll stop me? Can't I just do it that way?
What's inside?
Oh. Is that the curse echo that turns the mermaid corpses into corpses? Like the corpses that we're seeing. Curse of the Forsaken Fish. Ah! Make it stop! Oh no! Drift forever, ill-doers. Be as fish. Be as fish. Why is that so funny? You can use it to turn people into fish and kill them when they are submerged in the water of Ise Bay. You can even be used at a distance, provided the target meets the requirements. I can kill people now? From the final moments of Hayase. So that mermaid is real? Brutally tortured to death by humans on Taishima around 400 years ago. Oh! The curse has the power to kill any human submerged in waters of Ise Bay by gradually turning them into a fish starting from their feet. However, the excruciating pain suffered during the transformation often results in them dying before the metamorphosis is complete. The bodies of those succumbed to the curse decay almost instantly, shriveling up into desiccated fibrous masses. The curse can also be triggered remotely, provided that the curse bearer knows the victim's exact location. Mermaids inherently possess the ability to turn humans into fish at will. The curse of the Forsaken Fish is the result of that ability being turned into conditional curse and sealed within the curse stone. So... Okay. Okay.
What the hell was that?
I'm not certain. I believe they may have just acquired a cursed tool known as a curse stone. They are rarely possessed by such powerful curse echoes. How lucky.
If you truly are congratulating me, then I'll happily celebrate with you. But can I ask you something first? Am I cursed? Am I gonna die?
I wouldn't say you're cursed, per se. There was a similar case in Tokyo last year.
Hold on, I cannot think straight. This is far too overwhelming. An incredible amount of information flooded my mind just now. I need a moment to settle before I can take in anything else.
You must mean the resentful memory held by the curse. It's a phenomenon wherein the events leading up to the curse forming are passed on to the curse bearer so that its grudge will spread. And curse bearer refers to someone who is haunted by a curse echo and thus able to use the curse.
I already told you I can't take any new information. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? I think I just learned why Taiishima sunk 400 years ago. Let me sort out all of that first.
Tell me.
Give me a minute.
Good night, Ooby Gooby. Thank you so much for lurking. That would imply that Avi is killing people, but maybe he's unknowingly doing it? I don't know. Because the corpses show up later. Unless someone took his curse stone. Thank you for investigating the situation for me. I was involved in an accident many years ago, so I can't bring myself to get out to sea anymore. You've been a tremendous help. We've actually got on our hands something quite valuable, so we owe you thanks as well. I'd love to hear more about what you discovered. No, 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 no. Don't tell him. Wait, no. No, I shouldn't tell him. Mr. Ikuma has just arrived in Toba, so we managed to meet up without any problems. I don't trust telling this guy. I suppose we ought to tell him everything we've learned. Why? We could just say, fuck this guy, and don't tell him what we know.
He may look scary, but his demeanor is surprisingly gentle and kind. He's a very polite young man. People like him tend to be misunderstood because they're a little awkward. He must struggle with that kind of thing a lot. The diver I hired to perform the search was an Alma diver living in Toba City by the name of Tamiko Suma. I thought that there was no way we could pull off a search, but that's when she agreed to take on my request. I feel terrible about what happened. I can only hope that she's still out there somewhere unharmed. She has no way of knowing how dangerous this job was. Please, I'm the one who sent her out there. If there's a blame to take, it is mine. What exactly happened out there? Let's start with this metal box. Miss Suma decided to take on my commission alone and set out to sea by herself. Perhaps things would have ended differently if there had been a boatman with her. But you're in his debt. I don't care about debt! So basically, this is the wooden carving we found inside the metal box. So your map indicated the location of this wooden carving. The question is why? Why go all the way to not just hide it, but conceal the map in a mermaid mummy? How very intriguing. I suppose a carving like that would have had some value back in the day, but to go through all of that effort to preserve it like this? I believe what we preserved was not the carving itself, but the mermaid's memory that was stored inside the curse. Dun dun dun! Curse. Dun dun what now? That's right! In other words, the one who made that box entrusted it with a message, and we are the recipients. I'm feeling quite lost.
I know you're quite excited, but I think we have no choice but to start explaining the curse.
You might be a bit too rational to believe what I'm about to tell you, Mr. Ikamo. Even so, I ask that you try your best. If you're ready to hear it, I'm ready to say it. Come, give me your answer in the next 3 seconds. 3. I'm prepared to. Please tell me. So the Taiishima mermaid known as Hayase was killed by raiders. The hatred she left behind became a curse that entered this wooden carving. You, Avi, then inherited her curse in addition to information from 400 years ago in the form of a resentful memory.
You absorbed all that quite efficiently. I'm impressed.
Actually, not the first time I've heard of what can happen if one touches a curse stone. Yes, but let's save that conversation for later. More importantly, you know what actually went down on Taishima 400 years ago? You seem a bit frazzled. Do you need more time to collect your thoughts? No need to worry, I'm prepared, but it will take some time to explain. Wait, what do you mean take some time to explain, bitch? Miss Suma decided to take... Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy. That reminds me, I meant to ask about the metal box. It's been lying on the seafloor for 400 years. How come it wasn't discovered up until now?
It was most likely sealed inside a rock or something until a few months ago.
It was sealed away until a certain amount of time has passed.
I believe the box unsealing may have been triggered by something.
It's time to reveal what truly happened. Oh boy. Story time! Around 400 years ago, the area of Shima province, which included Taishima, was governed by the Kuki clan. The leader of the clan at the time was Kuki Sumitaka, and it was his duty to protect the secret of the 3 mermaids living on Taishima. That must have been Sobe, Nagame, and Hayase. The legend that eating mermaid flesh could grant immortal life was well known, so he secretly hid them on Taishima so no one would learn about their existence. It appears that Sumitaka thought about the mermaids as the sacred or divine existence. The thought of seeking immortality for himself likely never crossed his mind. The land where the mermaids lived was a sanctuary that he fiercely protected at all costs. In other words, Taishima was an island where people worshipped the mermaids in secret. Indeed, it meant the people living on the island were not simple commoners, but gods tasked with protecting the sanctuary and its mermaids. Sumitaka was so dedicated to keeping the mermaid secret that he kept the existence of Taishima out of historical records. The public believed the island was entirely uninhabited. By keeping its existence hidden, he was able to keep the mermaid safe. However, a vassal of Sumitaka's uncle, Yoshitaka, learned about the mermaids on Taishima. He passed this information on to Yoshitaka, who believed obtaining immortality was a must to rise to the top in the era that was often plagued by war. He commanded his vessel to lead his army to Taishima and do whatever he had to do to return with the flesh of a mermaid. Sumitaka and those on the island resisted, but the army invaded was far too powerful. This island was swiftly overrun. Ultimately, Hayase was captured and brought before the vassal. The vassal tortured her, demanding she grant him the power of immortality, but Hayase did not yield, even to the most hellish torments. She she screamed and cursed with despair and anger until her dying breath. The hatred Hayase felt in the moment of her death led to the creation of the Curse of the Forsaken Fish. And that is what I learned from the resentful memory inside the cursed stone. But to be honest, that is only half. Half! Half of the memories, the other half in the memories of the one who left behind the metal box. The story of how the Curse of the Forsaken Fish became a curse stone. Oh boy. Having failed to obtain immortality, the vassal flew into a rage. He had all inhabitants of Taiishima slaughtered as revenge for keeping this secret. This guy was the worst. Finally, he continued his advance into the sanctuary the islanders had protected down to the last man there. He had destroyed its shrine. What irony that he came so close to the secret he had been so desperate to find. Are you saying the other two mermaids were still in the sanctuary? No, they had already fled. There were two other survivors. Sumitaka's adopted daughter, Princess Hatsune, also escaped the chaos of the invasion unscathed. There was one other islander who managed to survive as well, taking with him the treasure the mermaids had protected. This may shed some light on the descendant you spoke of earlier. She must be a descendant of the man that escaped that day. We now know that she was correct when she spoke of 3 mermaids living on Taiishima. Putting descendants aside for now, let's return to 400 years ago. The vassal's invasion and destruction of the sanctuary was like a trigger. As a reaction to the sanctuary's fate and their own ill-deserved deaths, the sorrow and hatred of the islanders swirled together and formed into the curse of the raging waves, a natural disaster that shook the heavens when it descended upon Taiishima. The curse bombarded Taiishima with violent winds. Then, in a final act to protect Taishima's lost sanctuary, they sank it into the sea to destroy all evidence of it ever existing. The small island sunk swiftly under the waves. The vassal and all of its men were, of course, all killed thanks to the curse. But one problem remained. Oh boy. Tashima was destroyed by the natural disasters caused by the curse, but the calamity continued for many days. It must have seemed as though it would never end. I can't imagine how terrifying it must have been. Sumitaka even sought out a famous onmyoji to dispel the curse, but he was unsuccessful. The curse would eventually sink to the bottom of the sea alongside the sanctuary and be sealed there. Only then did the calamity end. Yet it appeared this curse was so powerful that it required a sacrifice to be truly sealed. Not just any sacrifice, but a living one. Princess Hatsune offered herself up to be that sacrifice. Oh boy. Oh boy! It's all coming together! She was Sumitaka's adopted daughter, yes, and that she lived on Taishima? That appears to be the case. Sumitaka was evidently so taken with her that he decided to adopt her. The rumor that she threw herself down a well was likely spread to cover up the real cause of death. Princess Hatsune was actually sacrificed. The seal would hold for 400 years. They must have hoped that the curse itself would fade during that time. However, the curse of the Forsaken Fish created by Hayase also continued to linger in the same place. So the onmyoji sealed it inside the wooden carving, turning it into a curse stone. Woo! Sato is a princess! We kind of already knew that, though. Then the same onmyoji, knowing that the seal would only last 400 years, stored its memories within the curse stone to pass on this information. He wished to pass down this knowledge for others to use in the event the curse outlasted the 400-year lifespan of the seal. He left behind instructions on how to completely dispel the curse. I've compiled it all in my files. What? You did? In the event, that the curse did not fade. It was sealed. The onmyoji originally responsible for sealing the curse left behind a plan to dispel it. It was his belief that the curse's power would have weakened enough by that point that performing the following steps would be enough to lift the curse completely. First, thou must unbind my seal, risen from the depths from the iron box.
Second, thou must offer the still-tide mirror bequeathed by the sacrifice to the sanctuary. Third, let those who share blood with the lost souls of Taishima be the ones to offer appeasement. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, no. Okay. Unbind my seal, risen from the depths within the iron box. Offer the still-tide mirror, bequeathed by the sacrifice, to the sanctuary. Let those who share blood with the lost souls of Taishima be the ones to offer appeasement. Okay. I hope you guys wrote all that down. That's important information. But that I'm gonna choke on later.
And that about wraps it up. I got all that info beamed into my brain in a flash, and yet I still managed to present it in an enticing narrative. How amazing was that?
I feel utterly astounding. Wow, incredible.
Okay. This is what we just learned. Yoshitaka ordered Sanamune to capture the mermaids and bring them back. Kuki, Yoshitaka's nephew and head of the clan, strongly opposed his approaching Taishima. It was in fact Sumitaka who had secretly been protecting the mermaids. Oh my god, this is so long. Believing the mermaids to be messengers of the gods, yeah. His adopted daughter, Princess Hatsune, was also living in hiding on Taishima at the time for other reasons. I think she meant that. Yeah, I probably will choke. Yeah. I did mean that. If that's what you're referring to, at least. Infuriated with what he perceived as an act of rebellion, Yoshitaka gave the order for Sanamune to prepare a military invasion. Okay. Transformed into a nightmare. Desperately fought back. Ordered that even women and children be cut down without mercy. Oh my god. They discovered a mermaid and captured her. Tortured to death is horrible. Oh my god. Okay, is this the sanctuary? Convinced that it had to be the entrance. Okay, wait, back up. He found a deep cave in the interior of the island that extended far beneath the earth, reaching down to the seafloor. In the deepest part of the cave was a shrine and a door with a powerful seal over it that he couldn't open, no matter how hard he tried. Convinced that this had to be the entrance to the sacred land, the home of the mermaids, Sadamune gathered all of his remaining gunpowder and artillery and unleashed it on the door, destroying both it and the shrine. Okay, so where would it be today? Taishima sank beneath the waves as if nature itself sought to protect the sacred land by erasing all traces of its existence. The only survivors of the tragedy were 2 mermaids and 2 islanders that had successfully made their escape from the island. Hayase had, in fact, stayed behind as bait to allow others to escape. Wait, so 2 mermaids and 2 islanders. So I feel like at this point in the story, I should know this information, but my brain immediately is only thinking of 2 mermaids. So Sato survived as one of the mermaids. The other one, I feel like I should really think about that. But the 2 islanders that survived were... Mare was one of them. And there is a second one. So I know Mare and Sato, but those are 1 mermaid and 1 islander. Okay, so I have to think more. No, it literally tells you. Keep reading! Keep reading, Crystal! Hayase had in fact stayed behind as bait to allow the others to escape. The two surviving islanders were Princess Hatsune and the man named Somikawa, who had been assigned to the duty of protecting a relic important to the mermaids. Yeah, okay. That was the mirror. Yes, I'm assuming it's the mirror. But they're saying that Princess Hatsune was a surviving islander, but Princess Hatsune is Sato, that is a mermaid. So I'm extra confused now. Okay. The tale did not end with the sinking of Taishima. Sumitaka eventually made it to sea, but a fierce anger and resentment, the curse of the raging waves, had given rise to a storm. The curse also continued to exert its influence on the area. The situation had grown beyond anyone's ability to control. Oh, Sumitaka turned to Tsuchi Mikado Harukage, a renowned onmyoji and friend of Princess Hatsune. After conducting an investigation, Harukage concluded that the source of the curse was the sacred land, now sunk beneath the waves. Although the curse was too powerful to dispel, it would be possible to seal the sacred land by offering up a sacrifice, thereby suppressing its calamitous effects. The seal would last for 400 years, by which time he anticipated the curse would dissipate. Princess Hatsune volunteered to sacrifice herself in hopes that it would bring peace. With her noble sacrifice, the storm at last died down and peace was restored. A bronze mirror in Hatsune's possession at the time was imbued with power to serve as a talisman to calm raging waves and was passed from person to person over the years, eventually making its way to Kamashima. Tsuchi Mikado Harukage was also able to seal the curse in a wooden accessory that Princess Hatsune had been wearing, turning into her curse stone. Harukage also used the resentful memories contained within the curse stone to create a record. Which he sealed within a heavily ironed box before concealing in a rock on the seabed. In the event that the curse had not abated, he made it so that the seal on the rock would be lifted at the same time as the seal on the sacred land. Oh! Okay. So that the record of what had happened and the method of undoing the curse would make its way to future generations. So it exists now. Meanwhile, to protect the sacred land and the mermaid, Sumitaka ensured all records of Taiishima were erased, so no mention of the island or the disaster that had befallen it would make its way into historical accounts. Oh boy. He also concocted a tale in which Princess Hatsune had thrown herself down a well in defiance of political marriage in order to conceal her sacrifice. Oh my god! That was made up! Afterwards, Kuki, infuriated not only by his failure to obtain immortality, but also by the loss of his primary military force, murdered Sumitaka, who opposed him to the very end and seized control of the Kuki clan in both name and nature. He had his vassals search the area around Taiishima countless times after that, but it is said that they found neither the mermaids nor any trace of their existence. Okay. All right, Chad, I'm going to be so honest. I think I read all of that and I understood about 50% of what I just read. I am so cooked. When it comes to beating this game, it's going to be a fucking tragedy because my brain is so tired. Cookie Yoshitaka. I'm cooked, man. I compiled all the details of the story in these files. That's a lot. That's a lot. After Miss Suma found the metal box, you mean to tell me she died? Woo!
If we consider that the curse of the Forsaken Fish had completely saturated the metal box, it is likely already too late for her.
She likely turned into a fish and died soon after. Then there's a high chance her transformed body will wash up on shore soon. Oops. Okay, think. Were Inikoma's dead, I suppose we could tell him everything we learned. Oh no.
Wait a second. Avi, if someone is affected by the curse, the transformation starts as the feet travel and at the feet and travels slowly up, yes? If it's true, then they may explain the true identity of the fish mermaids discovered in this area. It could have been the bodies of those who died in the middle of transforming due to the curse.
Fish mermaids have been recorded as having only human heads or faces, or appearing human just from the chest or shoulders up. If the curse starts at the feet and travels upward, that would explain the variety of fish mermaids that have appeared.
The process is so painful that most die mid-transformation. The curse causes the corpse to rapidly wither, forming a fibrous mass.
This sounds like a really painful way to die. I'll be honest, like I'm trying to envision this. I don't want to envision this, but I'm trying to imagine that you slowly start turning into a mermaid starting at your feet, and like the pain and agony you feel as you just slowly mummify into a mermaid. Like that sounds like a terrible way to go.
It may even be the true identity of the mermaid mummy.
Still, without analyzing it directly, there's no way to know for certain. But perhaps this is why the mermaid mummies originating from Japan are of such high quality.
This doesn't mean that all fish mermaids and mermaid mummies are authentic. Any number of fish mermaids could actually be victims. Actually, I just remembered that there were 2 points from your tale I wanted to discuss. My first point concerns the vassal who tortured the mermaid in an attempt to obtain immortality.
Average Tuesday happens to me all the time. I didn't know you were a mermaid. What the fuck?
If all he needed was the mermaid's flesh, what necessity would there be in torturing her?
It could mean that the vassal ate the mermaid's flesh but did not become immortal, so he tortured her to figure out why.
As for the second observation, I have a theory about the area. You described as the sanctuary. Could it possibly be referring to the entrance to Ryugu? It is sometimes also referred to as the eternal world. In some legends, mermaids are priestesses who serve the ruler of Ryugu, the god of the sea.
If the sanctuary was actually an entrance to Ryugu, then that could mean that the mermaids were not living on Taiishima, but merely traveling there from Ryugu. Okay, it doesn't come up in conversation very often. Dynasty, you finished this game, right? I kind of need an estimate on how much game I have left. I unfortunately do need to know this information because I have a maximum of 6 hours I can stream tomorrow. I have to finish the game tomorrow. So I have to keep streaming, I think. Lots? Really? I have a lot more? I have 6 hours left. Or tomorrow I have a 6 hour stream. So I have to keep streaming today until I know I can beat it tomorrow. You know what I mean? Over halfway? Ooh, that's not good. So I need to be a lot farther. Okay, shit. I need to go faster.
It would also explain why the destruction of this sanctuary would inspire the fury of the god of the sea. To be honest, it's difficult to believe that the grudges of the inhabitants of Taiishima would be able to enough to explain what happened. How could they possibly engender a curse powerful enough to sink an island and linger for more than 400 years? However, it's quite easy to believe that a curse from Ryugu could maintain such power.
Also explains the necessity of a living sacrifice. Of course, one would be required to seal an entrance to Ryugu. But if the entrance to Ryugu was sealed, what became of the 2 mermaids?
I doubt Sobe and Nagame managed to return to Ryugu.
Do you really have to finish it tomorrow? I mean, okay, here's the thing. If I don't finish it tomorrow, I don't stream until next Tuesday, whenever I come back from my trip. And the problem is, with a game like this, and with me going on a trip, I'm gonna forget. Like, between tomorrow's stream and the next time I play the game on Tuesday, I'm, like, genuinely worried that by Tuesday I forget, like, a bunch of important details in that gap of time. You know what I mean? That's a big gap. So I can play this game day to day, but yeah, I'm a little concerned. Time to catch up on the VOD? Heck yeah! VOD will be there. So yeah. Not that I can't play this whenever I get back, I'm just worried. think maximum I can go 2 more hours today. I'm really hoping Dom gets his shit together though, because I did ask him to make me dinner today and he's not even started, so I might have to give him shit right now. I asked one favor of him! One! Uno! And dinner, he hasn't even started cooking me dinner, which normally I eat by now. I think I need to go bother Dom though. He had one job. Hold on. Never mind, it's a lost cause, chat. He forgot. Wait. You forgot. I'm like, well... I normally don't ask for favors like that, but I know I'm on a bit of a time crunch, so I did ask him this morning. Okay. 12 hours in Dynasty time, though. Yeah, you are pretty fast. I think, yeah, the most I can stream is 2 more hours. I think we can do it. And I'll have to take like a mini food break in between. Okay, thank you, chat. So, we'll see how far we can get.
I believe they've been living here in the human world for the past 400 years, waiting for the seal to be lifted. They just hid somewhere else from human eyes.
They've been successfully hiding for over 400 years.
Of course, if they were to hide themselves at the bottom of the sea, it'd be practically impossible to find them. It is also possible that they've been wandering the globe rather than lingering in one place.
That could explain the mermaid sightings around the world. They could all be the same too.
All this discussion of hiding made me realize something. Do you recall the story Mr. Ikuma told us yesterday of the mermaid who became human?
She decided to join human society because she could not return to Ryugu?
It's a possibility that we should consider.
That occurred only a few decades ago. Why would she decide to become human just before the seal was released?
Perhaps her circumstances had changed. We can only speculate on the motivations of someone who has lived for centuries. It is possible that she did not feel compelled, but decided to become human out of her own desire.
She could have met someone she wanted to live a more mortal life with, like in The Little Mermaid.
That is certainly possible, and quite romantic too.
I'll have to write this down. It could make a solid novel.
Also, I've just realized something.
She's been realizing a lot of things.
I just realized like 5 things back to back to back. Because I'm a smarty pants. By the way, I'm 15.
You heard about this mermaid from the descendant of the Taiishima survivor, right?
I feel it's only right that we're informed of the things that we've learned. We'd love to see her and talk to her. We're quite curious about this mermaid treasure too. We've been passed down to them through the generations.
I'll probably drop by her place later today, since I also have to handle the matter with Miss Suma. I'll discuss it with her then. In return, I have a favor to ask of you. You said that seal over the entrance to Ryugu has been lifted?
Yes, it has been most likely been gone for several months now.
Really?
A horrible curse has been swirling around the area where Tashima used to be. It's possible that curse is the curse of the raging waves and is surging from Ryugu once more now that the seal has been lifted. The fact that we were able to open the metal box is proof enough that the seal has faded.
That would mean that the entrance to Ryugu is now open.
Well, the situation is quite unstable now. What with the curse of the raging waves seeping in through the entrance.
At any rate, what did you want us to do? There is an island called Kamashima that is located quite close to where Tashima once was. Sorry, there is something I would like you to do for me there. This request does in fact have some relation to our current conversation. Interesting. So he's the one that gave them info about Kamashima, but they didn't even have that. Ooh, okay. The Little Mermaid is already a novel. He loves The Little Mermaid.
We decided to tell Ikuma everything, but I know that there is some information that you kept from him. Yes, something from the mermaid's memories. The real way to obtain immortality.
What? What do you mean, real?
No matter what he may say about tourist attractions, this guy's also after immortality. I saw him straighten up when you talked about the mermaid being tortured because her captor required more than her flesh.
Are you sure? I thought his goal, even if he even had one, was to quell the curse of the raging waves.
Perhaps there's that too. He even asked us to go to Kamashima and find the steel-tied mirror in his stead. You did mention lifting the curse required the mirror as well as the help of Taiishima descendant, right?
There was also something about lifting a seal first, but I don't know what that part's all about.
I see no harm in quelling the curse, so I say that we continue to cooperate for now.
Okay, my only theory here is that the strange, like, rune thing that we found in the diving minigame at the beginning of the game, there was a strange rune that was chained up and, like, I died trying to free it. I think that's what they're talking about when, like, saying that I freed something. So I'm assuming I did step 1. In my brain, just so you guys know where my brain is at right now, I have assumed already that I did step 1 because that's what I'm equating what that was with. You know what I mean? Anyway, I might be severely wrong, but I think that's what that is.
I do wish we did not have to approach Kamashima at all. The evil atmosphere is nauseating.
We must consider the possibility that Ikuma actually has his eyes set on his mermaids in Ryugu. It's possible he may be searching for mermaids like us. We must find the treasure that the survivor managed to slip out of Taiishima.
You mean the treasure required in addition to mermaid flesh when attempting to gain immortality?
It's a treasure known as the tamatebako. Mermaid flesh has to be put inside, and purified by it to have any effect. Provided one has both the flesh of a human mermaid and a tamatebako. Then immortality is indeed attainable. Boom. What? A tamatebako? As a relic used by the mermaids who lived near Taiishima, a similar box also made its appearance in the tale of Urashima Taro as the box gifted to the eponymous protagonist by Otohime.
Oh. The box is filled with its spiritual energy similar in nature to that which fills Ryugu, the mermaid's original home. Objects placed within it may thus be kept in the same state that they would be within Ryugu. It is said that the mermaids used the box to bring objects from Ryugu with them that they would otherwise have been unable to transport to the material world. But it also has a secondary effect of returning mermaid flesh, normally only able to exist in a transient state in the material world, so to the state it would be in Ryugu, thereby restoring its ability to grant immortality. Okay. It's a tomato box.
If we could meet with the Tashima descendant, they could probably provide us with information on the tamatebako.
If we could get our hands on the tamatebako, we wouldn't have to worry about Ikuma. However, it's likely that he is wary of us and will keep us from meeting the descendant.
At the very least, we know he's cautious enough to keep her name secret. Well, that's why I asked him to hand her a little souvenir.
What was that all about anyway? You're sure we're not going to need that iron box?
I doubt we'll need it again. Plus, you can think of it as a backup plan.
What?
What is she talking about?
Time to find the tamatebako. Time to find the tomato box. What the fuck? Oh! Oh, we get this too! Oh, shit. Oh my god, this game. Okay, we gotta keep going though with Avi. Avi assumes that the descendant of Taiishima, whom Ikuma knows, has inherited it. He tries to scheme a way to meet them. I love scheming. It's my favorite thing. Hello again. Arn of Barnum's back on the scene. Allow me to summarize. As expected, Ikuma contacted us today. Wait, is he talking to me? Wait, what the fuck? It felt like he was talking to me. Telling us that we'd have to wait a little longer before we can meet the descendant. Thus, figuring he had no intention of letting us meet her anyway. We decided to use Cersei's ability to go looking for the descendant ourselves. Who are you talking to? Wait, what? Why am I being talked to? He's talking to me. Don't fight for him all at once, Chef. I hope you're having fun with the second game. I'm having a great time with this game so far. The only downside was the first chapter. The first 2 chapters, honestly, with Avi's side. It was a lot of information dump that I didn't really appreciate the presentation of. That's my only criticism with this game. Besides that, we got past that part, but it really sucked, honestly. I'm merely setting the scene. Really makes it, really feels like it raises the stakes. Makes it feel like more of a thrilling adventure. Sure, you got me all worked up. But I'm trying to concentrate, so could you please stop distracting me? Oh, right, sorry. Cersei is using her dowsing ability to search for the descendant right now. Doesn't her dowsing only let us look for spiritual energy? On top of that, doesn't she have to be familiar with the energy she's looking for? Ah, that's right, I was thinking the same thing. Cersei was perfectly prepared. Before parting with Ikuma yesterday, she asked him to hand the iron box to the descendant when he paid her a visit. She said the descendant ought to have it since it's so deeply connected to Taishima's history. Assuming he did hand it over. Dang! So we basically just gave him a tracking device that we tracked down, and then we're gonna find her. Smart. Very smart. I like that. This is the town of Ijika in Toba City. The area is one of many in the area renowned for its aimer divers. This is where... Oh, this is the same location we were with that we saw Mari initially. Huh. So she's completely focused on dowsing right now. There are several types of dowsing techniques, but it seems like she's using a pendulum. It would seem that the necklace she wears can be used for such a purpose. The closer you get to the target, the stronger the pendulum swings. Her dowsing range is limited. With the spiritual energy that Iron Box possesses, its range is probably just 2 or 3 kilometers. So we have to narrow down the target area somewhat before starting our search.
Mr. Ikuma said that something about visiting her several times before she finished agreed to a talk.
Wait, sorry.
Wait, visiting her several times before she finally agreed to talk.
She doesn't live far away.
Exactly. I think it's best to start by searching the towns within Toba.
But there are quite a few towns in this area, right?
Which, when we parted yesterday, Mr. Ikuma mentioned something else that stuck with me. When you asked to meet the descendant, he said he'd probably drop by later anyway, since he also had to handle the matter with Miss Suma.
The descendant lives close to Suma.
I was thinking the same. Those towns with many aimer divers are our top candidates.
We should probably start by searching all of the towns in Toba.
We can make our way up by searching along the coast for starters.
Be nice if we'd at least learned the descendant's name.
We might have a lead on that. Think of your research into the past of this place.
Oh. The name of the Taiishima survivor. Okay. I only know one name. The Somakawa. Can I just say Somakawa? That doesn't really... I don't think this is gonna work. What? First try? First try? Oh. I think that may be the first time I got it on the first try. And so we ended up spending the morning traveling along the coast from one fishing town to another.
This is the 4th town we've searched so far. It's about time that we actually find something. Perhaps it's about time I checked in with Cersei. What's the situation?
Want to give it a try?
Will it still work if it's me?
I'll still be holding the pendulum, but you can see for yourself if you like.
Having me intrigued.
When reading pays off? Yeah, reading paid off.
Direct me to move in different directions to see where it reacts.
Okay. Okay. It's reacting.
Hold it!
Best Canuck, thank you so much. I love your username. Thank you so much for the Prime stuff. I appreciate it. Okay, so it's this direction. Seems to go... right here? Oh.
It's somewhere up there.
It may still be a bit further out, but at least we figured out what direction to go.
I knew it was about time we hit the right spot. Although, let's follow this thing and see where it leads us.
First try again? Maybe my brain is cooking more than I gave it credit for.
It's the apartment furthest back on this building's ground floor. Hello?
Anybody home?
Wow, you don't hesitate much.
We're here on behalf of Mr. Ikuma.
No answer.
Guess nobody's home.
No, I can sense a presence.
We'd like to talk to you about an iron box.
Yeah. So this is where she lives, yeah. It makes sense. This is where we saw her with Yumiko and Sato. The same area. You two, Avi and Cersei, is it? So, you're the ones who found that iron box? I've never talked to foreigners before. I'm so nervous I can hardly think straight.
Please, no need to be so tense, Miss Samakawa. I promise we're both harmless and cheerful.
So why is it, like, pitch black in here? Isn't that a little scary? We're talking to someone in the dark?
Even with the lights on, it's strangely dark outside. Even though it's daytime, the shutters are kept tightly shut. You can hardly hear any noise from outside either. At a quick glance, I can't spot anything that looks like a tamatebako in the room. I suppose it makes sense that she wouldn't just keep it out in the open. So, she's a descendant of the last Tashima survivor. The way she dresses makes her look way older, but I'd say she's probably around my age. I thought she'd be difficult to deal with, but now that we've actually met her, I'd say it's more likely she's extremely cautious, the type to never let her guard down. Can't even begin to imagine the kind of life she led. The fact that she's wearing traditional clothing is actually quite charming. I've hardly seen anyone wear traditional clothes since coming to Japan, which was a bit of a shock, to be honest. Allow me to emphasize what an honor it is to meet a descendant of Taiishima.
Who's to say it's even true?
I suppose your family must have lived in this town for generations.
I moved here a couple years back. That's got nothing to do with the two of you.
If you don't mind me asking, do you have any other family or relatives?
Why?
I was merely wondering if there are any other descendants.
Dunno, but I'm probably the only one left. That too will come to an end soon enough. No, more than what I said. No more than what I said. Okay.
She knows that she's about to die? Why?
Do you live here by yourself?
That's right. Where exactly did you come across that iron box?
I followed this map that was in my family's possession. Supposedly, it was left behind by the Onmyoji who sealed away the curse of Tashima. It led to the iron box. It must have been resting at the bottom of Ise Bay. Since it's such a valuable artifact deeply connected to Tashima's lost history, we felt we absolutely had to tell you about it. If I may say so, I noticed your interest in the iron box. Could it be you already knew of its existence?
I didn't know it was a box, but I've been told something still remained off the island. Speaking of the box, I don't suppose there wasn't something inside?
Inside was a record detailing how Taiishima was destroyed, along with information on the curse.
A record?
Allow me to fill you in on the details. Such a horrid man, wouldn't you say, massacring the people of Taiishima because he wanted to find a mermaid that bad? The grudges left behind by the events coalesced into two separate curses, and ultimately Taiishima was destroyed. I'm sure it must have been excruciating to hear the tale of how your ancestor's home was destroyed, but I believe this story should be passed down so people can learn of Taishima's true history. Wouldn't you agree?
And that was all recorded in the box?
Oh boy. We're not saying. Okay.
We better wait before broaching this topic. If she realizes that we're after the tamatebako, it'll only make her more cautious. You may consider that this is the curious whims of a fantasy author, but would you be able to elucidate me on some of the stories that have been passed down in your family?
You also came here because you want to ask about mermaids.
Yeah. Can you blame me? As a fantasy author, it is in my blood. If mermaids truly do exist, then I must sate my curiosity.
Whatever your motives, you're not getting the tamatebako. I'm not falling for one of Ikuma's schemes.
Maybe that didn't go so well.
I'm not going to share the family's legends of Taishima with just anyone.
So that went well. And Cersei is just fangirling.
Did you just say that Ikuma is after the tamatebako?
You didn't know. He is. That's exactly why I hid it somewhere no one will ever find it.
It must be very precious to you. I'm relieved that the iron box has found its way to you.
Was there a curse stone?
Don't play dumb. Tell her. I would tell her.
Don't play dumb. There must have been one.
My instinct is to tell her. So I'm gonna do it.
That's what I thought. How about a trade? You two want the tamatebako, don't you? Wait, a trade? Wait, tamatebako for the curse stone? Oh! This is lining up with Yamako and Soto's interaction with Cersei. Oh shit!
You certainly shook me when you said that we had to take a boat all of a sudden. To think that tamatebako would be hidden at sea, what an incredible plot twist. I guess that's just the writer in me coming through. This is all too thrilling.
You sure can talk.
Believe it or not, I'm actually holding back. I can actually go on and on at great length once I get started.
That wasn't praise. There's nowhere to run on an island. No matter where you go, someone's always near. It's always too loud, grating on the ears. The sea, though, once you get this far, it's nice and quiet. Nothing but the sound of the waves. No talking, no irritating folk or commotion. Only fish swimming without a sound. This is fine. Stop the boat. This is where she ends up dead, though. We're somewhere off the coast of Toba City, accompanied only by the sound of waves and the cries of seabirds.
Did she really hide the tamatebako here, in a place with no landmarks whatsoever? And if it's at the bottom of the ocean, how are we supposed to retrieve it? Miss Somikawa used to be an armor diver. Could she be planning to go down there? I can't shake the feeling that there's something behind me.
I don't want to look. No. A butterfly? A butterfly. That's part of Cersei's Shikigami. Yeah, that's part of her abilities. So is she sending me a letter? Oh, maybe this is a letter saying that she came across Yumiko and Shoto.
I did just go, whoa, but not because I was actually surprised or anything. Oh, why would I be surprised? Let's take a look.
Ran into two suspicious people looking for Miss Somikawa. I drove them off for now, but be careful.
I don't think I'd mention this to Miss Somikawa. It'd only shake her up.
Okay. She looks so solemn. I wonder what's going through her mind.
Not gonna lie, I'm a little concerned she still hasn't told me the conditions of our trade. Will she ask me to trade her the curse stone?
Is she gonna ask me to kill her? I wonder if that's how she ends up dead.
Will you tell me what you want to trade for the tamatebako now?
You've got the Forsaken Fish Stone, Curse Stone, with you, right?
Have a good look.
Looks like the real deal. All right.
You want to trade the stone for the tamatebako? I figured as much. I'm fine with those terms. Let's do it.
No, that ain't it. You know, I once had a sister. Her name was Mare.
These are different people? These aren't the same person? Oh my fucking god. They're not the same person.
She's gone. Died in an accident at sea about 5 years ago.
My condolences. So there actually was another descendant.
You folks seem to be pinning your hopes on me just because I'm one of the descendants. But the one who actually inherited our duty wasn't me, it was my sister. The duty of the Taiishima bloodline. It's been passed down in our family for generations. Even more, our generation would be the one to handle the 400th year since the disaster. My grandpa always said that was particularly important.
So as a duty, Taishima's descendants were meant to perform after 400 years.
I was young back then. I still had dreams of my own. I wanted no part in some annoying duty, so I ran away from home the first chance I got. I pushed all of that responsibility onto my sister, but I know I should have helped her.
So that's why your sister was the one who inherited that duty.
Well, now this is sad.
Before we discuss the trade, would you take the time to listen to my story?
This duty you mentioned, was it to break what remains of the curse?
I suppose they were connected, but lifting the curse would have been a step along the road, but it wasn't the goal. Well, it was to return the mermaid that was left behind in Ise Bay to Ryugu. That was the real duty of the Taiishima bloodline.
Return the mermaid.
There really was a mermaid stuck in Ise Bay because she couldn't return.
Her name was Sobe.
So she was real.
My sister, that took on the family duty, it seems like she actually met Sobe herself. After leaving my hometown and making a living as an ama diver, I'd all but forgotten about the duty I left behind. I'd had no idea what our duty actually entailed. When I finally learned the truth, I was crushed by regret. You know, ever since I was a little girl, I've always been fascinated by mermaids. I read The Little Mermaid so many times, the pages of the book had started to wear away. I would see them in my dreams over and over. Back then, I wanted nothing more than to become a mermaid. It's what led me to become an ama diver in the first place. But the true nature of the family duty is only revealed to the one who inherits it.
But couldn't you meet the mermaid after you learned the truth?
My sister took pity on me and attempted to call her to meet me, and once in secret. My sister, oh, God.
Sorry, chat.
My sister Mari even shared some of the things that the mermaid had told her. But you know, Sobe was a cautious mermaid who never truly opened her heart to anyone but my sister. Me, on the other hand, she avoided. I was never even allowed to as much as a glimpse. Mari and the mermaid had grown close as friends. They trusted each other. They were inseparable. But she never once showed herself to anyone other than my sister, not even to a close relative like myself.
She hid herself away for 400 years. Was such caution really necessary? Your sister must have been an incredible person to earn that mermaid's trust. I can only imagine how hard it must have been to be rejected by an existence you so deeply admired and longed to meet.
Mari moved to Kamashima to be closer to Ryugu, all for the mermaid's sake. Then one day, she got married and changed her name to Mari Minakuchi. She seemed so happy. I was so jealous I couldn't think straight and ended up lashing out pretty badly. In an attempt to destroy my sister's relationship with the mermaid, I grabbed our family heirloom and ran off. The mermaid was supposed to take it back to Ryugu, so our family had carefully kept it for centuries. And so, the years went by. Then, 5 years ago, I heard that Mare had died in an accident, and that's why I came back to Toba. I thought that maybe this meant that the duty would be passed on to me. But by then, our parents and all of our relatives had already passed away. There was no one left who knew about our duty. There was nothing I could do. I didn't know a thing,
Not where the mermaid was, nor how to call her. I'd given up. But while I was digging around, that man, Ikuma, found out that I was a descendant. You see, I was struggling to get by. I'd sold the information my sister had told me about the mermaid. Back then, I was making a living by giving folks a glimpse of the tamatebako for a ridiculous price. Honestly, it's an easy way to make money. I don't blame her. Oof.
In other words, since your sister died in that accident, your family's duty was never fulfilled. And now you want to go find the mermaid?
That ain't it. I guess it must have been about 3 months ago. I was wandering the coast alone when the mermaid Sobe appeared before me. She told me this. The seal on Ryugu's gateway has been lifted, so I will be returning. Your sister has done a great deal for me. I now ask you to return the tamatebako.
The seal was lifted. That is perhaps why the curse had became active again. What about the tamatebako? Did you return it?
I was so overcome with emotion and excitement, I told her. I've hidden the relic. If you want it back, take me to Ryugu. Not being able to fulfill my duty has been weighing heavy on my heart. But in that moment, that pain was gone. On top of that, I figured the mermaid had come to fetch me. Being able to visit the land of the mermaids, there would be no greater happiness than that. But Sobe simply told me it wasn't possible and that she'd forfeit the relic, and with that, she was gone.
The mermaid had already returned to Ryugu then.
Ever since then, all I've felt is despair and regret. I'm completely empty inside. There's nothing left.
Aww.
Sure does, but even with such a fancy name, in the end it's just a grimy old box. I opened it once. I was hoping there'd be some elixir of eternal youth inside or something, but it was completely empty.
I see. Even so, I'd still like to trade for it.
I don't see why, but whatever. It's not like anything matters anymore. I'm just sick and tired of it all. She better not be asking me to kill her. I never did figure out what that tamatebako really was. The mermaid forfeited just like that, so maybe it never had any meaning to begin with. The mermaid still went out of her way to ask for it from you, though, so that was a very dangerous thing she did. She could have just went back to the Ryugu. So there's still meaning there, considering. Please don't say that she wants to die. No. I want to do whatever it takes to become a mermaid. Oh. Even if that means you're gonna die. Because my curse can turn you into a mermaid, but then you die. Are you insane?
You want me to use the curse stone?
Simply returning to the sea. That's my only wish.
There's nothing even remotely beautiful about the curse. All it will do is turn you into some twisted half-fish monster. Nothing but a grotesque imitation of a mermaid.
I know. That's fine with me. This curse is the essence of that mermaid's power. I'm ready to offer my life to her. I'll just be drowning myself anyway. So, you won't be dirtying your hands. All you have to do is use the curse. My wish will be granted, and you will be doing me a kindness. That's all there is to it. So I am killing her. The tamatebako is hidden beneath the floorboards of my house. Please, do this for me.
She's already gone. Will she come back up if I just wait long enough? Is it too late to call for help? Will she even accept it? Damn it, what now? What do I do? Should I grant her last wish? It's surely no worse than helplessly standing around as she drowns. She was serious. She's been dreaming about mermaids ever since she was little. I know exactly how it feels. It may be a curse, but still, I will honor her wishes by unleashing the mermaid's power. I might be the only one who actually understands Miss Somikawa's feelings. If I don't now, it'll be like denying her final hope and dream. I don't want to do it. What if I just stand here? Oh. Chat, I kill her. Oh no. Azusa Somikawa. The children of the family would grow up with a familiarity with mermaids, and Azusa read it repeatedly, the tale fueling a fervent admiration for mermaids within her. After realizing that she could never be a mermaid herself, she decided to become an ama diver, thinking that it would at least allow her to swim freely through the sea like the beings that she so admired. Although thus resolved, she left her hometown behind, leaving the family duty nothing more than a troublesome burden to Azusa, to be handled by her elder sister alone. For all intents and purposes, it appeared that Azusa's wish had been granted. Upon returning home, following her parents' deaths, she was taken aback to learn that the family duty inherited by Mari was in itself deeply connected to mermaids. Forgetting how she pushed the duty onto Mari to follow her own desires, Azusa grew deeply resentful of her sister, accusing her of keeping the mermaid to herself and asserting her right to take up the family duty. But it was too late. Mari and the mermaid had already forged an unbreakable bond that no amount of words or deeds can undo. Following Mari's death, she was finally able to meet that being that had enchanted her for so long. Perhaps, however, her desperate plea for the mermaid to take her back to Ryugu with her was met with staunch refusal, and the mermaid left shortly after, never to return. With her opportunity to fulfill the family duty gone, and her chance at connecting with the mermaids lost, Azusa sank into despondency, spending her days in an empty haze. Amidst this despair, the curse that appeared before her seemed to be a final chance to have her wish granted. Driven by regret over what she perceived as a life of wrong choices and consumed by her obsession, she threw herself into Ise Bay and surrendered herself to the curse, ultimately dying due to its effects. Her form writhed in the agony brought on by her sudden transformation bore no resemblance to the mermaids that she had once so admired as a child. Yet it is said that her expression on her face, when her body was discovered a day later in Futamigata, seemed somehow content. Sobe! One of the 3 mermaids who were said to have lived near Taiishima. She has since returned to her home. Oh my god, chat. It's okay. Thank you very much. Oh my. Oh, this looks amazing. Thank you very much. Everyone say thank you to Dom for feeding us. He did remember. What's the sauce? Is it like a soy sauce or a steak sauce? Barbecue steak sauce? Ooh, I don't know if I like that. You can have it if you want. Here. Since I'm not gonna. It's sweet. It's a sweet sauce. Well, I'm used to barbecue tasting smokier, not sweeter. It didn't have any smoky taste to it. So anyway, here's my dinner, chat. A steak and mac and cheese. It's a HelloFresh meal. This is a lot of mac and cheese. Wow. That's like half my plate, and then there's like a
This is basically a plate of mac and cheese with a side of steak. Ooh, that tastes very good. Ooh! That steak tastes amazing. Ooh! Oh, fuck yeah. I'm upset we never get to see a portrait of Sobe. I want to see what the pretty mermaid looked like. We don't get to see. We managed to quietly retrieve the tamatebako from beneath the floor in Miss Somikawa's house. All that was left to secure the dream of immortality was to obtain mermaid flesh. Since Sobe had already returned to Ryugu, we placed our hopes on the last remaining mermaid, Nagame. But we had to act fast, otherwise Ikuma or even those Paranormal Affairs Bureau psychics would get in our way. It might have been the after effects of using the curse, but I got sick the next day and had to spend a full day bedridden at the inn. That's when I heard the news that 2 female divers had gone missing near Toba. The fact that I'd been involved in both incidents made me feel even worse. When Cersei heard the news, she had mumbled something with an unreadable expression on her face. I had no choice, there was simply no other way. At least that's what I kept telling myself as I struggled to get out of bed. The next day, August 7th, we set out to gather more information on Nagame and the other mermaids. We traveled to Kamashima, the island where Mare Somikawa, or rather, Mare Minakuchi, used to live. And that's where they continued their investigation. So that was 2 days prior. 2 days prior. Got it. You're still streaming? Yeah, I have a bit of a time limit, which is why I'm streaming longer today. I have to make sure I beat this game tomorrow, and I have to stop streaming tomorrow at 4 p.m., so I only have a maximum 6-hour stream tomorrow, so I have to make sure I get far enough in this game today that I can beat the game tomorrow, if that makes sense. Okay, I'm really interested in Yumiko because we've been with Avi for so long in the timeline. I'm like surprised at how long we've been here. I would like to go back to the other characters, but I think we gotta keep going. You took about 15 to 16 hours, and this game is basically the same length, and you're about 10 hours in. Okay, so yeah, I did spend a lot of time on diving, unfortunately. I mean, fortunately, I had a lot of fun. But I can stream, the latest I can stream today is 8 p.m., so an hour and a half more. Okay. So this is the morning before all the shit goes down on Kamashima. Are you alright? You don't look so good.
You're completely fine. This whole area is literally oozing cursed energy. I didn't think it was so bad before. Is it getting stronger? Minor ones, sure, but this area is on a whole other level.
Let's ask around as much as we can. When you feel like you've reached your limit, make sure you tell me, okay?
I'll do my best.
Alright, that's the plan. Let's move. Oh. Oh. That was quick. Oh, okay. That was like the quickest one we've encountered so far. It's already done. It's interesting that we still know nothing at this point in the story about Yumiko Shiki. Her vision, I've been thinking about that this whole time. Girl, why do you have a weird vision? I have to express just how legendary this track is to have a really bad playing recorder and a kazoo at the same time. Like that is peak instruments put together. It's funny. It's actually really good outside of the recorder part. Yeah, the recorder part sounds like those people that make like YouTube covers with the bad recorder. And I love that. I love that. Okay. So we're back to creepy-ass Yumiko Shiki. Which at this point in the story, I'm a little bit scared of her. Yumiko and her partner learn about the threat of the curse encroaching upon Kamashima and head over to warn the island. Well, the warning didn't really work. I don't know if it did jack shit, actually. The Wakamura residence is just up the slope after you head through the valley. It's a bit of a maze, though. Want me to show you? What the fuck? Why does she have the vision to see, like... Can she spot a mermaid or spot a immortal being? Why? What? What kind of an ability is that? Is something the matter? I'll tell you later. There exists someone that can just see mythical creatures or something? That ability seems OP as shit. What the fuck? You expect me to warn everyone on the island that a huge storm is on its way and get them ready to face it?
This about the curse? Way ahead of you. I've been warning them for ages.
You know about the curse. Can it be that a certain sorcerer acquaintance of yours told you about it?
Unlike your phony psychics who crawl out of the woodwork every other week, my instructor's the real deal.
In that case, I expect this instructor also knows how the curse can be lifted?
No, haven't gotten that far yet, but it's not for lack of trying. You saying, you know a way to break it?
We've yet to determine the exact method.
First, we require a map concealed in a mummified mermaid. Might you know of it?
Wait, how do they know about the map in the mummified mermaid? And that was in America. Huh? How do they know about that? That's crazy.
It's some kind of ruse. I knew there was something fishy about you. What are you really after? Go on, out with it.
I assure you, we only wish to lift the curse plaguing Kamashima. Would you be prepared to assist us in our efforts?
Likely story, trying to pull one over on old Wakamura. Better than have you tried. How's this? I'm not telling you another word. We're done here. You don't have time to listen to this hogwash anyhow. I've got business to attend to on the mainland, so off with you.
That is a shame, but I suppose there's nothing we can do. In any case, please do contact us if you learn anything that might be of use. The only thing that's crossing my mind is the suspicion that she could be the third mermaid. Nagashi, or whatever the third mermaid was. Because there was 3, and we know of 2 of them, but the third one we don't know. But, like, I don't think that would give her this weird vision ability to see her fellow kind. I don't know. Seems weird.
Oh, damn. This mac and cheese is, like, kind of good. He does seem to be as interesting as in breaking the curse of raging waves as we are.
As this sorcerer of his must have some psychic ability if they were able to perceive the curse. Wish I thought to ask their name.
Mr. Yamashina called them a big shot who appeared on television, and I recognized their mark on the implements in Wakamura's room. It must be Suigen Gamyodo. Oh, that guy? Wait!
The guy from the first game!
Oh, holy shit!
That's interesting.
They used to make frequent appearances on occult programs, though they always hid their face on camera.
It's not ringing any bells, sorry.
Lately, they seem to be raking in a fortune as a corporate consultant for hire. Their powers have a reputation for being accurate and potent, and their popularity has grown to the point where they can essentially name their price.
If they're that good, maybe we should let them take care of the curse.
I should mention Gamyoda's popularity has reached such heights only very recently. Up until last year, they had a very poor reputation, among others in the industry. In fact, as I recall, on the list of notable psychics kept by Paranormal Affairs Bureau, they were given the lowest rank. In other words, they were put on the same level as sham mediums riding the wave of the occult boom.
I'd forgotten about that list.
While their sudden rise to fame and fortune after changing up their business at the end of last year is certainly suspicious, I am more concerned about the possibility that they are using a harmful curse to suit the needs of the highest bidder. I'm not sure I would trust them to handle their own affair.
Maybe they just had a change of heart since training seriously.
Even so, I highly doubt that would have in their time in their busy schedule to venture out here and solve this case in our stead.
Oh, finally! Suigen Gamyodo from the very first game. We even get him in our profile list. They've revealed nothing of their true identity. Both their age and gender are unknown. Suigen Gamyoda was previously most known for their prominent media presence with numerous appearances both on television and in magazines. Wearing an unusual outfit that covered their face, they would demonstrate a variety of psychic abilities, including exorcism, possessed individuals, assessment of a submitted ghost photographs, identification of guiding spirits, and conduction of telepathic readings at haunted locations. Their unique sense of presence and high rate of accuracy garnered them a sizable following, particularly among occult enthusiasts. They were known to accept consultations from the general public as well as media outlets. However, the end of the previous year saw this once public figure suddenly withdraw from the spotlight. They now mainly operate behind closed doors, signing consulting agreements with particular companies to provide a variety of services, including management advice from a metaphysical perspective, divination of auspicious and harmful events, proposals to improve their clients' luck, and the detection and elimination of paranormal disturbances. It is rumored that they will even cast curses on key personnel at rival companies, or conversely exercise curses from targeted victims for the right price. The undeniable potency of their spiritual abilities has earned them immense trust from both the executives of their contracted companies and other wealthy individuals, and their behind-the-scenes reputation continues to grow. This has resulted in a sharp rise in their consulting fees, placing their services far beyond what any average individual can reasonably hope to afford. One of the companies they currently have a contract with belongs to Shinobu Wakamura, a local Kamashima magnate. Among psychics, opinion on them is more divided. Many have noted that their spiritual ability during the time that they have noted that their spiritual ability during the time that they were openly active in the media was too weak to allow them to perform advanced techniques of any sort, to the extent that they were considered little better than a fraud, leading to suspicions about what prompted their sudden change in course. It is now almost impossible to find footage and articles from their past media appearances, and the names of the companies with which they have consulting contracts are entirely undisclosed, obfuscating their identity, purpose, and their true extent of power. Okay, hear me out, chat. I definitely see the resemblance. The storyteller is Suigen Gamyodo. Got him! Fucking got him. Oh, shit. Sato. You're the girl who showed us the way earlier. Good thing I caught you. Mind if we have a word? Actually, I'd rather not. I'm afraid you don't really have a choice, because I already know that you're an 800-year-old mortal. Don't even bother. That shocked look has already given you away. Besides, you have nothing to fear. Your secret's safe with me. Come on, let's take this somewhere more private. I'm nervous about where this conversation's gonna go. Okay, so she told her the whole story. Except I'm pretty sure I was forced to eat mermaid flesh by someone. But you don't know why or when. So you've only recently woken up and you've been no idea what you were or where you were or what you were doing before that. I get the feeling I was in kind of a deep sleep at the bottom of the sea for a few hundred years. I got no clue why or how and what led up to it. How about we go over the facts one by one, just to make sure we're on the same page? Interesting. This girl, she calls herself Sato. I wonder if she made that name up. I doubt we'll find her in the civil registry, though that shouldn't affect her life too much while she's living on Kamashima. If her readiness to give us directions earlier is anything to go by, she seems to know the island quite well. I hope she'll be all right. This is the southwestern coast. We've gotten all to ourselves right now. Soto has been researching the ways in which spirit sense affects the human brain. I'm sure he must be curious about what effects longevity has on the minds and psyches of 800-year-old mortals.
It appears she has a lot of gaps in her memory. Having never encountered an 800-year-old mortal before, I must confess I'm bursting with questions. How does such a lifespan impact the structure of their brains and memories? It must be fascinating to find out.
Especially ones that were in the freaking ocean for so long.
Dom, hi!
The dinner is really yummy, Dom. Am I right in thinking you didn't eat a mermaid flesh and go straight to sleep? You were up and about for a few years, in between at least.
I think so.
What interests me is the fact that you are already familiar with the term 800-year immortal. It is not widely known concept. You must have been in the unique position to acquire knowledge of it before you went to sleep.
I have a vague memory of being told that that's what we're called. But I don't know when that happened or where, let alone who it was.
Maybe you'll remember in more detail if we touch on some other topics. Guess we'll just have to go by process of elimination. Come to think of it, I'd say it's about time that we introduced ourselves. I'll admit, we don't exactly look the part, but the truth is that I have mac and cheese in front of me, and I want to eat it. Honestly, I thought all psychics in this age were frauds. That's the impression I got from watching TV. Is she wrong? The majority of them are, but for the record, our department is officially approved by the government. Back in my time, psychics were treated as onmyoji and even held official positions in the Bureau of Onmyo, a public institution. You seem to know a lot about that. Were you involved? Oh, I explained all that without even thinking. It just naturally came to me. I'm surprised as you are. I guess this means I must have had something to do with the Bureau of Onmyo. Your memories aren't lost after all. All we have to do is find a way to trigger them. Whoa, okay, that was kind of interesting. She just spit that out of nowhere. Holy, oh god. There's more to this? The fate of the mermaids. Ah, the ending was added. After Harakage sealed the entrance, the two remaining mermaids, Nagame and Sobe, were left unable to return home. Nagame, free-spirited by nature and yearning to explore, seized the opportunity to travel the world. Enamored by the idea of a fairy tale romance, she was said to have been enthused at the thought of finding her own tale of eternal love as she left. The more serious Sobe was deeply affected by Hayase's sacrifice, mourning her loss and filled with longing to return home. She spent her days hidden in the depths of Ise Bay. Okay. Wait, so that actually... Doesn't the story of Nagame, the mermaid, follow Yumeko? They traveled the world, enamored by the idea of a fairy tale romance. Yumeko does often talk highly of her husband and how much she loves him, and I can just see that connection being a thing. Okay, the Bureau of Onmyo. Under the Ritsuryo system, existing from the Asuka period to the early Meiji area, based on the practice of Onmyodo, it generally oversaw matters as astronomical observation, the creation of calendars and management of time systems, the divination of auspicious or harmful events. It is also said that occasionally invoked powers beyond human understanding to handle the banishment and cleansing of disasters and impurities. The Onmyoji affiliated with the Bureau were not merely diviners, they were also bureaucrats, albeit ones possessing advanced training in mathematics and knowledge of astronomy. In some eras, their influence was even great enough to sway the very course of the nation, and their presence in the imperial court was highly valued. Spiritual practitioners in the service of the state were also formally inducted as Onmyoji, operating under the banner of the Bureau. The current treatment of spiritual phenomena as non-existent largely stems from the abolishment of the Bureau of Onmyo during the Meiji Restoration, in line with Japan taking on the principles of science and technology as the new framework of the nation. Over time, state involvement in spiritual matters gradually came to be seen as a taboo. However, psychics continued their work to maintain public order behind the scenes, passing this torch down through successive generations until the establishment of the new Police Act and the latter half of the Showa period, whereupon their work eventually came to be formed the foundation of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau. Oh, interesting. What's a couple of Paranormal Affairs officials doing on Kamashima? Working a case, of course. What else? Our job is to resolve incidents caused by curses and paranormal phenomena, and wherever possible, prevent them from happening. It's up to us to solve the greatest mysteries and do whatever it takes to keep the peace, which is usually a lot. Does that mean something's happened here? You don't know. Know what? Sounds like we better fill you in. We're working several cases right now. I'd say only 2 of them are a priority. Mind you, we've known about the first one for quite some time. The Curse of the Raging Waves. It unleashes a huge storm. Ever heard of it? No, never. That's to be expected. I imagine the islanders aren't too fond of discussing the disaster. That situation is ongoing. As for the other priority case, we learned about this one after we arrived on the island today, but protocol dictates that we have to deal with any 800-year-old immortals that we find. What do you mean, deal with? It's not all that difficult to understand. To begin with, 800-year immortals shouldn't exist in this world. And if their existence were to become public knowledge, it would lead to an outbreak of trouble of every kind. Some people are already looking to gain immortality for themselves at any cost. For the sake of maintaining public order, it's vital that the world remains convinced immortality is just a myth. However, use curse. No. No. I don't want to. Wait, they're not letting me. I don't want to. No. I'm gonna eat mac and cheese instead. Fuck you. No, I'm not doing it. Let her run away. I hope she's running. I don't think this is helping. Fuck. I gotta press the button. Can't you just let me go? Calm down, I hadn't finished. What I was going to say, I've got no intention of doing anything with you, so don't worry. Surprised? But you should know better than anyone why that would be. Was I right? Your time's nearly up. Oh, never mind. Yeah, she is 800 years old. These eyes never lie. Sato Shiranami, for the first time in centuries, you're standing on death's door. In a matter of a few days, you'll be gone from this world, am I right? Wait, did Sato already know that? She knew this whole time? Girl, what? I've only got 2 days left. Oh! Wait, how did Yuza know that? From the very beginning, Yuza said that he has to find a mermaid by the end of today. Like, he didn't know why he had to do that, but he had, like, the inkling. Just 2 more, so you knew this was coming, but you chose to make a life for yourself on the island. I've known all along, from the moment I woke up. Now you know why I'm prepared to turn a blind eye. In just 48 hours, give or take, you'll fade away, and that will be that. You would have to swear to keep your identity a secret to the last. But provided you can keep your word, you're free to go. Don't thank me yet. There's another matter I'll be needing your help with if I'm to leave you be. Oh, jeez. Before I forget, keep our meeting today a secret and don't let on to anyone that you know about the curse. People will get suspicious otherwise. Even if Wakamura tells you about it, be sure to act surprised. I figured that shouldn't be too difficult for you. You're an experienced secret keeper after all.
I was wondering, how did you know I was the 800-year-old mortal?
These eyes of mine have what you might call a special ability. If I look hard enough at someone, I can tell whether they're an ordinary human or an immortal. It's like you have a different colored aura about you. Not only that, but it turns out with a bit of focus, even immortals can tell each other apart.
I just meant you look the same as anyone else to me.
I'm not an immortal myself, you know.
She's not? I thought for sure you must be, since you seem to know so much.
Yeah, she does know so much. And she's not an immortal? I'm not an immortal myself. That is really weird. Only 2 days of her 800-year lifespan remain. She knows it, and yet she's perfectly calm. I suppose there's no harm in letting her go and her business as usual. It's not that time to take away from her if I can help it. We're looking for a way to lift the curse. But that's Soto's area of expertise, so I'll leave the explanation to him.
I've pieced together from various sources, so it may not be entirely accurate. South of Kamashima, there was an island. It said 400 years ago, beset by an earthquake and a tsunami in it. Okay, yeah. It was invaded, and laid to waste. Then, in the aftermath...
Okay, this is information we already know. This would have been toward the end of the Sengoku period. Oda Nobunaga ended his life. Took place in 1582. One of my ancestors?
An accomplished onmyoji by the name of Harukage Tsuchimikado. That's his ancestor? What? Sacrifice a young woman.
Oh. Wouldn't that make your ancestor a direct descendant of Avi no Seimei? Sounds to me like you share a bloodline with the onmyoji elite.
Yes and no. While Harukage's powers were potent, he was never affiliated with the Bureau. He shunned his illustrious surname early and left the government service, preparing to uphold peace as a civilian.
So he was an eccentric and an elite.
Harukage's seal was not permanent, however. It would only endure for 4 centuries. That was the last year of peace. Actually, the seal's already broken.
What the fuck? It's bound to have weakened a bit after 400 years.
Then he left behind instructions detailing how the curse could be lifted. The map would have led us to these instructions have been lost. They were once concealed inside a model of a mummified mermaid. Yet over time this fact was forgotten, and at some point in my family's history, the object in question was sold to a foreign buyer.
Oh my god. Someone in America, of all places. Holy fucking shit. Everybody is connected. Wait, does that mean everybody is, like, secretly related? We're all related to each other, chat. Everybody. Every human on the planet is related somehow. Some of us are just related from centuries ago, generations, you know. Everybody's related. That's what I'm learning. This game is teaching me that. Apparently Wakamura has been trying to find a way to end the curse himself. Okay, so nothing there. Talk about Sato. Talking about the Bureau of Onmyo brought back another memory.
I'm pretty sure it was an Onmyoji who put me to sleep, using some kind of spell to keep me in the state between life and death.
Someone intentionally put you to sleep under the sea. From what point are your memories clearest, would you say?
About 3 months ago, when the spell keeping me in that state under the sea wore off.
Did you notice something?
Simply occurred to me that in her state, shall we say, suspended animation was lifted while she was in the sea depths.
Ew! Oh my god! She drowned and resurrected several times over? For months? For months. Oh! That's some nasty work. That sounds so bad. Oh.
It was horrible, and I still remember it every last second.
I'm sorry you had to go through that. The instant I came back, I'd swim as hard as I could, trying to reach the surface. Even so, I think it took me about 3 days to reach the shore. Oh my god. I lost count of how many times I died down there. Finally, I came to a Kamashima Bay. Mr. Wakamura found me and took me in. Holy fucking shit. Oh my god. You consumed the flesh of a mermaid exactly 800 years ago. You already knew that, didn't you? Not that you've been forthcoming about it. That just proves you know how to hold your tongue, a valuable skill when you've got a secret to keep. The fact does put matters into a new light. Say it, Soto, what events took place 800 years ago?
8 centuries ago from a present day. 1180s, when the Heian period was coming to an end.
Everything goes back to the Heiki. Everything always goes back to the Heiki. You wouldn't happen to be concealing anything else, would you? Something I'd like you to try and remember. Doesn't the story behind the curse of the raging wave ring any bells?
Why should it?
The girl was who was sacrificed in order to seal two away. Oh my god, so many typos.
To seal away the curse of the raging waves 4 centuries ago. Might not have been you. Highly probable that you were the sacrifice who had held back the curse.
You're right, that was me. Get a hold of yourself. Is that too painful to remember? If I was an immortal like that, I'd be saying so fucking far from any ocean or lake. Yeah, especially if you, like, keep drowning. Like, that's traumatizing to keep dying by drowning over and over and over again. Why the fuck would you choose to live near water? After that trauma. Nah, she's crazy for that.
There is a limit on how many memories the human brain can hold. I would estimate the maximum capacity to be about 100 years worth. I presume her memory is filled with sketches of utter darkness, her view of the sea depths.
Maybe they're not gone for good. There's a chance that she'll remember more. We just need to find the right trigger. I wish I could have been more help. Dang. Holy shit. Does this mean the seal broke because I woke up?
Perhaps it was the other way around. The seal may have broken of its own accord, releasing you from your slumber.
It's not your fault. Don't go blaming yourself for any of this. Your sacrifice kept the curse at bay for 4 whole centuries. That's half of your extended lifespan. No one could ask more of you than that. That's actually such a sweet thing to say to her, though. Did that Onmyoji Harukage Tsuchimikado happen to tell you how it could be lifted? All that's come back to me is the fact that I was sacrificed. I don't remember the Onmyoji at all, what kind of person he was or anything. The most I can remember is that I think he said something about the curse being lifted after 400 years. Be sure to let us know if you remember anything that could help us break the curse. Next question. You wouldn't happen to know much about the Heiki, would you? Why do you ask? This actually pertains to one of the other cases we're working on. We've got reason to believe that someone out there is using the curse of the Heiki to commit murder. Did you hear about those skeletal remains that turned up here? It was all over the news. And seeing as you were alive 800 years ago, I was hoping you might know something about the Heiki that could help us. If we're right in thinking that you had ties to the Bureau of Onmyo, then the timing matches up perfectly. Nothing's come to me at the moment. Really? Shoot. On that note,
I've noticed a potential correlation. There's a legend that tells how Taira no Tadamori was presented with the flesh of a mermaid at Betsuho. That was the flesh that Sato consumed to gain her immortality.
Actually, I'm pretty familiar with that legend myself. Mermaids that were caught at Betsuho definitely weren't the kind that could make anyone immortal. If you ask me, Sato here couldn't have become immortal by eating mermaid flesh. Without the use of a relic called the tamatebako, sorry. Now, does that ring any bells? Mermaid flesh. In the tamatebako! That's it! It was one of the Heiki! A man wearing a suit of armor. We were on a boat. He had the tamatebako. There was a mermaid flesh inside of it. He wanted me to eat some of it. A warrior in armor, could it be? You had ties to the Heiki as well. He was the one who made you eat mermaid flesh? Yes, I remember now. Do you remember his name? Tomo something.
Tomoshige!
Taira no Tomoshige.
What was the name of the one of Taira no Yorimori's sons? Yorimori. And Yorimori himself was the son of Tadamori's official wife.
You're telling me that Tadamori's grandson forced Sato to eat mermaid flesh? What do we know about this Taira no Tomoshige anyway?
Aside from the fact that he was part of the clan's main lineage, not much. History has not seen fit to record his deeds, whatever they may have been.
He may not have been one of the actual clan's famous warriors, but to think you actually knew one of the Heiki. You mentioned you were in a boat. Do you recall anything else? We were being chased.
I do not wonder at that. At the end of the Heian period, the Heiki were being pursued by the full might of Genji's forces.
I was struck by an arrow, and I fell into the sea and drowned. But by that time, I had already become immortal. Later, I must have resurrected and washed up somewhere along the coast, and I guess that's how I escaped. What about Tomoshige? Did he eat some of the mermaid flesh too? I'm not sure, I don't remember that part, but I don't think I encountered him again after that.
If you'll remember, ma'am, that curse echo I witnessed earlier held the famed blade Nukemaru. Perhaps Tomoshige inherited the blade from Yorimori and yielded it with the intent to avenge his clan. After all, future generations would surely have held memorial service for a warrior of renown like Yorimori setting his spirit to rest. Tomoshige, on the other hand, is unlikely to have received the same treatment. If so, his hatred may have persisted long after his death, creating the curse of the Heiki. It is a distinct possibility.
I have to say I wasn't expecting a connection here. You know, Sato, it's starting to sound like you're involved in all of the incidents that have gone down in these parts over the centuries. Not by choice. Oh, poor Sato. She's just fucking here and existing. Like, she didn't even ask for immortality. It was just given to her. Like, what the fuck?
I get the feeling of this Teira no Tomoshige wasn't a very nice guy. And this curse of his sounds even nastier. Could it really have been active after all this time?
It certainly looks that way. The Heiki's resentment is awfully persistent.
You don't think he could have held a grudge against me, do you?
Who knows? That would depend on your relationship with him back then. It appears someone is actively wielding the curse at present. Therefore, the targets of the curse would be decided by this individual, whoever that may be. Yeah, wrong place, wrong time several times. Like, I feel so bad for Sato. Girl deserves so much better. So the curse of Tomoshige. Ooh. This is brutal. Figuring out the origin of the curse is all well and good, but it doesn't help us solve the case. We need to track down the person who's actually using it, or it'll keep happening. Hope you'll find them soon enough.
There's something else I'd like to ask you. How exactly do you deal with 800-year-old immortals?
You sure you want to know?
Huh?
Since it's not going to happen to you, there's no reason for you to think about it.
I thought it'd be something like taking away their immortality.
That's downright impossible. Because your origin body is long gone, you know.
But what else can you do?
You tell her, Soto.
Must I always be the one to handle these unpleasant topics? I see no point in explaining something that she is already painfully familiar with. Among the arts psychics wield is a spell that can place even an immortal into a state of apparent death. Once that is done, they can simply be sealed in an underground vault for the rest of their days.
It's the same thing that happened to me?
Essentially, yes, except that in your case, it was for the purpose of making you a sacrifice. And you woke up before your lifespan came to an end.
Mind you, neither I nor Soto has actually ever done this to anyone. I did hear a rumor that someone was dealt with that way a few decades back. What? That's news! Who? There may have been 800-year more immortals who have sought ways to become mortal again in the past. But they all failed. Even if they managed to track down the mermaid who gave them their immortality, it was no good. That's why more than a few immortals have ended up living out their long lives in religious seclusion. What the fuck is going on in this game, man? I've lost the plot. There's something else I had to ask you. I'm not certain about this. I get the feeling that there's another 800-year immortal on Kamashima right now. Any idea who it might be? It's him! It's Shotaro! It's Shotaro! And, it's Shotaro? And he's the one who called me on the phone and threatened me and knew my original name because he is 800 years old too. It's him! Are you sure about that? Because if there is another immortal here, I'll find them eventually, you know. Even if I have to scour the island from end to end. Does that change your answer?
I really don't know who it could be.
Guess that means I'll have to search the island after all, as if I didn't have enough to deal with. We've talked your ear off long enough. It must be confusing, all this talk of the past. Will not trouble you any further. Still, give it a bit of time and something else might come back to you. If it does, please let us know. We'll be revisiting the island again real soon, so you should have a chance. Now what?
She's giving us much to ponder about. To think we'd encounter a living witness, I'd never have dreamt it possible.
I can't say it did us much good as far as our investigation is concerned. She's still hiding something, that one.
You think so, ma'am?
In fact, I'd bet on it. She might even be up to something. But our primary objective here is to lift the curse, and we don't need to start digging into anything else without good reason.
Do you really intend to search the island for this other 800-year immortal?
Yeah, I figure we might as well look into that too while we're here.
Understood.
Bro, Chad, I'm so tired of this game. I know who it is. You have borne witness to the death and revival of this individual a total of 4 times. Wait, what? I have borne witness to the death and revival of this individual. Oh! 4 times. It's Yuza. I killed him 4 times in the beginning of the game in the diving minigame. He died. I died 4 times. Oh! It has to be that. It's Yuza. Every time Yuza ran out of oxygen while diving, he suffocated to death in the ocean depths. Following his demise, he returned to life and was able to continue where he left off. It would normally be highly unusual for someone to reach a diver rank of 17 on their first outing. Such a feat would be difficult indeed, unless one was unburdened by the fear of failure or the fear of death. It was this knowledge of his own immortality. Wait, he knew? I already suspected that he was immortal because whenever his head got cut off and the scene got cut, I was expecting him to come back, so I did suspect that he was immortal. But for him to be self-aware of it is another thing. He knew. Well, he's saying that he's implying that he knew about his own immortality. Yuza became an 800-year immortal 5 years ago when he was saved by a mermaid. So he's only 5 years into his, like, 800 years? He's a fresh immortal. Huh. In truth, help arrived too late that fateful day, and it became the first time he lost his life. I wonder what light this new information will cast on events going forward. With that, please enjoy the continuation of this tale. Then what's with the threat? I don't understand the threat then. Oh, he's he's not the same person. He's not the same person. So, okay, this is completely unrelated. I was relating the person who threatened Sato on the call with the person that was immortal, assuming that it was Shotaro, but these are not the same person. So Yuza is the immortal. Shotaro's not. Okay. Why the animosity? What is that? Where does that come from then? I assumed, like, you would assume the animosity and the knowledge of Sato and using her, like, 800-year-old name. I forgot it at this point, but it starts with an O. Using that name on the telephone is weird. As in, like... yeah, you assume that it's an immortal. Or it could just be someone that's a descendant, like someone just deeply in the family line. Okay. If he didn't know, he'd figure it out the first time you killed him? I guess so. But would he have knowledge that he died? I wonder about that. I don't know if he would actually understand that he died and came back. Yuza. Hmm. I am wondering, for people that play the game, please don't, if you've played the game, don't say your experiences of it quite yet. Because I feel like that could spoil me, but I wonder how hard it would be if you never died in the beginning of the game to get to that point. Because the storyteller telling me that I died 4 times was easy for me to deduce that it was Yuza. But if you, for example, never died, that would actually be kind of hard. Or you died once, or if you only died 1 time. Wait, you would have to die at least once because of the... yeah, you have to die 1 time because you see the hole and the thing coming, the ghost coming out of the hole. So you at least die once. Still, even if the number is 1, that would be a little bit harder than 4. You're rivaling Alan speeds? Dude, so is Durg over on YouTube. You guys are doing great with the modding. Thank you. Oh boy. There still is the questions of who Yumiko is. There's still the question of who the threatening caller was. The people that still don't have, like, a place in the story, let's go down the line of people that are still kind of irrelevant. Tsukasa still has some story left in her. Her dad is relevant. I don't think there's much more to Wakamura, honestly. Shotaro is still irrelevant. I don't know if there's gonna be more to Ide. There could be. I'd be surprised, though. Definitely Yamashina, who is Tsukasa's dad. I'm assuming. Ikuma is also a wild card. Interesting person. Could he be the threatening caller by chance? I don't think so. Okay, so possible candidates of suspicious persons or persons that need relevance in the stories at this point. Tsukasa, Shotaro, maybe Ide, definitely Yamashina, Unk, Ikuma, definitely. And I think that's it. So we're down to like 4 or 5 characters that don't have a place in the story still. Well, somewhat. Also, I guess, okay. I should not roll out Azami. I should not roll him out. Technically, he's just been the best friend of Yuza. But he actually could be more than that too. I shouldn't rule him out. I think it could be likely that he gets more plot relevance as well. It's possible. Okay. So 5 or 6 people. Okay. Now... Timeout for something she says a second later. It doesn't matter if I say it a second later. That means that you still fucked up and you shouldn't have said what you said. It doesn't matter if I just said it afterward. Okay. I have about 30 minutes left. Let me check on my friends here. Okay. I was thinking about doing one more. Okay, chat, for those of you that have played the game, do you think I could finish the game within 6 hours at the point that I'm at now? I feel like I can. It feels like to me that we're finally starting to connect dots and wrap things up here, like it's the beginning. You think I can? Okay. I'm nervous because I do have a hard time limit tomorrow. I wonder if I can attempt to start my stream early tomorrow and just go as fast as I can. As long as I don't get super stuck. Yeah. Well, thankfully, I could do one more, but I only have 30 minutes left. So some of these can take like an hour. Some of these can take like 10 minutes. So I could do one more just to make tomorrow a little bit safer.
Oh boy. I'm in trouble.
The thing, I think where I would go next... Memories of last summer. Visions of the future. I think I would go with Vision of the Future as my next go-to. Do you want to know if you can? Yeah. Do you guys think I could do, like, this Vision of the Future one in, like, 30 minutes? The top one is very short. This one? Okay, so I should do Accepted Fate. I want to do whatever I can with my given time. Okay. I don't want tomorrow to be stressful. A stressful stream for me. Okay. Several days after the night of the tragedy, Yuza is lost in his thoughts alone at the beach. Okay. Let's do it. I'm trusting you, Dynasty. You said it was short. Let's do it. It's been 1 week since the night Kamashima was struck by tragic storm and mysterious attacks. All in all, it resulted in 16 casualties, 7 missing, and 20 buildings totally or partially destroyed. A horrific calamity. It caused a huge stir when news broke out about what happened. The culprit responsible for the massacre is still unknown, and the investigation is ongoing. I went diving this morning for the first time since that day. No one's taking their boats out right now, so it was just a short dive from the shore. Sometimes I think about the plans that we all made to have fun here, and wonder how that would have gone if things hadn't turned out the way that they did. Guess there's no point in thinking about that now, though. Woo! The culprit behind the massacre, that's what I've been trying to think about for all this time. I still blame Shotaro. It still really rubs me the wrong way that he touched Sato's bangs and immediately it was triggered. The curse. That rubs me the wrong way, man. I know that it was still, Kukiko's, trigger, but I can't help but think that he made that happen for her to trigger it. Like, because clearly he hired an assassin, so I think that he's the person. Ah, fuck. If it's not Shotaro, I'm gonna be so fucking pissed. I just hate this guy. I am Shotaro's biggest hater. I swear to God, if he's not the culprit, I'm gonna look like a fucking idiot this entire playthrough. The way he treats women, though, is a little, questionable. A guy who's nice on the surface, yeah, fuck off. They're having to conduct it behind closed doors so word doesn't get out that it was caused by a curse. Many people tried to escape the island by sea that night, and most of them ended up getting caught in the storm and going missing. Could the culprit behind the massacre have been among them? The same night as the attack on Kamashima. The storm. It seems the bronze mirror my mom left wasn't enough to hold back the curse by itself after all. Many of them. How did he find out about that? I thought he didn't know about the mirror, and Suya died before she got to tell him. What? Did Sato tell him? She would be the only person that could tell him. Many of the— wait, Sato is dead by now. If this is a week after Kamashima, Sato's fucking dead! Oh, Jesus. Who attempted to flee the island by boat were caught in the storm and is still missing. No one was able to leave their homes, and it caused several blackouts and landslides across the island. Several buildings were also completely destroyed. Everyone was made painfully aware just how fearsome the curse was. Combined with the horror of the massacre, the entire ordeal has left a deep scar on those who remain. There's still an eerie rumbling coming from the sea, and no one knows when another storm might strike again. Everyone here is still too on edge to take their boats out to fish, and the ferry service onto the island is currently suspended as well. Naturally, no one paid me any mind when I headed out to dive today. Wow, what a silver lining! The pair from Tokyo had apparently come to Kamashima to try and find a way to dispel the curse of the raging waves. They were extremely regretful about failing to stop the storm, and went around apologizing to everyone in its wake. It seems that they're still planning to find a solution, though, and have asked for my cooperation. The storm struck before we could even mourn those who were killed, and left the town in tatters. Things are barely functioning right now. Everyone is somehow managing to get by on the aid that we're receiving, but it's apparently going to take years to fully rebuild. Some people fled Kamashima the moment that they could, citing what happened as proof of some sort of divine punishment. But most of those who stayed are already trying to put the tragedy behind them and look to the future. They managed to get back on their feet 5 years ago, so I'm sure that they'll be fine this time too. They've been bombarded by accusations and demands for them to take responsibility. The Wakamuras have been busy doing what they can. Following news reports on the calamity, there was an uptick in unsavory rumors that Kamashima is cursed in some way. But perhaps because of the current occult craze, a bunch of people have expressed interest in visiting once all the restoration work's done. The mail order service for souvenirs that was set up to help fund recovery efforts has been flooded with orders. I don't even have much to show from my dives today. My catch has been pretty pitiful, to say the least. Looks like I really am hopeless without Azami. Azami and Tsukasa's bodies were found in front of the lighthouse. There's no way of knowing what happened to them now. But I'm told Azami was found collapsed on top of Tsukasa, as though he tried to protect her to the very end. I wouldn't have expected anything less from him. Aww. Unable to bear the tragedy that had befallen Kamashima, Sato apparently gave herself over to the assassin and left the island with them. I don't know if whoever sent the assassin got what they wanted in the end. I'm probably never coming back. Either way, they took any chance of my seeing her again with them. I don't know how I'd move on from losing all my friends, family, and home. Yeah, I don't know what I would do too. Like, literally. What do you do? Guess I'll die. I doubt I'll ever meet her ever again. After all that happened, I'm once again the only one left alive. I don't know if alive is the right word. I did get my head cut off once by the curse. But to be honest, I don't have it in me to care anymore. I couldn't fulfill what I set out to do despite swearing I'd see it through. I have nothing left. Oh, I got caught. I was really hoping that Yumiko wouldn't find me. I got caught. I don't know what they have planned for me, but whatever it is, I intend to accept it. Thank you, everyone, for everything. Goodbye. Ooh.
Ooh! Way back? No way! Did both of them know the whole time? Wait, no. In this investigation that we just had with Sato, she said that she didn't know another immortal. But maybe she was hiding that! Oh my god! Maybe that could have been the truth that she kept from Yumiko. No shot. This whole time. They knew?
Ooh, I want to do this so bad. I have 18 minutes. I doubt I can do this in 18 minutes. Fuck. We have to stop there. I can't do any more, chat. I can't do any more. You think it can be done in 18? No, we'll do it tomorrow. We'll start it. We'll start off with the juicy bit tomorrow, okay? All right. Thank you guys for joining me in this really long live stream today. I very much appreciate it. Thank you for keeping me company this whole time. I will see you guys tomorrow. We will beat this game, and I have 6 hours to beat it. No pressure, but I have 6 hours to beat it. Oh. I had to make up for yesterday's stream. Oh boy. I know the tea is right there, but I do have friends to play with. Okay. Alright, I'll see you guys tomorrow in the morning. Same time. Alright, bye everybody! We'll see the conclusion of this game on the morrow. Bye.